blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be your blessings. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a be lesson. I'll be your blessings. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm a foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing.
Welcome to my assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Toraba, ya, ya. Toraba, yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praises to the Most High. Peace and blessings, everyone. Bring myself a little. Bring my mic over a little bit. Bring my mic over. All right, hold on. Bring myself. There we go. All right, let me get my life together and put my battle rag on. Peace and blessings, everybody. From the Most High unto you all. Tonight's lesson is going to be a very powerful one. I apologize for starting so late. I was preparing all the way up until 10 minutes ago, when I had to hurry up and run and try to wash up and brush my teeth and get myself presentable. I've been up for hours and hours and hours working on getting this study this lesson together for you guys. It's going to be a very important and powerful lesson. And so, praise the Most High, you guys should learn something. Tonight's lesson was Michael Jackson also Native American or Phoenician? Hold on, I'm getting my life together. Let me get, oh, I got one more rubber band up here. Hold on, I'll be at y'all in 1 second. All right, let my brothers and sisters in the building. Hopefully y'all had a blessed couple of days, week since we've been together last Monday on the live stream. All right, here we go. I think I'm getting my life together now. There we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Time to go to war. Time to teach some things. Time to expose some things. That Michael Jackson also Native American, also, or Phoenician. Now that part is everything. The Phoenician part, that's where the monkey wrench is. Phoenician, huh? Scooby-Doo in the building. All right, hold on. Let me, I can't see the chat. Let me bring the chat up. My mic is very low. All right, thank you. That means they messing with it. Okay, let me stop. Bang. All right, we started. Still. Oh, okay, that's still low. All right. Why? All right. So something's wrong. All right, hold on. Yeah, they was messing with me earlier for this lesson. All right, hold on. Let me put my link for my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. I'm gonna try to get a little louder for y'all. Give me a second. I'm gonna invite guests. Copy. All right. I just came to the chat. All right. Control V. All right. Enter. Let me check what they. Right. Bang. Go here. Default mic in. Okay. That's good. All right. So the default mic is set. Yalene says no sound. Hold on. Y'all ain't got no sound? Now, there it go. Now it should have sound. All right. I figured it out. All right. So peace and blessings, everyone. Now we should be straight. We should have some decent audio. All right. Now, shout out to Cookie in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Peace and blessings. I had said, I apologize for starting so late, but I was putting this lesson together, and it's going to be a very powerful lesson all the way up until 10 minutes ago. I was putting this together and I had to run in there and brush my teeth and try to get all washed up to look presentable. And let's get started. Was Michael Jackson also Native American or Phoenician? All right, peace and blessings to everybody coming into the building. Hopefully y'all had a blessed week. All right, let's get going. Shout out to Shamaria, Sister Kim. All right, let's get going. All right, I put the link for my brothers and sisters to join me. Let me come to share screen. Let's go right on in because I'm getting started late. So let's just jump on in. Let's dive in head first. All right, here we go. So, Dad, why do I got two of them open? Oh, okay, this one. Bang, share. All right, that's the thumbnail. All right, was Mike ancient Phoenician? Now, I know y'all seen that thumbnail. It's kind of crazy work. I'll be putting that AI to work, bro, but AI can't make this. I ask it to help me with stuff, but then I use my Photoshop and I put it in. Right? It can't do all this. So anyway, it does some dope stuff if you know how to use it, but it can't do all this. But anyway, I actually really like this thumbnail. I'm like, wow, this looks so freaking dope, bro. I like the color. I like that purple pop off that amber gold, right? So anyway, let's get started. The tonight's lesson, hold on, let me grab my link to the thumbnail, right? I could close that one. There we go. So tonight's lesson was Michael Jackson also Native American or Phoenician, right? So I got this image, right? I made this image. I had AI help me out. And this is the image with a spotlight on Mike, right? And this is the ancient Phoenician Galilean ship, a galley ship, right? Ancient Carthage, Sidon, Tyre, right? It was supposed to have Biblios, but AI makes mistakes sometimes, right? Biblios here. And then I put some of the ancient Phoenician script text, and then I put this image of Mike in a Native American headdress. All right, the remember the times image of Mike, the later Mike. All right, was Mike ancient Phoenician? Crazy work. Shout out to Lizette in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. It's a powerful lesson tonight. We're gonna expose a lot. We're gonna open tonight. We're gonna open. Shout out to Run Rock. Shout out to Victoria Giron. Tonight we're gonna open ancient texts. Okay, so I'm doing some teaching tonight. Tonight is going down. So we're gonna unveil some things with the Phoenician and the Native Americans, and we're gonna use ancient books. All right, receipts. All right. So let me see. Did I let my brothers and sisters in? Yeah. Oh, Tommy, y'all not in yet. There you go. All right. Yasha, you let me know when Hakiyama get here so I can let her in if she's able to come. All right. All right. So now let's go. It's time to get in. Time to go in straight off the rip. Before I get to the verse video clip of the night, let me break down some info. There are cultures, languages, history, but also names, likeness, what word you leave for? Legacies that never truly leave the earth. Michael Jackson's legacy is one of those. After the music stopped, after the lights dimmed, his presence still remains today. There are few throughout history that had that kind of enigma, mystery, and power around their likeness and image. His image traveled across every continent across the globe. His voice seems to resonate with every language across the globe. His influence became even larger than life itself. Now, with all of that influence, fame, popularity, it also comes questions. So, theories emerge online, family claims, also ancient connections. Some say from Mike's own lineage family that they had indigenous blood lineage, indigenous to the Americas. Some call that native, but that's a different set. Those are Mongoloid, Asian natives that came to America. But before they got here, there was a deeply melanated set of individuals indigenous to these Americas. And some of Mike's lineage point that he's related. All right? Now, I'm going to point out, we're going to discourse, we're going to see with ancient texts and books, with video clips, you're going to hear from, we're going to do the best we can to tie lineage, ancestries, but we're going all the way back to something called the ancient Phoenicians. All right, we're going back further than indigenous American tribes. We're going back to Phoenicia, a seafaring people who crossed empires, vast oceans. They were known as traders, very strong water, maritime, seafaring traders and warriors. And they left their fingerprints all over the ancient world, even tonight. Now, we are going to be tying together roots, connections, right? And we should be piecing together places where history seems to be fragmented. In Deuteronomy 32:7, it says, remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. All right? For those who try to make it seem like it's not necessary, but there's balance. Because the Bible also says Don't chase foolish genealogy. See, balance to everything in the scripture. Deuteronomy 32:7, remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Remember the generations. So that means history matters. That means ancestry matters. That's why these serpent seeds today are trying to erase history. They're rewriting history. They're trying to remove books and texts and historical graphs and reliefs and maps from the Smithsonian, from the Vaticans, from universities and colleges. They're trying to suppress history because the serpent darkness, they even know history matters. Migrations matter throughout time. So there were maritime powers like the Phoenicians. This civilization was so influential that some historians credit the Phoenicians with, which they did, they spreaded the alphabet system. The Greek alphabet came from the Phoenicians. The Greeks, who they weren't Greeks, they were Hellenes at the time before Rome conquered them. They got re-civilized by the Phoenicians after they went into 400 years of a dark age on the Mycenaean and now what they call the Greek peninsula, right? The island of Crete, and now what they call the island of Greece now. It wasn't Greece then, okay? They weren't Greeks. They were Hellenes, but before they were Hellenes, they were Phyli. Before they were Phyli, they were a clan. And they got civilized by a tribe. But we going somewhere. I had already broke this down, but as I always do when the Most High get me to teach and break down a lesson, as he gets me to break these lessons down in these teachings, later it's just pieces to the puzzle. Now, for my teachings that I've been teaching about ancient Hellenes, ancient Rome, ancient Phoenicia, ancient Ugarit, ancient all the clans, the Cycladics, the Minoans, the Mycenaeans, right? The Cyclades, the Mediterranean and the Aegean, right? All those teachings, now I'm getting more and more receipts, books from the 1800s to show, all right? So this history matters. Yeah, it do. Because if it didn't matter, then why would they rewrite history? Why would they change likeness, image, functions, names, characters if it didn't matter? Oh yeah, it matters. Okay? The Phoenicians were so influential and powerful that they spread what later became, we now have an alphabet. It was the Alphabet, okay, before the Hellenes. And the Phoenicians, that's where you get the Greek alphabet. Because when the Hellenes went into the Dark Ages for 400 years, they lost their language and lineage. Before that, they was speaking Mycenaean, Linear B, okay? All right? From the Minoans, from the Linear A, from the Cyclades, okay? The Cycladics, all right? Now, these are Mediterranean cultures. Now, after they came out their Dark Ages, the Phoenicians came and civilized them and taught them back language and civilization, and they created the Hellenist alphabet, okay? The first, before Koine Greek, before they conquered Egypt and all of that. They came out of the Dark Ages. And so this Bible that is called Biblia in the Greek comes from the Phoenician ancient city Byblos, because they gave the papers, what is that called? Those papers, I think it started with a P, that felt of paper. And so they called this, because that's what they wrote, transliterate the Hebrew into the Greek, making a Septuagint onto this parchment paper, right? That came from the ancient city of Byblos, the Phoenician traders, okay? All right, now, papyrus, there you go. Not parchment, papyrus, facts. So the papyrus came from ancient Byblos. It was their #1 traded across the world. All right, so now, despite their influence, okay, as they traded and navigated and brought cultural exchange across the whole ancient world. All right. When we speak about ancient bloodlines, it goes past the physical and it drifts into the spiritual, mystical, symbolic. All right. And that's where all our discernment becomes very important and critical. The Bible warns us not to become consumed with myths and endless speculation. Titus 3:9 says, avoid foolish questions and genealogies and contentions. So you'll get people who'll come in and say, y'all know what they're doing. Y'all was Phoenicians and shit, right? You know, they got this new thing, these haters. You understand? These people who really, it's a group of individual group. I'm not talking about a whole nation of people, but there's individuals who are so jealous in their spirit of others' culture and others' accomplishments that they just try to take everything. So, right, they'll come and say, we was Phoenicians and shit, right? S-H-E-I-T, yeah. And, you know, you was jealous in Ish, right? You was savage in Ish, right? So it's like, so again, it doesn't matter that the history books from the 1400s, the 1500s, the 16, 17, 1800s tell of the cultures, tell of the genealogies, tell of the phenotypes of the ancient cultures. They don't care, right? So that's when you get people that'll say, like, it should be known, well known, that the Hebrew Messiah was actually melanated with woolly hair. And they're like, well, it don't care, it don't matter. Oh, it don't matter now. See, it didn't mattered before. That's why they painted them in a certain image and changed it. But now it doesn't matter. Yeah, yes, it do. But we are to avoid foolish questions and genealogies, foolish, and contentions. So when people start to contend, and just let them stay in their little jelly, let them stay jelly belly, let them stay salty. It is what it is. It's just sin and transgression, right? It's just envy. That's all it is. It's jelly belly, right? So you don't go down foolish genealogies. You don't contend with foolish questions, okay? You don't lose yourself chasing genealogies and fantasies without wisdom. So they got these YouTubers who are making genealogy channels, right? And they're telling you, we can trace your lineage back to the Native American Indians, to the blacks. They're trying to play on a so-called blacks trauma. So they're like, there's no slavery. There was never a transatlantic slave trade. Nobody, no blacks are from Africa. We all from here. For $59.99, for $600, I'll trace your genealogy. And black people are in their trauma. They're grifting and they're stealing. I'm gonna expose one. All right. You might as well don't come back here no more, because I knew something was wrong with the spirit, but now I know. Okay. If you watch this, because you might watch this because you be stealing information, right? And I'm about to break down some true Native American history, but I'm about to expose what you're doing too. Sorry, it just is what it is, because I gotta warn the people. You understand? I don't like a liar, a cheat, a grifter, a stealer. And you stealing from old people, from the elderly who want to know their culture. And you're a scam artist. You're a scammer. You understand? Don't be following nobody that's teaching you they can do your genealogy. You can do it for free. They're scamming you with that stuff. Just like the DNA companies are scamming you. All right? All right, so anyway, let's get started. And they playing off the trauma of the so-called blacks who lost their culture and history, right? And they're trying to erase another history so they can get money off of you. Hey, it was no slave trade, was no slavery. Yeah, I can trace your indigenous history. You're a native indigenous to this or this, and I can, yeah, whatever. Okay? All right. So we don't chase foolish genealogies. Don't let it become an obsession, because people are starving spiritually for their identity, searching for the meaning in their blood lineage. See, they're forgotten histories, they're stolen histories. All right? The disconnected people from their roots and family and their spiritual grounding. So these scam artists will play on that. You understand? And they're They're scamming. I'm gonna expose you. Y'all gonna be shocked too. It's really bad. Where they getting these people for like $5,000. You know, people who really don't got the money, and they're scamming them out of their history. All right, let's get started. Here we go. Shalom Shamaria. All right, so here we go. Let's get started. I gotta mute. In a second. There we go. All right, now, we're gonna go to the first video clip of the night. Tonight's lesson was Michael Jackson also Native American or Phoenician? All right, we going somewhere. Oh yeah, Mararia, I wonder if you seen, we broke down that second Esdras on last live stream, and I told you, Mararia gave me that script, all right? I knew it was in the script, but I couldn't remember where it was, and that's what's tying in tonight, all right? Now, here we go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacting to the video. First video clip of the night was Michael Jackson Native American or the tribe of Dan? All right, here we go. Yeah, also Native American or the tribe of Dan, because he was so-called blackity black too. That part. Share screen. Here we go. Share. First video clip of the night. Let go, guys.
Let's get one thing straight. Michael Jackson was an African-American icon. Consistently breaking racial barriers throughout his extensive career, he reinvented and redefined what it was to be a black superstar during an incredibly turbulent period in modern American history. For many, Michael Jackson's incredible success was a beacon of hope against racial bias. For others, he challenged what it meant to be perceived as black in American society. Son of the former Catherine Esther Screws and Joseph Walter Jackson, Michael Jackson was born in Gary, Indiana on the 29th of August, 1958. Michael Jackson's father stated in his book, The Jacksons, that he has Native American ancestry. The name Jackson originates from his great-great-grandfather on his father's side, Jack Gale. Jack was born at the beginning of the 19th century into a tribe of Choctaw Indians. Choctaw Native Americans originated from modern Mexico and
we're going to be breaking this down, okay? We're going to go to genealogy charts and we're going to break this down. But I'm going to let, you know how the people do others' history, right? But a lot of times they really don't know what they're talking about, right? So they're going to show these natives and they're going to show them only Mongoloid, right? Like the indigenous that Columbus saw when he got here didn't exist. Oh, but I'm about to show y'all some real receipts tonight. It's going down. You heard? Yeah, it's about to get funky in a second. You heard? Now, don't let, like I said, you can learn your genealogy for free. Do not sign up for none of these YouTube channels that are trying, shout out to Reverend Dr. JC, that are trying to teach you your genealogy. You can do it. You can search it online for free. You don't have, do not. They are all scammers and grifters. Do you okay? They got some Israelite scammer and grifter. Okay? They got these people. All right? So now, don't buy into this stuff. Okay? They just want your money.
the American Southwest, who settled in the American Southwest.
Joe Jackson and them, they said might have lineage of Choctaw Indian, right? Choctaw and Chickasaw. I live in Florida. We have Chickasaw Trail. We have Ekalahachie Trail. We have, it's all Native American land, because this here in Florida is the first of the American entranceway of land. And when Columbus and them got here, there was these, I'm gonna show you who he saw. I'm gonna show you who he saw when he got here. You okay? I'm gonna show you who he saw when he got here. I got more receipts, but let's go. Let's see how this brother tries to break down Mike history, and then we're gonna decipher and we're gonna clear this stuff up, right? Here we go. So this is some of Mike's ancestors. So look, he said Mike descend from Native Americans, but look what he put up there. These Mongoloids. Sorry, that ain't what Mike's Native American ancestors look like. You heard? And we're gonna show it tonight. Okay? So that's Mike, Joe Jackson, his mother, right? Family tree. All right, let's go.
The name Jackson originates from his great-great-grandfather on his father's side, Jack Gale. Jack was born at the beginning of the 19th century into a tribe of Choctaw Indians. Choctaw Native Americans originated from modern Mexico and the American Southwest, who settled in the Mississippi River Valley for about 1,800 years before the colonization of the United States. He was an Indian shaman and fell in love with a black...
All right, so Michael Jackson's great-great-grandfather, his name was Jack Gale. They call him, his name was July Gale, and they called him Jack for short. And now, I think that's his great-grandfather, the one who was a shaman. Oh, the other one was, because he taught his son. That's right, he taught his son. So anyway, now, they said the Choctaw were here before the colonization. No, before the enslavers came. Let's clear that up. But anyway, let's continue.
Mississippi River Valley for about 1,800 years before the colonization of the United States. He was an Indian shaman years before the colonization of the West, who settled in the Mississippi River Valley for about 1,800 years.
That's the Choctaw.
Before the colonization of the United States.
Before the enslavery of the United States.
He was an Indian shaman and fell in love with a black slave by the name of Gina. In 1838, they gave birth to their first son, whom they named Israel. Unfortunately, at this time...
All right, so Michael Jackson's great-great-grandfather, Jack, all right, his name was July Gale. They started to call him Jack for short. He, which was Choctaw, married a slave woman. Okay, so he was supposed to be a free Choctaw Native American Indian, and he married, shout out to Sinatra, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say the name, that's an interesting name, but shout out to Tracility. I'm sorry, I'm butchering the mess out of that title. All right, but welcome to the channel. So now, his great-great-grandfather married a slave woman. Okay, let's continue. A native, indigenous. All right, let's go.
He was an Indian shaman and fell in love with a black slave by the name of Gina. In 1838, they gave birth to their first son, whom they named Israel. Unfortunately, at this time, if one of a child's parents was a slave, the child would also be considered a slave. Even though Israel's father was a free person, Israel couldn't hope for anything more than his mother's life of slavery. When Israel grew up...
Now, do y'all see anything interesting already? Anything little interesting already? This Choctaw indigenous married a slave woman, or got with a slave woman. They had a child, and they named him what? Yasharel. Interesting. It's just saying whatever, right? Just gonna throw that out there. Okay. Now, because his mom was a slave, he was born a slave. Michael Jackson's great-grandfather. All right? Let's continue.
People nickname him Nero. Nero, son of Jack. Nero, people nickname him person. Israel couldn't hope for anything more than his mother's life of slavery. When Israel grew up, people nickname him Nero. Nero, son of Jack, and eventually his last name turned into Nero, Jack's son. Michael Jackson's father.
So, a lot of the names of the slaves came from either, it came from different situations. So, his father's name was July, but they actually nicknamed him Jack. And so, when Israel was born, they started to call him Jack's son. So his name, they was calling him Nero, right? And so his name became Israel, Jack's son. That's how they got the name Jackson, because the great-grandfather's name wasn't Jackson. His last name was Gale, but they used to call him Jack, and they called his son that's Jack's son. So that's how they got the name. All right. Yeah, I know. Ding, ding, ding. We just right off the rip. We ain't even get nowhere. And it's already, but let's continue.
Stated that Michael eventually his last name turned son of Jack slavery. When Israel grew up, people nicknamed him Nero. Nero, son of Jack, and eventually his last name turned into Nero, Jack's son. Michael Jackson's father stated that Nero was tall and light-skinned, with high cheekbones and small, sparkling eyes. Nero was still a boy when Jack started to transfer him his shaman knowledge. But despite a gift of doctoring, Nero had been sold to a plantation in Louisiana. Over the years, Nero attempted to run away from his owner several times, but was never successful, causing him to be beaten to near death and put to hard labor. On one occasion, metal tongs were heated and used to squeeze his nose until Nero lost all feeling in his face. The scars of the burn remained with him for the rest of his life. After the abolition of slavery in 1865, his situation got better, and Nero earned an adequate salary selling Indian medicines. Nero liked to sing and frequently executed old military dances of Choctaw. He later married a woman 3/4 Indian Choctaw. Michael Jackson's great...
Now, I want y'all to notice, do you notice how they literally just changed his name? And he won't call him, his name is Israel. He keeps calling him Nero. See what I mean? That's how systems or history can replace the lineage. You see? Misname. And, okay, but let's continue.
Michael Jackson's Indian Choctaw. He lived an adequate salary selling Indian medicines.
So his grandfather, Michael Jackson, Israel, Jack's son, learned medicine from his father before he died, Jack Gale. And that's called the shaman when indigenous, what they call native, do medicine, because they also called it sorcery. And I'm going to show you and tie in a little, this is Danite practices from the tribe of Israel, Dan, the first indigenous ones who came over. I'm going to show you with ancient textbooks tonight from the 1800s. All right? What I've been breaking down. Let's go.
Selling Indian 5, his situation got better, and Nero earned an adequate salary selling Indian medicines. Nero liked to sing and frequently executed old military dances of Choctaw. He later married a woman 3/4 Indian Choctaw.
You heard? Israel liked to sing, and he did dances. He definitely didn't know that his great-grandson would sing and dance and would be one of the most famous people of history of Earth. Right? Under our Hebrew Messiah, I don't think it's too many more that famous. You understand? He right up there, right? Because ain't nobody famous as the Hebrew Messiah, right? Ever in the history of mankind. But he's up there after the Hebrew Messiah. He's somewhere up at the top up there. So this former slave, Israel, Jack's son, had no idea that his singing and dancing talent will be passed down to his great-grandson. All right, let's continue.
Michael Jackson's great-grandmother, Emmeline. Emmeline was from
All right, hold on, let me go back.
Choctaw. He later married a woman 3/4 Indian Choctaw.
So now he married another Choctaw woman. But you see, I said 3/4. And what do you mean 3/4? This is crazy. Because guys, listen clearly. You're talking about the 1800s. So what, he had a measuring stick? What, he had a measuring cup? She's 3/4, is 1/3, 1/8. Choctaw. Come on, see, this is how they rewrite history, right? So now listen clearly. So Israel married a Choctaw woman, okay?
Indian Choctaw. Michael Jackson's great-grandmother, Emmeline. Emmeline was from Louisiana, and Joseph Jackson described her as having her mother's slightly...
So, this is what they show as Michael Jackson's great-grandmother. Choctaw, right? So y'all like, okay, so he married right? A native, Mongoloid native. Not quite, because this is what she really looked like. See, this is how they rewrite history. Stop share screen. They'll show you that as the image, but this is actually what his great-grandmother looked like. This is Emmeline Williams Jackson. Israel Jack's son, Michael's great-grandfather, married this Choctaw woman from Amite, Mississippi. See? Does that look like that other picture? Absolutely not. Okay? All right. She's actually, see, does that look like her? look at her and look at this. Yeah, they look like her. That's their great-grandmother. All right? All right. Melanated, Choctaw, Indigenous woman. Okay? All right. Now, that's her, not this. This is how they rewrite history. And they do it with no shame either. They've been doing this for eternity. Okay? Replace a people's culture, likeness, and image. Okay? He didn't marry an Asian Mongoloid native. He married an indigenous, melanated Choctaw. Okay? Just so it is. All right, let's continue. All right, let's go back. I'm not trying to disrespect nothing. We're just going to do correct history. And I'm going to show you, after I played this biography first, because then we're going to go, that's why I'm showing you actual ancestry records of the actual ancestors. All right, let's continue. Let's get back to the clip. Stop share screen. This is going to be good tonight. This is going to be very good. All right, let's go.
Yellowish color of Jackson disorders Indian executed old military dances of Choctaw. He later married a woman 3/4 Indian Choctaw, Michael Jackson's great-grandmother, Emmeline. Emmeline was from Louisiana, and Joseph Jackson described her as having her mother's slightly yellowish color of skin. Michael Jackson's brother Jermaine has stated when asked about his native Indian heritage that, quote, "We always stayed near old Indian towns and walked the trails in homage to our ancestry. We grew up knowing we have Native American blood in our veins. The
All right, there you go. You see some of those indigenous? Okay? All right, so they don't, a lot of times they replace these images with only the Mongoloid natives. But let's continue.
Knowing we have Native American blood in our veins. The inherited physical attributes were our high cheekbones, light skin, and hairless chests. Michael Jackson's father also confirmed they had links to European ancestry, stating that his great-grandmother on his mother's side, Maddie Danielle, was born in 1864 as a result of an interracial affair between the white daughter of a plantation owner and their black slave. Once Maddie was born, the young mother's family were seriously considering abandoning the baby, hoping starvation and the elements would rid them of this unwanted child. But the family had second thoughts, fearing they might be charged with murder since the child was half white. So, Maddie was taken care of a short period and then later given to a black family to be raised. On Michael Jackson's mother's side, it has been said that Catherine Jackson has Blackfoot Native American ancestry, although this is yet to be verified publicly. Blackfoot Indians were originally a nomadic American Indian tribe that migrated from the Great Lakes region to the northwest. They lived in the northern Great Plains, specifically in what is known as today's Montana and Idaho, as well as Alberta, Canada.
All right, that's Catherine when she was younger. Beautiful woman. All right, now let's continue. That's his mama, Michael Jackson's mama. Shout out to Brother Richard in the building. All right, let's go. Let's knock this out. I just wanted to play that so we can show some of the information that they be putting out there. Now, let's go. Let's get to the actual genealogical records and let's get this party started, right? Let me do this first. Let me show y'all some exclusive Michael Jackson family images, all right? And let's go. Yeah, unwanted child. So there was a lot of slave masters that used to have babies with the slave and then throw them away or sell them off and stuff like that. So that was very common. So one of his ancestors was like that, all right? So this is early Jacksons when they first, moved to California. And I think this after Mike remade their house, right? But, right? So look at Joe, look at Catherine, right? Let's go, Stuart. Look at Mike. Mike looked kind of chunky right there. Look at his face. He got some weight in his face, right? Jackie, Marlon, Tito, Jermaine, right? All right. So this is early, all right? And they don't look too unhappy. You know, everybody go through stuff, but you know how they try to make it seem like they were just so unhappy and all that. That was a lie. All right? Everybody got little problems. But anyway, let's continue. Exclusive, look, very early picture. Joe, Catherine, and the boys. Right? Very early. That man took them from Gary, Indiana, with all of them in a a 2-bedroom house or something like that, some tiny shack. And here they are with all these plots on the wall, living in California with land and gardens and, all right, let's continue. Just show a little more exclusive images, and then we're going to get into the biography, the history, right? Look, they got plats all down here, keys to cities, plat, Jackson Avenue Boulevard, and it's early. You see how young they are, all right? It's early. They got plats all over the walls, all right? Another one in their living room. The boys, young Randy. Look at all these plots. Look, plots all down here, all over here. That's the way where they were standing on the steps, all up there. Gold and platinum plots everywhere. That's them by their pool outside. All right? Just showing some exclusive images. They all look happy. Facts. Always in all their pictures. The family looks happy. Everybody go through stuff. We all get beatings. We all get, right? But over generality, they always look happy. All right? Very respectful family as well. I really like when they all had their natural hair and their afros and their natural everything, right? All right, let's continue. And they had a broad, fat nose, all of them. So that's why they all got nose surgery, because they felt self-conscious about it, especially being in Hollywood. So Mike wasn't the first to get the nose surgery. They was all getting it. Catherine got a nose job too. Joe did too. Yeah, they did. All right. Now look, this is a nice early picture. Okay. Do somebody know who this little girl is? She's in a couple of the pictures. Maybe that's a grand. I don't think they had kids yet. No, the sons didn't have kids yet. I was like, who is this little girl? I don't know who she is. I think she's in a couple of pictures. Unless that's Reeby's daughter. I think Reeby might have had a daughter. That's who that might be. All right. Look at their noses. You see? So they have this wide nose. That's going to come up later. Okay? It's genetic from the indigenous Choctaw ancestor. Okay? And it'll come out later. All right. All right. Now, because that nose goes all the way back. All right. Now, all right. So there you go. You see Mike, Reby, all of them. All right. Family picture. All right. I don't know who they are, lawyers and managers or whatever. All right. All right. Let's continue. That's a young Mike. Very young Mike. R.I.P. Mike. R.I.P. to any of them that passed. Let's continue. Early Jackson 5. All right. Young Mike and Marlon. All right, let's continue. Nice early picture on the step with the sisters. Look at Latoya hair. All right. Nice early picture. I don't know who this is. Maybe a friend, family friend or somebody. All right. It's kind of blurry, but I try to do the best I can to get you some exclusive early, very early pics, right? We're going to continue in a second. Let me just get through some of these pics. Shalom Hakyama. Welcome to the study, daughter of Yah. All right. So now, let me get back. All right. So just trying to give you a little exclusive fix, and then we're going to get to the genealogy. So this is his grandfather, Samuel J. Jackson. That's Israel's son. You're going to see more of him. Sam Jackson. All right. It's their grandpops. All right. Okay, we'll get back. We'll see more pictures of him a little later. All right. Him and young Janet, Latoya, that's their grandfather, Samuel Jackson. That's crazy that it's Samuel Jackson and they got the the actor Samuel Jackson. And they said he was related, but I'm not sure if that's really true, but they said Samuel Jackson is related to them. All right. So, all right, let's continue. That's Mike and his grandfather, Samuel Jackson. And this is the prop from the Wiz movie when Mike appeared as the Scarecrow. That's Mike and his grandfather. Very exclusive photos. Okay? Ah, very exclusive photos. Mike and his grandfather. Look, he got his pants all the way up. He got his pants like Arnez J up. All right, let's continue. R.I.P. to Samuel Jackson. That's Catherine, the boys when they're a little older. I think that's Catherine's mother. It looks like her. I'm not sure. And that's Samuel Jackson, their grandfather, before he passed. That's him before he passed. So he was around his boys for a good time because you see they're getting older. Look at Tito, right? So he was around them for a time. All right. Yes, that's what I thought, Brother Will. I was trying to bring y'all some exclusive pictures. You know what I mean? All right. That's him. Samuel Joseph Jackson. Born April 1894, Washington, Mississippi, Longwood, Washington. All right? He died in 1992. His parents were Israel Jackson Sr. and Emmeline Williams. Look at her. That's the native Choctaw woman. Remember they showed that image of that Mongoloid looking, no disrespect to any of the Mongoloid Native Americans, the Asian branch, but you don't replace someone else's. That's not how you do history, right? So look at her, okay? All right, so that's their grandfather. Samuel Joseph Jackson. You see that's where they get them cheekbones from. All right? All right, let's continue. This is his father, Israel Jackson, born in Mississippi. That's their great-grandfather, Israel, Choctaw. All right? Not Mongoloid, no disrespect. We're talking nationality because people replace people's nationality. If he was Mongoloid, so be it. You understand? And his father is July Gale from Richburg, because his other side was Richburg last name. So the way they would do it, his last name is Gale, and then Richburg from his mom's side. And he's Choctaw, Jack Gale. They call him Jack for short. And he married Gina Freeman, right? And they had Israel, and he was born a slave because his mom, Gina, was a slave. I think that was Gina was his mom, because he had another one and then another one he married. So anyway, that's Michael Jackson's great-grandfather, Israel. All right, now let me get to a video clip. I'll come back to this. Nero Jackson is a child of a slave girl named Gina and a Choctaw Indian named July. Yes, I was correct. So that was Gina, named July, who was also known as Jack during the days that he was an army scout. Although his father was free, Nero, Israel, was a slave because that was his mother's status. It would go by your mother's status. If the man was free and the mother was a slave, then the children would be a slave, because they created America as a matriarchal system, empire. All right? They always go, but it's still like that today. That's why the women get the automatic, they get the children and stuff, right? So Nero, Israel, I'm not going to be calling him Nero. His name is Israel. Israel tried to escape from slavery, but his failed attempt as punishment, his owner pitched his nose with red-hot tongs. The scars from the burns on his nostrils remained with Israel for the rest of his life. He went senile, and they said that was the cause of his death in 1934. All right, let's go. Let me get to and that's her. That's what I showed you. His great-grandmother and great-grandfather, both Choctaw native. Okay? All right. Now, and play the video clip. We'll come back to this because I think it's in the clip. Let me see. Yeah, I can come back to this. So that's them two. So that's a colorized picture of her so y'all can see her clearer. Now y'all can see her really clear. Right? It's a colorized picture of him and her, his great-grandmother and great-grandfather. All right, let me see. That's her again and her brother. He got a gun. That's a pretty dope picture. He packing. Photograph of Emmeline. They call her Lean. Lean for short. Williams Jackson standing next to her seated brother Dennis Esco. Esco and Lean, members of the Choctaw Nation. All right? All right. All right, let's continue. That's a colorized image of them. You know, they do the update and colorizing the pictures now. Okay? AI can colorize. This is a photo that was taken in Neverland in 2003, and it captures more than 100 members of the Jackson family. Some of them are missing. Janet's missing, Marlon is missing. So this is their family. Joe Jackson, they put this together with over 100 members of the Jackson family. That look like Mike in the middle. That is Mike in the middle. Sorry, it get blurry when I zoom in. But that's their family. All the kids and grandkids and great-grands and the Jackson clan. All right? Taken in 2003. A couple of years before Michael passed. All right? That's Mike when he was a baby. I just wanted to give y'all some exclusive images. Right? Mike when he was a baby. Let's get a close-up. Right? That's that family tree that they showed Joe. Catherine's last name is Screws, and her dad is named Prince Albert Screws, and her mother's named Martha Mady Upshaw. Martha Maddie, they call her Maddie for short. Martha. That's Samuel, and his wife, Crystal Lee. That's their grandparents. So this is Mike's grandpops and his grandmother. They look like both of them. They look like their grandmother too. Right? Y'all can see both of them in in them, right? They have some strong genes in their family bloodline. That's Israel. And this is Crystal Lee's, their grandmother's parents. His name is Samuel King and Gertrude. She looked like Indigenous. She straight looked like Indigenous, Black Indian, well, Indigenous Native, well, Indigenous American. So that's their grandmother's parents. And that's, well, great-grandparents, sorry. Their great-grandparents. That's his great-grandfather on his mother's side. I mean, no, not on his mother's side, still on his father's side, sorry. But, the other side, his great-grandmother's side. And his great-grandfather. And then down here, it goes to his great-great-grand, where the name Jack, son, came from. All right? And then they got his mom's side over here. And her mom, Catherine's dad's name is Prince Albert. And his granddad name is Prince Screws. So Prince was the name that they were naming themselves, which is very interesting. All right, let's continue. Then I'm sure, all right, that's when we're about to get to the Phoenicians. All right, now I got a video clip. I just wanted to show y'all some exclusive pictures. And should we read this now? Well, we here, we might as well. So, when Israel, his great-grandfather, he lived on a plantation in Louisiana, and he had 6 children. So Michael Jackson's great-grandfather, Israel Jack's son, Israel Gale, he was a slave, and he lived on a slave plantation. And he had 6 children, right? 6 children born from his girlfriend. Then later, he married an Indian Choctaw woman, which I showed you. And then look, she was an Indian only 3/4, right? I think this one's from Joe Jackson's biography. He said, my grandmother, Emmeline, probably his life with my grandmother was some kind of refuge from the awful working conditions. And those who enthralled him could only be jealous at harmonies of his marriage and home life. They did not need much money to be happy because they loved each other. Emmeline was from Louisiana. This is Joe Jackson's biography. She has gone to her mother slightly yellow. She has gone to her mother slightly yellowish color of her skin. When President Lincoln released the slaves on 1865, Israel's situation got better. At least he could earn for a life adequately, selling the Indian medicines, With the time, he became famous because he had cured hundreds of people. His abilities of the sorcerer. Y'all see that? That's what shamans are. Sorcery, witchcraft, everybody. It's sorcery and witchcraft because it's Danite tradition. This goes back biblical. This is scriptural. Phoenician, Solomon, sorcery, pharmakeia, witchcraft. It was sorcery because they would put witchcraft and chants over it, and herbs and cutting and mixing. But yes, the shamans is Danite culture, but we're going to go somewhere. I'm going to show you some books later, right? I ain't just talking out my butt. I'm going to show some receipts. But anyway, he said he got famous, he cured hundreds of people. His abilities of the sorcerer became widely known, and people came from far away, so he'd help them. Their grandfather, Israel, conducted a simple life and has saved so much money. He saved so much money that he and his grandmother could get a farm in Sunnyvale in Mississippi. He paid back then with cash for 120 hectares of fertile ground. Israel did well, all right? Michael Jackson's great-grandfather. There, Israel and Emmeline had 15 children. So he had 15 plus the other 6, right? And in general, Israel had 21 children. My grandfather, grandmother, and all their huge clan was fed from this ground where they planted corn, tomatoes, and other vegetables, and they held chicken, pigs, and cows, all right? This is Michael Jackson's, Joe Jackson's great-grandfather, great-grandfather, and Michael Jackson's great-grandfather, all right? That's her, that's his wife, and that's him, what we just talking about, Israel, Jack's son. All right, let's go. Let's go to the next video quick. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. No, it ain't. This is a video I'm about to break down Lineage. Okay, sorry. I grabbed this. Shout out to Colonial. I grabbed some info from Colonial, right? And helped me out breaking down some of this Lineage, right? So let's go. Well, copyright disclaimers. We own rights to the video. We're reacting. Okay, let's go. So did I share it? No. Share this. Stop share that. And come back to y'all. And share screen, share. All right, here we go. So this right here, let me see if I can read it. It says, Michael's father has stated that he has Native American ancestry. Michael's brother Jermaine has said that also. It's not clear if this ancestry has been verified, documented. Joseph also stated that he had some European roots. He also said Michael's mother had Blackfoot Native American ancestry. Michael's paternal grandfather was Samuel. We already broke that down. I think I already broke this down. All right, yeah. Michael's paternal grandmother was Crystal Lee King, the daughter of Samuel King and Gertrude Daniel. Crystal was born in Arkansas. Samuel was the son of William King and Nellie Gertrude, the daughter of Thomas, Tom, Daniel, and Martha Maddie Kayson. All right, so I already broke that down. All right, let's go. This is the lineage of Michael Jackson's history. So this right here is Michael Jackson and his apparently 2, I guess, wives. So Lisa Marie Presley and Deborah Rowell, the one where the kids come from. I don't know if it was a in vitro fertilization. That's what, I don't know if it's his kids, but he raised them like it was his. And these are his kids, Ben, Paris, and Prince. Because your children don't have to be yours biologically. It takes a nation to raise, it takes a village, it takes a village to raise a child, a nation. So shout out to Mike for stepping up and raising those children like they were his own, even if they weren't his own genetically. Genetically or biologically, they were his children. All right? All right, so that's Mike in the ancestry tree. And this is Joseph, Catherine, and, right? So, all right, so, and then it says Hattie Screws. All right, so Joe Jackson, so that's Mike's parents, right? Let's continue. We're doing family tree, right? Joseph Walter Jackson. He was born July 29th in Fountain Hill County, Arkansas. All right. And he died in Las Vegas, Nevada. Now, this is Joseph's brothers and sisters, Verna Mae, Martin Jackson, right? And that's Catherine's sister, Hattie Mae Screws. Catherine's last name was Screws. Let's continue. We're just doing some family tree. Now, this was, I broke that down, Joseph's father, Samuel Jackson, his mother, Crystal Lee King, Catherine's father, Prince Screws, and Martha Upshaw. All right? Just doing family genetics. I broke down Samuel Jackson already. We've seen him. Let's continue. And their grandmother, Crystal. Right? Very handsome couple. So this is how ancient records used to be kept, right? So you see right here, they called them Simral Jackson, right? So they'll call you Samuel. That's why his great-great-grandfather name was July, but they start calling him Jack, right? So Simral Jackson, right? They recording this age 7, right? And you'll see beat 2 Emite, Mississippi, the street number 21, right? And then it says a black male, all right? Now remember, Samuel was Choctaw. Okay, so black male. And you'll see in other ancient genealogical records that will change. Because I know my grandfather, I got enlistment records, right? And I'll show you the picture. And in one of his enlistment records, they said he was white. And he black with a big nose, right? And wavy hair, right? In his enlistment records, I got it. I've got the actual physical papers. Okay, so it would change, right? Depending on, I don't know, whatever agenda the administration has, they'll change your classification or your records, right? So you're going to see another one, right, where it changes, and it says that he was mulatto. So that's Joseph Jackson, right? There's some of the images I was showing. All right, there we go. I went through those images. Let me go through. I went through Samuel Jackson, right? That's Israel. I showed y'all Israel. And now look at this one. So that's Israel. That's Israel, right? The father, Samuel's father. It says age 28, Mississippi, from the 7th Ward, is born in Mississippi. At this time, he lived in the 7th Ward in Louisiana, East Feliciana, right? It says he was a black male, right? Remember, he was Choctaw too, okay? So you'll see sometime it'll say Choctaw, and right here it says he was black, married to Emmeline Jackson, right? All right, so these are some of the children: Scipio Jackson, Israel Jackson, Mary Jackson, Benjamin Jackson, Leah Jackson, I think Wilhelmina Jackson, some of the children, right? Mike's, all right. So that's his page, right? That's his image. I read that, right? And let's go. That's her, Emmeline. I showed you her. We read that, okay? And there you go again. Now this, everybody, is another history of him, but this now he's age 62, right? And it still says he's black, all right? Choctaw. Let's continue. Now, this is him again at 65, and they're calling him New instead of Nero, but this one says he's mulatto. See? Spouse named Emmeline Jackson. You see? They will change depending on what census or agenda, whatever the county, state, or whatever it is, slave masters, whatever it is, they would change the melanated, the so-called blacks classification. So now, the other one, he was 62. Now this one, 3 years later, he went from black to mulatto, right? Okay, so they would change classification. So you got to be very careful when you're doing genealogy trees, okay? It's very, very tricky, very manipulated, okay? They rewrite stuff and everything, change likeness, culture, and everything. So now we got, all right? So this is hers, Emmeline, and it says her tribe, Choctaw. Her allotment category, Choctaw by blood. Now that's very key because you're at the time where they was having $5 Indians. People were paying to be Indians. That's why you have a lot of these other nation of people talking about, I'm Indian, I'm part this. And it's like, yeah. So they had a classification, Oklahoma and Indian Territory, U.S. land allotment, jackets for the 5 civilized tribes. She was Choctaw by blood. Okay? All right. And this is her receipt, her enrollment papers or whatever. In the matter of the allotment of the lands of the Choctaws and Chickasaws. For those from Florida, at least Orlando area, you know a Chickasaw Trail, right? Florida is straight indigenous. Almost every street, every city, every town, Kissimmee Indians, Ekalahachie Indians, Seminole Indians, it's just all over the place. Everything is native, every streets and everything. It's pretty dope, honestly. All right? So it's pretty dope to see that everywhere you go. It's just all the streets. Some of them so hard to name. You'd be like, how do you say that name? Okay? So I know them because I've been here for a while. So allotted to Erlene Williams, Choctaw roll by blood. All right? By blood. That was a classification. Not Choctaw by payment or whatever, but lineage, blood. That's her again. Right? Now y'all can see what she looked like. She didn't look like that image. Now this is the image they show. See that? See, this is how, guys, remember, this is how they wash history. All right? They didn't just whitewash history. They also mongoloid washed history. So that's why a lot of people now be like, oh, now y'all want to be native Indians. Let me tell you something. I'm about to show you what Columbus, the indigenous, when they got here, these mongoloids wasn't here yet. They came later, and the indigenous ones helped them. So look, this is how they erase the history. They make her go from this, right? Look, how is this and these pictures next to one another? These are two totally different people. But that's how they rewrite history. See, it says Michael Jackson's ancestry and ethnic background revealed. That ain't his great-grandmother. That is. Right? That was another image, another page, Oklahoma Historical Society of Emmeline and her brother, Michael Jackson's great-grandparents. All right? All right? I show, so some of these pictures, that's Michael Jackson's ancestry pages, right? So this is Joe Jackson explaining his own history. He said, the name Jackson was received by us from my great-grandfather on the part of our father, of the father, July Gale. Nobody called him July. Everybody called him just Jack. Great-grandfather, this is Joe Jackson speaking, great-grandfather Jack was born in the tribe of Choctaw in the beginning of the 19th century. He was an Indian shaman, and he was very much appreciated for abilities for doctoring. Also, Jack, in his youth, worked as a scout in the U.S. Army. Then, great-grandfather Jack had fallen in love with a fine girl by the name of Gina. In 1838, they gave birth to their first son, a boy whom they named Israel. That says a lot. Unfortunately, in the past was so that if one of the child's parents was a slave, the child was also considered a slave. Indian Jack was the free person, but my great-grandmother was a slave. Okay, that's what Israel couldn't hope for. That's why Israel couldn't hope for anything else, at least not yet. When Israel had grown up, people nicknamed him Nero, the son of Jack. And eventually, from this, it has turned to Nero, Jack's son, as well as my great-grandfather. Nero, Israel, was tall and light-skinned with high cheekbones and small sparkling eyes, and he was very proud of himself. Israel, what they called Nero, was still a boy when Jack started to transverse him his shaman knowledge. So Jack, July, taught his son shaman knowledge, sorcery. But despite of the gift of doctrine and despite of his need for the tribe to affliction of his parents, Nero, Israel, had been sold to a plantation to Louisiana, as well as other slaves. Israel, Nero had to eat there, and then when it was told by the owners, kneeling before a cow trough or something, from which he scooped with a spoon, he was told to eat there, and he kneeled before, I guess, a cow trough, from which he scooped with a spoon. Soon, Israel, Nero, had enough of it, and he ran away. The owner of the plantation immediately sent people which searched all night, and they caught the slave on the river, many miles away from the plantation. They had beaten Israel, Nero, up so bad that he lost liters of blood. When some months later, Nero, Israel, finally recovered, his owner wanted to sell him, but slaves who had previously escaped were impossible to sell under the same high price. So instead of it, the owner of Nero had decided to force him to work when he children Nero, oh man, I think I didn't get the transition of the page. Force him to whatever, escaped, and the sheriff left him alone. When children Nero and Emmeline have grown and created their own families, he has invited the children of younger brother William to his farm. So, sorry, that part is clipped. But when the children of Israel and Emmeline, right, Mike's great-grandparents, have grown and have created their own families, he invited the children of his younger brother William to his farm. Among them was also my senior cousin Rufus. This is Joe Jackson telling this. Rufus has somehow told me he should be given more attention to grasses, which the grandfather used to treat illnesses. But he then was still a child, and as many children did not think of as far as valuable knowledge of his ancestors. When Rufus was 4, Israel Nero's wife had died. In the meantime, Israel Nero too became old and weak, and since he could not look after the farm as he did earlier, he had to buy some things from one white man by the name of Eroy. He spent the small amounts of money, but the Eroy very carefully conducted the accounts, so Eroy kept the books. Rufus was then still a child. The only thing that he has noticed is that Israel Nero started becoming weaker, and it caused Israel Nero to hand over to Eroy for on storage some important papers so he can keep them for him. So Israel Michael Jackson's great-grandfather, when he was older and getting weak, while his children they was real young, he was trusting the neighbor, a white neighbor, to handle his accounting and the papers. So he gave it to him as he was getting sicker so he could keep them for him. In the end, Eroy managed the papers. I guess he got the rights, he got the titles and stuff to the farm. And remember, it was hectares, 120 hectares. It's a lot of land. The way Rufus and I have guessed later, Eroy did it to appropriate documents on owning of the farm, ostensibly as debt payments which Nero owed him. So he held the farm land for debt payments which Nero owed him. That's how our family lost all the rights on this fertile ground. So they lost their land, where hundreds of peach and pear trees. My relatives carefully looked after these trees in the land. It grew. When later Rufus and I have found out that there under the ground were huge oil fields. So what Joe Jackson pointed out, that the land that they had inherited, this ain't nothing but Bible. This is the curses of Deuteronomy. If somebody ain't tell you that Bible curse, that they actually got all these hectares of land from Israel, who was a slave, the Israel Jackson, their great-grandfather. He made the money doing shaman medicine, but the Bible said your land will be taken, you will grow, and others will come and take, right? You will plow the land and others will reap the harvest, right? This is biblical prophetic. All right, now listen. So he ended up, when he passed away, he couldn't leave the land to them. They took it. All right. Later, Joe Jackson and his cousin Rufus found out that under that land was huge oil fields. He said, we have simply lost the gift of speech since the rent for the night of drilling already then they made $1.2 million. So Joe Jackson and his cousin, the land that they could inherit it was oil under the land. And they drilled and they got $1.2 million. Meanwhile, the deposit should cost at least a good $100 million worth of oil. Boy, that ain't nothing but the curses. That ain't nothing but the curse. And he probably lost that land for just nothing, for something he couldn't pay, some little rent stuff. The last years of Israel, Nero, Michael Jackson's great-grandfather, lived on the farm alone because William and Rufus had again left home. He died in 1924, long before my birth, Joe Jackson said. My father, Joe Jackson's father, Samuel, lived back then in Arkansas, where he has, I don't got the other page. Wow, that's a crazy story. So that was Israel, him and his wife. She was a slave, Choctaw. And they had those children, all right? And all those children, and then when slavery ended in America in 1856, he did well because he was a medicine man. He was a sorcerer. He was a shaman, and he bought all that land, and they end up, that's the curses, losing it. And they find out it was oil-rich land worth $100 million. That's crazy. All right, that's Israel. And this is Michael Jackson's great-great-grandfather, July Gale, named Jack. And Israel was Jack's son. Choctaw. All right? All right. Now, look what they said for him. They called him mulatto. July Gale, age 79, race mulatto. And it's crazy because they put gender female when July. That's why I said these records, that's Jack. These, you got to be very careful. And so the reason why they would put Rickberg, his name was Gail Rickberg, because his parents So Michael Jackson's great-great-grandfather, this is great-great-great-grandfather, James Joel Richburg and Rose Richburg. So that's July Jack Gale's parents. And so you got to be careful with the history. They'll put you down as whatever. They was doing a lot of census things, and they was doing a lot of wicked manipulation stuff. All right. So that was the Michael Jackson history trail, right? The lineage. Now let's get to, now I'm going to get to the, because the native Choctaw, right? Now I'm going to get to, this is how they try to portray the natives. Like, that there was no indigenous natives, okay? So there was the first natives, and they were deeply melanated, okay? They had wavy to straight hair, wavy to longer hair, right? Not as woolly as some of us who came over on the slave ships, right? But these are actually, and the Bible and the Esdras said these are some of the northern kingdoms. I'm going to show a relation of the tribe of Dan, as I've been breaking down, the Danite tribe, the seafaring tribe that traveled everywhere, okay? So tonight's title, was Michael Jackson also Native American? Yes, we showed. Indigenous? Or was he Phoenician? All right, let's go. Thank you. Phoenician. Let's go. Now, I just want to show some receipts first, because you have people that can't like thinking that the so-called blacks are trying to steal people's identity. We're not. We're replacing that which was stolen from us. And it's written in all the history books from the 1800s, 1700s. It's in the receipts, right? But again, there are curses, and there's lineages of people who just want to continue to rob and steal from the actual history. No. So Rohan, the natives who migrated from the Bering Strait, those are the Asians, right? Those are the Asians, okay? And you have others came from the Iberian Peninsula. So you have some came from the Bering Strait. Those are West Asians and East Asians, right? And then you had the tribe of Dan who came over, all right? Dan came by ships, okay? And those were the Aboriginal tribes that they extinguished them first. Now, watch this. Y'all know, I got some deep receipts. All right, here we go. So since they want to show this only a Mongoloid, let me show you some images of some the actual indigenous Americans that was here, right? Wow, this shadow banning a mess out of this lesson. It is what it is, right? And it's because some very important stuff going to come out. I don't even care. I'm tired of them anyway. Share screen. Shout out to the people here tonight. 70 on the live. It used to be over 100, but it is what it is. Let's go. Here we go. Share screen. For those who hear, y'all found a treat tonight. You see this? This is actually history. Now look at these images, right? This is what they described. Strong calf muscles, darkly melanated hair, right? This is called Habat de Wida, Judah, the tribe of Judah. Everybody listen, all right? Habitat de Wida, the costume of Judah was feathers, okay? Because Judah, okay, let me explain. Judah got scattered to the four corners of the planet Earth by ships as well. But the Judah always, Judah hung with his big brother Dan, because Dan helped Judah when they left the Assyrian captivity and went into Spain and Portugal, right? And later Europe and stuff with some of the Moors, okay? It was a lot of savages that was running around, and Dan already had his civilization, his fortress, and Judah always hung with Dan. So a remnant of Judah would follow Dan. So this is called the costume of Judah, all right? Date 1810 to 1815 in France, okay? Hand-colored engraven playing cards from the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Met Gala in New York. You heard? Oh, the receipts are everywhere. But they try to, y'all was, we was kings, and like we stealing somebody's identity when they're in museums, they're in archives, they're in Smithsonian's, they all over the world, all in France, like all over the world, the receipts, right? The Most High left these receipts. Judah's costume. So let me explain where I'm going. A lot of these images, they tell you is Moors. They weren't Moors. They were Hebrews, the tribe of Judah. So a lot of these in Germany, everything they tell you, they show and they be like, that's the Moors, that's the Moors, that's the Moors. Some of them are Moors. Most of them are not. The Moors and the tribe of Judah took over Spain and Portugal, Seville. Moors had this. But then it came the time when they came and conquered it back. The Moors sold the Israelites out, the tribe of Judah out, right? And Dan bounced. Dan came over here. Dan was in America, all right? So the headdress, the feathers, the dress, this was the costume of Judah, all right? Yes, most of Moors was Ham, but some of them were Shem too, because they would mix. But most of the Moors were Hamites, right? I don't know which, they diff Ham because they was from, what's the name? I always forget these North African countries like Tanzania and all that, right? So anyway, Morocco, that's where I was looking for. Morocco, Mauritania, stuff like that, right? So that's where it's Morocco. That's where it's, this they kingdoms, all right? So they were Ham. All right, now let's continue. Yeah, it's playing cards, okay? Now, this ancient picture, I broke this down. This was in the ancient textbooks that we broke down, right? This is an ancient book from the 1400s. We did this on another study. It's called the Chroniques et Contestos Charlemagne. This is Charlemagne, right? 14th century French manuscript, all right? This ain't no black people. We ain't create this. This is history. Y'all can screenshot, go on the Internet Archive, go look it up. A lot of these books cost thousands and thousands of dollars, right? But if you know how to search the Internet Archive, you can find it and read it. We broke this one down. Some of the ministry, y'all seen this image before. Now, this is supposed to be, now the crazy thing is this is supposed to be Constantine, okay? Now, everybody listen. This is supposed to be, right? The miniature shows the baptism of Constantine, but the emperor has black skin. Everybody listen clearly, right? Because this is why they always say, y'all trying to take everybody history, everybody. Let me tell y'all something. It's in these history books. I would take a book from the 1400s over your little modern historians any day. You understand? 1500s, 1600s. The latest I'm going is 1800s. Once you start getting to the 1900s, that's when they started that mess, okay? So this is the actual historical image of Constantine being baptized, all right? And he wasn't painted black by accident because this is a white man over him. All right? So this ain't, how they be like, well, the image faded from the sun, but it'd be a white image next to it, white clothing. Be like, but it's black because it faded over time. Okay, so why he didn't fade? All right. So again, that's the emperor Constantine getting baptized. All right. Just do it as you will. Ancient books. When you go through the ancient texts, okay. No, this is the 14th, this is the 15th century, so that's the 1400s. Right? Yeah, oxidized, what they call it, oxidized. Well, why he ain't oxidized? Look at his feet. He ain't oxidized, right? All right, so anyway, yeah, that's very interesting, Yasharallah. Constantine, right? Now we understand, for those who do know, we understand Black Rome, the Black Hellenes. We going somewhere. The tribe of Dan civilized the Demoi clan and turned them into a tribe and taught them warrior. And then the Phoenicians came later after Dan moved off and came to Americas and stuff, right? But Dan, everybody, Dan is the Phoenicians. Let's go. We're going down tonight. It's going down. That's why I knew they was going to shadow ban this tonight, because it's going down. All right. Now, Constantine, all right, being baptized. All right, let's continue. This, now again, we ain't make none of this. This is from Oxford University. From Oxford University, 1927. All right. Author Thomas Griffith Taylor. All right. Now, he said, either we have in certain parts of America skeletal remains of a type of basically related to those found in Australia and Melanesia, or we have a remarkable case of parallelism. This certainly indicates the presence in the far past of Negroid peoples in the American continent. Let's continue. From Environment and Race, a study of evolution, migration, settlement, and status of the races of man by Thomas Griffith Taylor, publisher in Oxford University in 1927, the original from the University of Michigan. So he says that either we have, he says, Griffith Taylor was an Australian geographer and anthropologist in environment and race. He attempted to classify human populations according to racial typologies, an approach common at the time, but now regarded as outdated. In this section, Taylor was discussing anthropological findings of ancient skeletal remains in the Americas, noting their similarities with populations in Australia and Melanesia. He suggested that this might indicate either ancient transoceanic migrations or a phenomenon of parallel evolution. His conclusion was framed in the then prevalent racial terminology referring to American populations as having Negroid traits, language no longer used today. This is what he was describing. Now remember, Australoid, the feathered headdress, was the habitat Jejuda. The costume was the clothing, attire. I'm going somewhere. And this is what was an Australoid, native, and that's Shannon Sharp. Oh yeah, Jezzy the Sketchy was some. All right? Look identical. Anybody? This is Shay. This is Suspect Man. Right? Sugar Shay. Right? This is Sugar Shay, but whatever. All right? Now, in his studies, he wrote Mongoloid, right? Original, Australoid, Xanthropic was Caucasoid, Malaysian, and African, Negroid. All right? Anyway, that's his study from Oxford University. Okay? We just showing some receipts. We about to get to some real books in Phoenicians in a second. Y'all let me continue, right? Let me show y'all some things. This is a book called A Star in the West, or a human attempt to discover the long-lost 10 tribes of Yasharel, Israel, preparatory to their return to their beloved city. Now, these ain't black books. Elias Budinot, or whatever, right? And he says, in ancient accent in another circle, he sings ho, ho, which is repeated by all the religious procession till they finish that circle. Then in another round, they repeat he in like manner in regular notes and keep in time in the dance. Another circle is continued in a like manner with repeating the word wah wah, making in the whole the divine and holy name of Yah Ho-Hiwa. Yah. This is native Indian, okay, of the West, all right? They say, hi-ya, 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 hi-ya. Michael Jackson inherited the he. That's funny, Yahakana, right? That's that Michael he. That's hilarious. All right. It says, a little after this is finished, which takes considerable time, they begin again. So he's describing what the natives are doing in America in early ancient. They begin again, going fresh rounds, singing hallelujah, ya, hallelujah. In like manner, and frequently, the whole train strike up hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. You see he put Yah first, then later the J, with great earnestness, fervor, and joy. With each strikes the ground with right and left feet alternately, very quick, but well timed. They're doing their dance. Then a kind of hollow sounding drum joins the sacred choir, which excites the old female singers to chant forth their grateful hymns and praises to the divine spirit, and to redouble their quick, joyful steps in imitation of the leader of the beloved men at their head. This appears very similar to the dances of the Hebrews, and may we not reasonably suppose that they formerly understood the psalms and divine hymns, at least those which began and end with hallelujah. That's how you say that in the original Hebrew, hallelujah, hallelujah. Otherwise, how comes it to pass that all the inhabitants of the extensive regions of North and South America have and retain these very expressive Hebrew words and repeat them so distinctly, applying them after the manner of the Hebrews in their religious acclamations? On other religious occasions and at their feast of love, they sing Aliyo, Aliyo. That's actual Aliyah, Aliyah, everybody. That's what they transliterate to Elohim. In the singularity of the word Elohim is the heavenly council, plural. That's transliterated English, right? It's Eloah for singularity. In the original Habariyah, there's no E, there's no vowel sounds, it's Ah. So it's Aliyah. So this is Aliyah, Aliyah. But they would say Elio, Elio, because they're speaking the Canaanite Hebrew. We going there. Phoenicians are Canaanite. We about to rock this out. This about to get nuts. And I'm going to show you with the ancient textbooks. I'm going to show you, right? Let's get through this. All right? On other religious occasions, they would say Aliyah, Aliyah, which is the divine name by the attribute of omnipotence. That's the singularity of the Father, the Aliyah. The plural is the Aliyam. So no, Abriyah, Aliyah equals Aliyah. Aliyam equals Elohim. All right, Aliyam, that's plural. All right, now it says, on the religion, they sing Aliyah to the divine name of the attribute of the omnipotence. They likewise sing Hawa, Hiwa. So that's why the Northern Kingdom indigenous who came over, they start saying Hiya, Hiya, Hiwa, Hiwa, Hiwa. So later, the Wav, there was no Wav before. there was a Vav. Before the Vav, there was a Bayat. And the Bayat, before the Bayat is interchangeable with the Wayav, the Wav, all right, the Wayav, right? So that's why a Ya'ad and a Wayav, okay? So they would say ha-wa, right? They would say ha-ya. Now, which is immortal soul, drawn from the divine essential name as deriving faculties from Yahweh. See, he got Yohiwa. That's because they started to transliterate. This is the natives. So Yahweh, right? That's why they were saying Yahweh. So some of the older indigenous, it was Yahweh. And that's not Yahweh. That's the Ya'ad, the Haya, and the Wayav. Okay? And before the Wayav, there was a Vayav, V. And before the V, the Vayav, is a Bayat, a B, Yahaba, Abba, Yah. Okay? All right, let's continue. Now, these words of their religious dances, they never repeat at any other time, which has greatly contributed to the loss of their meaning. For it is believed they have grown so corrupt as not to now understand either the spiritual or literal meaning of what they're singing, any farther than by allusion of the name of the Great Spirit. In these circuitous dances, they frequently also sing on a bass key, Alaya. See, Alaya. That's Alaya. So they're going Eluhe, Eluwa. That's Alaya. So they're saying Alua, Alaya, Alawa, Alaya, Alawa. So he's probably saying Eluwa, Alaya. Also, Shiluyo, that's Shalaya, that's Shiloh, Shalaya, 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 Shalahi, Shalawa, see, Shalaya. They transpose them also several ways, but with the very same notes. These three terminations make up the four-letter divine name, that's Yah. See how they put ha is a note of God. Now that's because they started doing sorcery and witchcraft, so they changed the yod for the hayah. Just like later they added J, which comes from the I, okay, which was the yod, the wa, okay? But anyway, I was going to do that to show you. So before there was a J is just a hooked I, right? That's why the small one has a hook and a dot over it like the I. And the I was a Y, okay, in the original Hebrew. That's why when they transliterate the names in the Bible, they say Jeremiah is Jerem what? I-A-H. And how is it pronounced? Jeremiah. So before there was an I, the I came about in Phoenicia. Everybody listen, the Canaanites. The I was the last vowel sound added. It was early Phoenicia, late Ugarit. Everybody. Now, the E was the last, sorry. The I was late Ugarit, early Phoenicia, and the E was straight Phoenicia. The E was the last vowel sound added. Now this IAH, that was a Y in Habariya Hebrew. Just like a J was a Y. There was no J. So there was no I before. Okay? All right? Now, that's why it's Zechariah, Hananiah, Zedekiah, Jeremiah. All their name is Yah, but you see a IH. Okay? That's why in the King James it says in Psalms, say my name Jah, and there is no J in Hebrew. That was Yah. Okay? Ha is Yah. All right? So that's how when they transliterate and translate, they changed, like the V, there was no W, so the B became they added and it became a Vav, a B, a V, and then that later became a Wav, a W. You understand? So anyway, so that's Yah, okay? All right, let's continue. Just same way that they say hallelujah and they put a J. That's Yah. You see it don't say hallelujah. Same way we don't say Jeremiah, you would still say Yah, to pronounce, for the I-A-H. All right, let's continue. Now, this is an anthropologist. He's the founder of Mikoan Museum in Mexico. All right? He is an anthropologist and ethnologist, and he gave a quotation, 1859, all right, was born. A Mexican physician, archaeologist, anthropologist, ethnologist. He founded the Museo Mucano Museum in Morelia, Mexico. And he says the almost extinction of the original Negroes during the time of the Spanish conquest and the memories of them in the most ancient traditions induce us to believe that the Negroes were the first inhabitants of Mexico. All right? 1919. Okay. Again, these ain't black. This Dr. Nicholas Leon. Go take it up with his ancestors. Don't get mad. We was finding out our history. We was seeing what they wrote. However, the exact wording shown in the image almost extinction original English does not appear in more accessible published works. So they took it out, the more newer works. It seems to be a paraphrase of translations of Spanish that argue the remnants of Africa were in Mexico, or whatever. All right, let's continue. I got so much more. The Olmecs, right? Y'all remember these dudes, right? Y'all remember these dudes with the big old wide noses and the big lips all over the Americas, right? The Olmecs. Black history in America does not start with slavery. No, it doesn't. The Olmec tribe is the oldest civilization in America. Archaeologists named them the Olmecs, meaning the rubber people, because they were the first people they found that made rubber soles for their shoes. So these shoes of rubber sneakers that we run around and play basketball in, oh yeah, the blackety black, big nose, big lip Olmecs created it. Now listen, they called them the rubber people because they made the first rubber soles for their shoes, and they played games with a rubber ball. Soccer, everybody. They created football. Foot. You kick with your foot, the ball. And they had rubber shoes to play. Yeah. They were originally the Dogon tribe. That's why they got all those symbols. Dagon, everybody, from the Bible, who migrated here from Mali, Northwest Africa around 1000 BC. The Olmecs first settled in Mexico and are known for their colossal head sculptures. Each colossal head is about 9 feet tall, weighs around 24 tons, carved out of one piece of rock, which they still can't do today. Okay? These heads were found throughout North and South America. Olmecs also built many of the pyramids in the Americas. Plenty pyramids in America. And what we now know as the Mayan calendar is really the Olmec calendar. Yes, because the Mayans came from and the Aztecs came from the Olmecs. Okay? The red man, Mongoloid, or what we now know as the Mongoloid Indian, didn't exist in America until about the 4th century, when the Chinese from Asia migrated here and mixed with the Olmecs. Now, these are people's history, you know. Y'all go search these histories. I'm going to do it because I'll give it away. That's another lesson I'm probably going to do next Friday, or I might do it Monday. And it got something to do with the Chinese. Yeah, it do. The original indigenous Chinese. Okay, the black, and they had big wide noses too. Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Matter of fact, let me show you one. Let me just do it. Yeah, the doggone ain't good. Look, watch this. Let me just do it, because y'all know, Unc, I'm full of receipts. Y'all know the Most High be having me store. I keep my teaching shotgun on full. I keep it upon cock. I keep it loaded upon cock. my spiritual gun. All right, where is she? I know I just screenshotted her. Where you go? Where you go, baby girl? You somewhere? I got so many screenshots. Oh, where'd she go? Where'd she go? Oh man, can I not find her? That would suck, because I know I screenshotted her. Sometime I lose. Where did she go? Oh man, I don't know what happened. Oh, that would have been a perfect time for me to bring it. Did I put her somewhere where I could find her? I might have sent her a picture somewhere. Oh man. Yeah. These Phoenician clips. All right, well, that would have been a perfect segue to grab her. Well, I'll do it when I do that lesson. But anyway, that would have been a perfect. Let me make sure she's not up here with the Jackson stuff. No, I don't see it. Oh, she's in my phone. Crap, I didn't send her over from my phone. All right, that's why she's in my gallery. All right, so anyway, let's continue. It would have been perfect. And she looked just like this. All right? Just like this Olmec, but Chinese to death. You see her, you'd be like, wow. All right, let's continue. The red man, they said, wasn't here yet until some of the Asians, Chinese from Asian, Sionites, migrated here and mixed with the Olmecs. But the Olmecs didn't disappear. They later became Washitas, Cherokee, Freedmen, Tunica, Seminoles, Moors, Blackety Blacks, etc., or what we know as Black Indians. Most of these tribes became the first slaves, prisoners of war. Now, that's some of them. That's why I say there is a lot of indigenous, and some of the tribes are from the tribe of Dan. Some of them are Olmecs. Some also, Mansa Musa and them traveled. So you have different expeditions that came over. You understand? The indigenous. So there's different. That's why these people, that's why I say, watch these people with this fake history they be trying to teach you. They ain't no say all blacks are just one indigenous Native American. No, that's not how it works. That ain't how it happened. You understand? You had the tribe of Dan come over and bring some of the tribe of Judah. You had, according to 2nd Esdras, the 10 tribes came over. You had Dogon tribes. You had different Asiatic and African tribes that came over. Okay? All right. Now, most of the tribes became the first slaves and prisoners of war and are now known today as African Americans. Some. Blacks are now known as African Americans, Blacks, Negroes, Latinos, and Hispanic. The Olmecs are the fathers of the American civilization. They are one of the indigenous founding fathers. Okay? I'm not sure if they beat the tribe of Dan here. I think they did. I honestly think, I'm not sure, so I just take that with a grain of salt, but I think the Olmecs beat the tribe of Dan. I think they were they was definitely the more established. They built all these pyramids. Okay? All right, so anyway, let's continue. This original article, sorry it's a little blurry, from the 1939, okay, published under the direction of the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland. All right, Negro skeletal remains from Indian sites in the West Indies. Okay, it's a little too blurry, all right? But the recent paper in the journal by Boston Trevor, something that in undeformed Negroid physical type inhabited the Virgin Islands in pre-Columbian, in the pre-Columbus times, not early in whatever. So anyway, I don't got to do that. I got so much more receipts. All right, so y'all remember this. Now, what I'm pointing out, there was a headdress for Judah. Right? Remember the playing cards. It said Habitat de Judah, de Judah. Right? This was Tamarica, is what it was called. Tamarica. All right. And they called them Tamaricans when Columbus and them got here. Okay? And they had these feathered headdresses. Okay? Remember the feathered headdress, strong calf muscles and all that. That's what Columbus and them was describing, right? So they called them Tamaricans, right? Tamaru, people of the land of the Nile, the Egyptians, the Tamar, dweller in Egyptian. These are ancient records. Married, okay? A lover or loved one or something. Amitama, dweller in Tamar from the Egyptians. Tamarica, Tamaricans is what they call them. All right? Tamari, Egypt. Okay? All right. So we'll come back to that because I'm going to do that a whole nother time, right? Because that's going to debunk some of this stuff they say. All right. Now, these are the images, right, of the oldest civilization was in Yucatan and Central America. Okay? Now, these are some of the pyramids and all of that type of stuff, right? All right, we'll come back to that. So this is published in 1896 about the Yucatan origin, all right? And here we go. This is what I wanted to get to. You see the image? The headdress. He's doing a tribal dance. Look real dainty holding that thing, but that's what he's doing. That's what Columbus saw when he got here. They were strong calves muscles, strong, darkly melanated, with full headdress and regalia, gold and everything. All right? This is 1797 to 1800 publication, Costumes de Francia, right? Remember I showed you the playing cards. They called it Costumes of Judah. All right? All right, let's continue. Now, y'all see these all around, but they'll tell you they're Moors. You see the headdress, flowered headdress, okay? 1700s. But they tell you all of these are Moors. This, the America, remember I showed you on the other one, America. The headdress. The emblem, an emblem of Africa. Everybody, look. The headdress. All right? This is debunking that there was no connection to the natives in America, indigenous to Africa. It debunks because there is historical records all over. The Olmecs were part of the Dogon tribe. Now, it wasn't called Africa then. Do you understand? But it's, again, you're stealing people's culture and history and trying to make one culture when it's very diverse. Do you understand? Look. What do you see when they came? The red coats are coming. And this is the king. And he has the headdress. See? And they made a bad deal by making contracts with these enslavers. That didn't go well for them. Look, they got the elephants. You understand? And this is how they were described when they came to the Americas. The English making the Africans partners of the Treaty of Peace between the Allied powers on July 29, 1814, upon the abolition of the slave trade. So they are trying to abolish the slave trade, but look at the Indians, everybody. These don't look mongoloid. All right? No disrespect, but it is what it is. All right? 1814, hand-colored engraving. This illustration commemorates the Treaty of Paris, which among other things included agreements between European powers to abolish the transatlantic slave trade. All right? This is when it was first, and they're making the treaty with who? And look what they have on. Let's continue. America. Look, the headdress, big gold, skulls, a mirror, mirror, witch with feathers, because they was doing sorcery and witchcraft. See, these are the dances that they was talking about reading in the other book. And they're saying, hey, ya, hallelujah, hallelujah, yeah, right? And they stamping, these are the dances I was reading in the other book. This is the America they don't show you. Why they don't show you that? All this we was kings. Y'all know how they do all that crap, right? Just basically just jealous and not understanding real history. And that's for anybody. It's not trying to take nobody's culture, but any nation of people, you should want to know true history. Don't let these people, because the same way they erase our history, they will steal and erase yours. Okay? Look. Yeah, they always say everybody was a Moor, but that's why I'm showing you that's not true. All right? These are not Moors with these headdresses. Now, there were some Moors too, but they replaced everyone with the Black Moor because the Black Moor sold out. That was like they sold out. They sold us out. They were like the Boule. But look at these natives. See? America. And that's that old. That's that real history, bro. That's that stuff they trying to erase all through the Smithsonian and stuff. And look, that's what Columbus said. Look at their legs. Ain't this the exact image that Columbus was describing? Now, a lot of us, we don't have that build no more because they starved us out. They weaned us. They weakened us. They destroyed our calcium, our bone density. So a lot of us we're not that built. That's how they describe them. Just muscle stature built. They wasn't working out in the gym or nothing. So look at their farms and stuff. All natural. So some of y'all might have heard of the strong calf muscle. Now I'm showing you. Okay? It's all over history in the texts, in the books, but they won't show us. They were doing all type of sorcery and stuff when they were, y'all, right? Doing all this worshiping all these gods, polytheistic. But this is the cult, this is the history, American history. Look, this is what they don't show you. The Incas. Now everybody, don't they tell us, I'm sorry, they tell us the Aztec, the Incas, and they show what? Mongoloid, Asian looking Incas. They never show you this Incan chief with what? The feathered headdress. Okay? And anytime they show somebody with the feathered headdress, they say it's a Moor. These ain't Moors. Inca. Look at this one. Feathered headdress. Look at that nose. Look at them calf muscles. And it says, in the land of the Amazon, Amazoan, America, South and Central and North America. Come on, guys. Come on. This that history. This that food. I showed this one before, right? And this is the colonial paintings in the Cusco school, a tradition of religious historical paintings in the 1500s to the 1700s in Peru. The work depicts Inca rulers alongside Carlos Quintos, which is King Charles V, the Holy Roman Empire King of Spain, presented here as the first European king of the Inca after the conquest. Look at him, everybody. Look at them. Trying to make it big as I can. See. And then later, after the conquest, then they started to be the white ones. See? See how this is the whitewash. Carlos Quinto, first European king of the Inca, also known as the Holy Emperor Charles V. Carlos Quinto means Charles V, Charles V. Uno, dos, cuatro, cinco. All right? Now, and he's Holy Roman with the cross. All right, let's continue. The oldest known dated and signed portrait from South America of ruler Don Francisco. Now, this Don word, everybody, comes from the tribe of Dan. So, you know how in Italy and the mafia, they say Don Carlos, Don Vito, because the tribe of Don, all right? I'll show you. We're going to go to the book in a second. We're about to get to Phoenicia. The tribe of Don stamped its lineage, legacy, every country where it went. Okay? Everywhere was the land of Don. Don's mark. They call it Denmark now today. I'm going to show you ancient textbooks. It was called Don's mark, what you call in Denmark and stuff, right? So this Don word, these come from the tribe of Dan when Dan left their legacy there. So this is Don Pizazaz, Don Fran Diablo, whatever, Don Domingo, right? And they got all this gold crap. Now ain't these people doing, ain't the blockity blacks putting this gold stuff in their nose now looking crazy? Ain't nothing new under the sun, right? Ain't this the style that they doing today? Putting this stuff in their lows. Look, I do not like that stuff. Is ugly to me. You look like a bull. It looks ugly. I just not my thing. All right, sisters, get that crap out your nose. That's ugly. But anyway, right? And look at the gold. Look, they got gold stuff on the top of their ears. Gold hoops down. Look, gold at the top. Gold hoops. You understand? You know we'd be doing too much. That's doing too much. These the Dons. The oldest known dated and signed portrait from South America, native ruler Don Francisco de la Robe and his sons Pedro and Domingo, native names unknown, visiting Quito, Ecuador from the unconquered region of Esmeraldas, Ecuador in 1599 by the native painter Andres Sanchez Gali, commissioned by a colonial official as a gift to the King of Spain. Okay? That's where the Don stuff come from. You're going to see. I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to show y'all with the actual books in a second. Let me get through this. All right? This, everybody, is an Indian woman from Brazil. Y'all know what they did to Brazil, right? Okay? These are indigenous women of the Americas, of Brazil, indigenous, what they call Indians of Brazil. Okay? Well, all of these are Brazil, sorry. All right. Let's continue. Natives. Actual pottery and cups. Incas, Aztecs. You see? They hide a lot of the history. And you see the feathers again, feather headdresses and everything. Okay? This is a Moor. Derukinde Amor. He has his headdress. This ain't a Moor. This is the Native Americans smoking the peace pipe, smoking the blunt. Look, he got his blunt in his mouth, because they, they used to astral project. They get high. They get high. Look at him with the blunt. And that's why it's so funny. Look at him blowing the smoke out his mouth. It's so funny because it's nothing new under the sun. And what did the Most High say in the Bible? These are the Mayans, everybody, of Banampac, Chiapa, 600 to 900 AD. Black skin and smoking. The Mayans. But they tell you the Mayans were Mongoloid looking. Okay? Again, even with the Ausmac with the big heads, they're saying, well, they still ain't black. Their nose is this big, their head, their lips is as big as a watermelon, but they ain't black, right? These dudes ain't black. They smoking the blunt. These dudes up here smoking the blunt and they telling me it's crazy work. I'm sorry. It's honestly just crazy work. All right? So anyway, history is just nuts, bro. It's all over the place. All right? Terra del Fuego, South America. Okay? Fuegians are one of the 3 tribes of indigenous inhabitants of Terra del Fuego at the southern tip of South America. In English, the term originally referred to the Yagan people of the Terra del Fuego. In Spanish, the term for Fueguino can refer to any person from the archipelago. Look at him. Terra del Fuego. Terra del Fuego, the ruler of the natives of the Hornos Island, along with the Dutch William Cornelius Schurchen and Jacob Lemaire, is surprised by the firing of a cannon engraven 1807, colored. Look at the headdress. Everything I'm going to show y'all, just pay attention to the clothing, the costume, what they call it. The feathered headdress. It's all through everything. This the indigenous woman and man of Tierra del Fuego, South America, by J. Chapman in 1795. Look at that. These don't look like slaves. Okay? They don't look like slaves. Look at the big hoop earrings. Crazy work, bro. Okay? All through history, that's why they destroying history. This picture was taken during the voyage of the HMS Challenger on 1872 voyage funded by the British government for scientific purposes. The indigenous man's picture was taken at the most southern tip of South America at Tierra del Fuego. The expedition is believed to have been the first to carry an official photographer. This picture can be found in London's Natural History Museum today. Hello. All over. And you're going to see these headdress everywhere. Just remember this headdress all through the Americas. Here we go. Headdress. Look. The headdress. This one, Camille pictures. The headdress. But they tell you they are Moors. They're not all Moors. We was Kangs in Ish. Okay? Our American Indian statue at the San Diego Fort Museum, San Diego, Acapulco, Mexico. And they said, this is American Indian, everybody. Indigenous. All right? Here we go. Remember what I'm telling you. The headdress. Look. A painted Aztec warrior a nobleman holding a ritual object, wearing a feathered headdress, a shield, and a skirt. The caption above him reads Apu Pili. This refers to Hitsu, whatever, the Aztec god of war, sun, and the patron of the Mexica. The bottom caption, Captain Agaceres 418, 418 equals folio, page 18, captain equals capitulum, chapter. The source is the Codex Tellerino Reminiscences, mid-16th century to 1550s. Origin, colonial New Spain, which is called Mexico, written in both Spanish and Nahuatl with European-style annotations. Current location is the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, Paris. The Codex is one of the most important pictorial sources of Aztec religion and calendar gods. The folio shows that this opportunity represented with dark-skinned shield weapon reflecting European influence and depiction while preserving indigenous symbology. All right? History. Bryce's Best Virginia. Everybody. Now, this are commercials. Laxon's Best Virginia, Seminary Hill, London. So I guess they're selling cigarettes. And look who's look at the headdress. Always remember the headdress. Okay? All right. See? This was all over the place. So what I'm pointing out is they knew the indigenous. Now they they wiped it all, right? But you have to understand this in all the ancient texts and magazines and ads and all the nations all over the world who came to barter and trade. They documented what they saw, right? Look at them. Getting this smoke on. Okay? Look at this one. Look. Headdress. Right? Look at the ships in the background. Bryce's Best Virginia. All right? But they tell you we were all, blacks were just all slaves and we were just, right? Look at his curly hair. Right? Let's continue. Look, Barrett's Old Tobacco. Look at the headdress. 2 black boys against Somerset House in London. Now remember, this is old 1800s, so the H's was S's, like the S's was a F. Right? House, and that's like the King James 1611 Bible was written like that. Okay? Old Tobacco, London. Look at this ad. English of Riley in something number 2. See? With the skirts. They knew what the Aboriginal, what you would call Indians, look like. No disrespect, I don't see no Mongoloid natives in none of these images that I'm showing you. You don't see none of them. This is the image of the pyramids in North America and their locations, how many they are. We're gonna do this another time because we're gonna break this down. All right? All right. And this was the native indigenous territory. But we're going to do this another time because it takes a whole separate deep dive for that. The Great Pyramid, this is a bigger pyramid than even the Great Pyramid in actually ancient Kemet. The Olmec Aztec Empire. It's the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan or something, stands as a testament to the Aztec Empire's grandeur and its profound religious rituals where thousands were sacrificed during its inauguration. Now, they weren't righteous, these Aztecs. They were polytheistic. They were giving their children, no, this ain't nothing but Moloch, right? They were slaying, sacrificing people, serving this sun god at the top of it when the sun would come. But they taught us that they didn't teach us that they look like this. See? That they look, right? They didn't teach us what the Aztecs looked like. The Mayans. Let's continue. I'm going to get through this. I want to get to the Phoenicians. So this right here is the biggest pyramid actually in the world. It's bigger than the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Okay? So the Pyramid of Khufu, 136 meters, Khufu, 139 meters. The Ladanta, the Pyramid of Giza, 452 feet. Ladanta is 565 feet. That's it in the Americas. They built these steps and pyramids. We'll do that another time. I'm kind of going into other stuff. I need to get back, right? So the Indian slaves were bought and sold and kept. I'm going to get back to this because now I'm getting away. Let's get to Virginia passed 2 acts in 1682 that combined Native Americans and Africans into one category as Negroes and other slaves. All right? Ancient Modern Britons. Oh, that's that book we read, right? Look at the headdress again. Look at the cartoon face. They look. That's actually pretty funny, right? So that's when they made them Moors. In 1676, the native races of New England were spoken of indifferently as Indian and Moors, and our British Indians are also remembered as Moors, but they weren't all Moors. But anyway, let me do the Phoenicians. I'm gonna come back to this.
Excuse me.
Go ahead. A Dutch view of the Yamasee War. Go ahead.
We do have one question about regarding the Native Americans. This one is from Ruhan. He asks, give me a second. Tamar married Yaada, which is Judah. Did it come from that lineage?
From what lineage?
I guess the lineage of Tamar and Judah.
I'm lost. Did what come from that lineage? I don't know.
When you said the America and it sounded like the name Tamar.
Oh, no. That ain't Tamar. No. That's not Tamar. Thank you. A Dutch view of the Yamasee War. The full title translated from the Dutch reads, The Gruesome Attack of the Indians on the English in Carolina, West Indies, 1715. Look who's attacking them. So it's all through history. Okay, it's all through history. But they make us think that there was no melanin. Look at his calf muscles. Right? It's all through history. Now this one's kind of interesting. Are the Indians of Hebrew origin? 1912. Oldmagazinearticles.com. Literary Digest, September 21, 1912. Are the Indians of Hebrew origin? William Penn gave the clue to many subsequent biblical scholars in declaring that he had found in the American Indians the lost tribes of Israel. It's crazy work. The superficial resemblance between the two peoples was so striking that he was led to say, when I look at their children, I imagine myself in the tribe of Judah quarter of London. The Reverend J. Wesley of Annis says, as late as the 1889, a well-informed representative of the Muskogee tribe, when questioned concerning the legends of his people, the Muskogee tribe, he said they are all in the Old Testament. Read them there without the trouble of taking them down for our people. Corroborative of this is the statement of Dr. W. W. Warren in his History of the Ojibwe Nation, that in response to parts of the Bible which he translated for the people, they said the book must be true, for our ancestors have told us of the same stories for generations. The theory here presented is not new. The tribe, well, the Uish Encyclopedia, that's not the synagogue saying they are not the people, but they take our history. So praise the Most High for them stealing, because the Most High preserved a lot of it through these charlatans. But let's continue. And for the remnant of those people who were lied to, sorry, that's not your genealogy, and humble yourselves and repent for the sins of your ancestors like I have to repent for the sins of my wicked ancestors. All right, so let's continue. That Uish library, given the substance without pronounced credit, the writer meets the objection theory based of the lesson on the great distance between the habitation of the two peoples by reciting the books of Esdras. That's when Esdras said that the 10 kingdoms was coming over here. Okay? They affirmed that after the captivity, Assyrian, the Hebrews resolved to separate themselves, that's Esdras, from the heathen, and to seek a spot where they might religiously observe the laws of the Most High for the violation of which they have been so severely punished by the Assyrians. According to the reports of Esdras, to have migrated to a country which was uninhabited and so far distant that they journeyed for a year and a half or even more. This theory is further supported by the writings of the famous Manasseh ben Israel, who tell us that America and Asia, now being separated by the Bering Strait, was formerly one continent. Facts. And that during this early period, these Hebrews penetrated America by land. Facts. Before, you gotta remember, first of all, there was a time that there was what they would call a Kibulon, and the world, it fits in a puzzle. So a lot of the people who's saying that America is North America, is Egypt, you are correct in a certain extent. It's Egypt, the daughter, baby Egypt, but not replacing ancient Kemet. When you take the continent, right, the continents, the map of the continents, and you take the whole, it's puzzle pieces. When you put it together, North America fits right into Africa, the African coast, like a puzzle. So before the split, this is of Peleg, when the land would be divided in Pelagaya, okay, of Eber, Peleg. In the time, this is biblical, of Peleg, the earth would be divided, split. But it's perfectly split. All the pieces fit. You push them back together, they all fit in a puzzle. All the continents, okay? Before they started to split from the, from the Quakes and the what's the names and the, right? And before that, they were traveling through by foot. That's correct. So some of them came over before the separating of the Bering Strait and all this other stuff. So there was different migrations at different times, okay? Now, it says, during that early period, the Hebrews penetrated America by land. It says, all affirmed that their ancestors came into the country from the northwest, and we seem to have three connecting links in the chain of our evidence. Still more conclusive proof is found in a comparative study of the languages, religion, customs, and traditions of the two peoples. Such resemblances as these are noted. Like the Hebrews, the Indians, when first visited by the Europeans, were a very religious people. They were, yet they had entirely escaped the idolatry which was common to almost all ancient peoples. They acknowledged but one God, the Great Spirit, and the name of which he was known was Allah, the old Hebrew name for God. That's Aliyah, everybody. So that El, that's as they started to listen, they started to, that's the shortened version of Aliyah. That's the singularity that they call that Eloah or Elohim. The Alayam is the plurality. So he was known as the Aliyah. The old Hebrew, that's not a name, that's the title. In their dances, they were heard to say distinctly, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, or praise to Yah. See? Hallelujah. So he put Jah with a J. They would say, Hallelujah, or praise Yah. Hallelujah. And they would say, Aluyah. Right? That was that Al. So it become Allah. Allah later. That L is not pronounced L. Okay? They kept annual festivals which remembered those of the Mashiach rituals, Moses. They performed morning and evening sacrifices and offered up their first fruits to Yah. They practiced the rite of the circumcision and celebrated a feast like that of tabernacles. They had cities of refuge to which even a murderer might flee and be safe. The native indigenous Indians in America reckoned time in the same manner as the Hebrews, and their year began at the same season, the new year, the spring equinox. The same superstitions seem to have marked their burial places, and the same creeds were the rule of their lands, both as to the present and the future. The native indigenous Indians, as well as the ancient Hebrews, lived in tribes ruled by a chief, and their forms of government were almost identical. The clan system of the Indians had preserved a clue into some of the mysterious rites of the early Hebrews. What is now known about the clan system of the Iroquois explained what was formerly mystical about the tribes of the children of Israel. Each tribe had a totem, usually some animal such as a deer, a bear, or panther. So also had the Israelites such a totem, and they put a snake on it. Yeah, they did. And this explains why in the blessing of Jacob upon his, I ain't got, right? So this is a Mayan vase before Columbus. An ancient Mayan vase. Look at his locks, right? look at Leroy, okay? Right? Look at the same hairstyle, right? Nothing new under the sun. Okay? The Mayans. This is a vase. Look at the Mayans. Look at his locks. Look at Leroy. I'm going to call them all Leroy. Right? Look at his locks. Then you got old Zesty Buster Rhymes with his. Right? Locks have been of the Americas. Okay? That's Caramel's clip. Another, look, the Redcoats, the British. And look who they talking to. The indigenous Americans. So why do guys, they only show you the Mongoloids everywhere? Why don't they ever show this? Look at them. Do they look like slaves with all this jewelry on? Why don't they ever show you? All right, I'm going to come back to this because I need to get to the Phoenicians. All right, there goes some. The headdress. And they always just tell you these are Moors. But they're more than just Moors. Yeah, old Zesty Buster. Busty Buster. Right? All these wasn't Moors. Okay? All of these weren't Moors. The headdress. Look at this one. Venetian American Indian. And then they call it Blackamoor. But no. Venetian Indigenous. All right? Look at Bubba. Boy, there ain't nothing but Bubba right there. Bubba, what you doing? Who headdress? Bubba, who headdress you stole? Bubba got all the jewels on. See, they didn't tell you this part. Go over there to Germany and stuff. They got this stuff all over the place. That's where it's all in the streets and the museums, all on the side of the buildings. Bubba and them. You heard? History. A cargo of 94 prime healthy Negroes to be sold. Hold on. This is where we get kind of crazy. Okay? Because why does this say a runaway from the subscriber, a Negro man named Frank, who carried off a gun and shot pouch with him? He is likely well-made, stout fellow, speaks broken English with the Spanish accent, having been several years at the Havana. Whoever will deliver him to Mr. George Bailey in Savannah, Georgia, or to me in Augusta, shall receive $205 reward, besides all charges. This is the runaway Negro. Everybody, with the feathered headdress, with the skirt. Come on, hold on. Why don't they show you this? To be sold on Thursday next at public auction, 10 likely Gold Coast new Negroes. But they tell you, no, they didn't come from, no, there was no slave ships, right? Just imported from the West Indies, constituting of 8 stout men and 2 women to prevent their receiving the infection of the smallpox. They have been kept constantly on board the vessel since they arrived, where they will be sold. Any person inclining to purchase them at private sale may apply to Ms. Johnson and Wiley. Look at the Negroes. See the headdress? Shout out to Marlo, the OG. See the skirt? Hold on, let's do this one. July 24th, 1769, Charleston, South Carolina. To be sold on Thursday, the 3rd of August, a cargo of 94 prime and healthy Negroes. Hold on. So why do they look just like? Why do they got the same skirts and the same strong calf muscles, the same? Somebody, they've been hoodwinking us. We've been bamboozled. Why all over Europe and Germany is they got these stone statues everywhere with the same skirts, the same headdress, and they calling them Moors. Come on. I think we've been bamboozled. I think we've been hoodwinked. William Penn, the natives I consider in their person, language, manners, religion, government, my sense, the origin for person, they are generally tall, straight, well-built, in singular proportion. They tread strong, and they're very clever, and they mostly walk with a lofty chin. Of their complexion, it is black, but by design, as the gypsies in England. They grease themselves with bear's fat, clarified, and they use no sunscreen, no defense against the sun or the weather. Their skins must needs be swarthy. Swarthy is blackety black. Pennsylvania, Nova Jersey, at Nova York. Hold on. Look. Same dress, same skirts. Come on, Tommy, y'all, we've been hoodwinked again. Why? I don't see none of this. Why everything they showing, they got the headdresses on. It's the Indians. Look. Pennsylvania, Nova Jersey, Nova York. Look, a Flavium, Delaware, in America sits right, and look at the blue dress. Look at the feathers. I know it's blurry. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's all over the place. And look at the European. And they're meeting him and they're, okay? It's all over the place. This is William Penn, the first natives he encountered when he got here. his letter to the Committee of the Free Society of Traders in 1683, he told them of the indigenous natives. He described them. Look, they showing them. He described them. They don't, no sun screen. They needs be swarthy. Swarthy is blacker than black too. It ain't, that's the ancient words. Here we go. Copyright disclaimer. What is swarth? It says being of dark hue, moderately black, tawny. Swarth is swarthiness, tawniness, a dusky or dark complexion. Dark complexion, guys. Swarthy, as black as the swarthy African, it says. Black as the swarthy African. Black. Swartiness is a tawny color. Swartish, somewhat dark or tawny. Swarty, tawny. So swarthy is black or tawny. Ancient Webster's Dictionary. All right, guys, we're in the American Dictionary of the English Language. This is actually Webster's 1828 dictionary. So I got the official PDF from it. So now we're going to break down the word swarthy. Okay? Receipts. Y'all know this ministry. Y'all know the house of y'all. Y'all know how we get down. For the newer people who don't know, I know they shadow banned the mess out of us. Only 85 of us on the live, but whatever. And I knew that was going to happen, Hakyama, because I was like, so much info about to come out because I'm about to get to the Phoenicians, right? And I said, I know they're going to make sure, in the spirit realm, I said, they're going to rip this live stream to shreds. You know what I mean? I knew that was going to happen.
Secure
right?
the archive.
Facts. I know. Facts. All right. So now, let's continue. Let me get back, all right? Because I'm about to get to the Phoenicians now. It's almost 12:30, right? I don't want people to get too tired, right? I got so much more of this. I can come back. All right, good. That was my last slide for that one. So anyway, this is the natives, the indigenous, all over the world. The Aztecs, the Mayans, the Olmecs, and you know, they all over the world. All right. Let's get to the Phoenicians. Here we go. All right, this gets kind of crazy now. Yeah, this gets turned up a notch. All right, so the title was Michael Jackson also native, but what about the Phoenicians? Now, the Phoenicians, come to find out, they're actually mixed with the tribe of Dan. It's very interesting because I already broke down the Phoenicians because they civilized the Hellenes who later became the Greeks after, and the tribe of Dan mixed his seed with the Hellenes, the Greek. When Dan would come in, seafaring, they call them the sea people. When the tribe of Dan would come in, they would conquer you and then they would breed with you and leave their mark on you. And so they were called the Danois clan. The Danois tribe, Philae tribe. They were Danites. So then Dan marks his seed and he goes on to conquer other lands. And he did that in the ancient Mycenaean island of Crete and Knossos, where the Hellenes was. And then after Dan left, because this is 1200 BC, and then they went into a dark ages and other seafaring Vikings and stuff was coming. And they were starting to decimate the Danois tribe, right? Tribe of Dan, from which would become the Hellenes later. And the Phoenicians came. They went through 400 years of a dark age, and the Phoenicians came and civilized them. That was in my study. I didn't know at that time that the Phoenicians were the tribe of Dan. Dan mixed with the Canaanite, Amorite, Phoenicians. And so when the Phoenicians came, they went for their own. Dan's lineage. Dan, the tribe, the Danites mixed his seed. That's why the Most High cast them out of the tribes. All right, let's go. Here we go. Now, let me grab it first, right? Got some reading to do. I got some showing y'all to do. This is crazy work right here. All right. Here we go. So we're going to go to the first book. It's a remake of an ancient book, right? Let me show you. Stop share, because now we're about to open some ancient books, right? Share screen, bang. This is so they remake the books. This is a book called Dan, the Pioneer of Israel. Where is the tribe of Dan today? And Dan's seal is a serpent. That's his shield, a serpent. Dan, everybody, was called the serpent people. That's very interesting, because there is a group of people called the Huns. Listen, Tamayah, there is a group of people called Khazars, right? Attila and them, vicious. Dan mixed his seed. Listen, okay, everybody listen. Hold on. I can't see the chat. Y'all listen to me. Dan, the Most High casted Dan off because Dan mixed his seed with Canaanites, with everything. There was a warrior class of people who later became the serpent people. Dan, the wild man, mixed his seed with them. This is those from the Caucasus Mountains and those Eurasian mountain regions, and the serpent people who were Khazarians, and right. So there is a lineage of the Khazarian that did descend, but they don't descend from Judah. Reason why they took the lineage of the tribe of Judah, because Judah would be the kingdom of priests and Dan would be cast away, so they were still in the lineage. But some of them, they descend from Dan. Tamayama show it. They are the serpent people, and they got their warfare and their warrior fare from Dan, like all the other nations. Okay, now, let's go. So this ancient book right here that's been revamped and remade, right, is it's the Pioneer of Israel. Where's the tribe of Dan today? By Colonel J.C. Gawler. These ain't black books. Keeper of the Crown Jewels in 1880. So this book is from 1880. They just remade the cover. They resell, right? So Colonel J.G. Gawler, okay, the Keeper of the Crown Jewels. Dan. All right, now let's go. Let's open the book. We're going to open to page 1, right? And it says Dan, the Pioneer of Israel, chapter 1. Dan, the name, history of Dan gathered from the Bible, intimacy with the Phoenician, Israelitish, and Phoenician enterprise. The prefix Don or Dan. That's where you get your Don Vito and stuff. The tribe of Dan, by its enterprise and vigor, has made itself one of the most conspicuous branches of Jacob's family. Its ancestors was the son of the concubines and was the firstborn of Rachel's household. And the Bible says, the Most High have judged me. So Dan's lineage is he is the judge, the judgeship, the judger. So Rachel, she called his name Dan when she said, Yah has judged me for what she has done. And she called the son named Dan, which means to judge or to rule. The word, while perhaps on that occasion first started as a surname, has been perpetuated as a title in the Gothic, in the Anglo-Saxon, and the English. In these languages, Din, Dun, Don, and Dan signify ruler or master. The expression is repeatedly used by Shakespeare, Spenser, Chaucer, Prior, and others, by the Spaniards too, from close contact for the ages with the Hebrew, having grafted it into their title of Don. It is in use in our universities to designate a professor or a university official. At a conference in Baywater in 1875, one of the opposition speakers took exception to these remarks. Now, This, I wanted to bring out a point. This Dan, what was I? Dag, I should have stopped and said my point before I lost it. It'll probably come back to me. All right. So, Dan, what was my point? All right, it'll come back. Most I will. All right. So, let's go. We're gonna go over to now. The Spanish tool, Dan, it is in use, university to designate professor. At a conference in Baywood in 1875, one of the opposition speakers took exception to these remarks. He believed that the university and Spanish don was derived from the Latin dominus, and for the dun in Scotch, that is Dan, it meant a hill. I had not an opportunity of replying, but the objector seemed not to know how thoroughly he was confirming what had been asserted. He did not seem to reflect that Rome, who was not even an infant in arms when Rachel said, "Yah have judged me," must have coined her dominus or domno or duno from the Hebrew or Phoenician, and as regards dun, don likewise. All right, let's continue. Now, done yet often Gothic means hail as master, and the double signal means resemble the word eminence, which in Ireland especially is used as the title for done, don, and therefore being identical. How come they to mean a hill and yet often the name of a river, unless it's for the same reason that for the name once has been pressed on the town after the name of Dan, their father, in the book of Judges 18:29. How often do we see in the Bible that the name of an individual foreshadows the character and career? Dan's name given by Rachel implies authority and vigor, and Jacob, when bestowing his blessings in Genesis 49:16, he repeats and confirms it. He said, when Jacob was given his blessing when he was dying, Yaakov, he said, "Dan shall judge his people," said the venerable patriarch, and proceeded to name other characteristics implying great wisdom of Dan. Dan called on wisdom, everybody. All of this stuff is going to tie up later, right? Dan, wise as a serpent. Everybody listen clearly. Dan's symbol, the symbol of wisdom, was the serpent. That's why Dan's shield, his symbol, is the serpent. Dan was the serpent people because Dan was seeking wisdom. Everybody. All right. And that ain't nothing to play with. Dan was into a lot of sorcery, just like the shamans. They were called what in America, the Indigenous? Sorcery. Michael Jackson's great-grandfather and was a what? Shaman, a sorcerer. Okay. Michael Jackson, native Indigenous. Dan, we're about to get to the Phoenicians. In Genesis, the serpent is the scripture. The serpent is the scripture symbol of wisdom. Genesis 3:1, Matthew 10:16. In dealing with foes, his plans would be laid with wisdom and secrecy, and his action would be unlooked for, and rapid. Okay, now let me go to the next. Much was probably done in the following years, but the scriptures were written in one object, and hence matter irrelevant to the object finds no place. Yet it came with the purpose of the Most High to tell us about BC 1285 and Judges 5:17. Dan had ships and got on board them, and when an invasion threatened. So Dan ship faring. And as for many years previous to this, the children of Israel had been for long intervals under the yoke of Jabin, the king of Canaan, and the king of the Moabites, and the king of Mesopotamia, and to the Philistines. Everybody. Dan was a judge. Dan had a position to do. Dan got himself cast out from the Most High. Dan was ultra rebellious. The most famous Danite of all time is one that y'all have heard of. His name is Samson. Samson had a son, his father Manoah. Okay? Manoah, these were Danites. Samson was to be a judge. Samson was rebellious. Samson slept with a Philistine woman named Delilah. Everybody, Samson was rebellious and got judged for his judgment, what he was supposed to do. That Samson wasn't supposed to touch the dead, right? And he went and grabbed inside of a lion and took it, right? So Dan was super rebellious. I mean, Samson, right? Now, the children of Israel were under the yoke of the king of Canaan, of Jabin, king of Moab, the king of Mesopotamia, and the Philistines. Dan must have been paying some attention to nautical matters, right? Learning to get away. Dan was the tribe that learned to be a maritime, okay, seafaring. And the love of enterprise and freedom had probably considerably reduced the numbers left behind, who enabled them to cope with their enemies. So when Dan bounced on the children of Israel, Dan learned ship making and shipbuilding. And when the children of Israel was being attacked by the Canaanites and all this stuff, Dan bounced. And Dan was the strongest warrior tribe. So they actually needed Dan's protection. But Dan bounced on them. All right? This is the book. This is the book we're reading, right? It says, finally thought and more prudent to follow, certain it is that the tribe of Dan entirely disappeared from the Palestinian region. That's Mesopotamia. That's around Jerusalem, Gaza, and all that. It's still there, right? And the Palestine was the Philistines. I'll show you on the map where they were all right there. In 1 Chronicles 4 and 6, which were written after the Babylonian captivity, Dan, as well as Zebulun and Asher, also coast tribes, are omitted from the genealogies. Alfred, all right, also on Revelation 7, Alfred on Revelation 7 quotes several writers as believing that Dan became as good as extinct. Grotius quotes a tribe of Judah tradition that this tribe was early reduced to one family named Hus, which is known to have perished in the wars before the time of Ezra. Eldad, a Yahudian writer in the 14th or 9th century, writing to the Spanish tribe of Judah, saying that in Jeroboam's time, BC 975, the tribe of Dan being unwilling to shed their brother's blood. That's the time, I think this one, because it was a couple of times, I think this is the time when they was going to war with Benjamin, when they was trying to wipe out all of Benjamin for what Benjamin did. Dan wouldn't participate. So Dan left them. He didn't participate. I think that's this one because it happened a couple of times, right? So this is going somewhere. Y'all bear with me, right? So Dan was unwilling to shed their brother's blood and took a resolution of leaving their country. Selman researchers in the East in 1818, whatever became of them, therefore, they disappeared from the Mesopotamian, Jerusalem, the whole, it's not Palestine, but that area entirely. But that it was not an extinction. Dan never went extinct. They bounced, traveling, seafaring. But that it was not an extinction, we know from the fact that it is recorded in Ezekiel 48 that in the final division of the land, which has not yet taken place, Dan comes in for his share at the head of the list. So where some people thought that Dan got extinct, when they, in the book of Ezekiel, when they was dividing the land, Dan came to get his share of the land. So Dan he went away, but he was always still in contact because they were writing letters and stuff. That's what they was doing in Spain and Portugal. That's why Judah, when they left Assyrian captivity, they knew where Dan was in Spain. And that's why Judah partnered, the Moors came with Judah, some of the Moors, and they went and Dan protected them. The Old Testament, having put us in this position, gives us one clue where to look for the lost, and then it leaves it. The New Testament, to my mind, furnishes another clue as to their whereabouts as at a later period by omitting the tribe of Dan altogether from the sealing of the 144,000 in Revelation 7. The Old Testament clues is as follows. In Ezekiel, writing in 588 BC against Tyre, all right? When in the book of Ezekiel, when and pronouncing her doom, says Judah and the land of Israel. All right, Tyre is Phoenicia. All right, there is no Phoenicia, just so y'all know. They are the Sidonians, they are Tyre, they are they got a couple other names. This terminology, Phoenicia, was made up from the Hellenes, the Greeks. It's an exonym. Just like there was no Greeks, they were Hellenes. The Romans called them that. The Greeks called these people Phoenicians from their color and their dyes. It's a red, purple, and from their visage. We're going somewhere though. I'll get back to that. Now, this is all through the Bible. We talk about Tyre, okay, and the Sidonians. Those are the Phoenicians. Phoenicians, that's a made-up exonym. All right. And it says, Judah and the land of Israel not were then in captivity, but such inhabitants as they were thy merchants. So Tyre and pronouncing the doom says, Judah and the land of Israel were thy merchants. Dan also and Javan going to and fro occupied in their fairs. Now, that's in the book of Ezekiel. Now, in 3 places in the book of Daniel, where Alexander the Great is distinctly indicated, and one in Zechariah. And Javan is translated as Greece, and Josephus also mentions Javan as being Hellenes, Greece, Hellenes. Hence, Dan is indicated as in company with Hellenes, Greece, trading with Tyre. Now, let me translate that, because these exonyms, Greece, that's where it mentions Javan in the scriptures. This was Hellenes. And Dan is mentioned in company trading in Phoenicia with the Hellenes. Now, everybody, let me tie this together a little bit for y'all. Dan civilized the clan, the tribe, the clan of nomadic savage warrior Viking type savage tribe on the island of Crete, the Cretians, right? And among the Mycenaeans, who come from the Minoans, okay? And they let them have a part of the land which is now called, it's the Mediterranean, they call that Greece now, okay, the Hellenes. And they were savage, but Dan in 1200 BC took its ships there, and it protected this clan, and it taught them warfare. It taught them civilization, how to grow food and how to strengthen themselves. It taught them, and Dan mixed this seed with this, and these were Japhetic people. They were what you would call a white people, and Dan are Hebrews. So they are what you would call a black so-called people, okay? Woolly head, okay? A melanated skin. Dan mixed. I'm going to show you the images, right, on the Mycenaeans of the island of Knossos, the ancient city, okay, of a mixed race, right? And so that becomes Dan's lineage. So the original Hellenes, what would become the Greeks, were Dan's lineage. Now, Dan also mixed his seed with Canaan, okay, the Amorites, and these were later, they weren't called Phoenicians. I'll break this down a little later, right? The Sidonians, right, and all of them, and he mixed their seed with them. So what this author is talking about in the book, he's showing that from what they were speaking in the scriptures and Zechariah and Daniel and Ezekiel, and Josephus, he's talking about Dan is indicated being with the Greeks, Hellenes, and trading with the Tyres, Phoenicians. It says the Danites and the men of Tyre were naturally on very intimate terms. Tyre are the Phoenicians. Let me see if I can I show? Oh, it's in my thumbnail too, because I got so much receipts. And I know me, I'll just keep teaching and won't go to it. So good, I can close that now because I did that Michael Jackson one. I did that one. I can leave that, right? So I could probably close that native one. No, I'm gonna leave it open because I might go back to it a little later. All right, so the which one I'm gonna do? All right, so I'm gonna go to, all right, let me see. Do I want to go to my, yeah, let me go here. Let me do this so I can show you. I made this Google spreadsheet for y'all, right? So let me share this really quick and then I'll get back to that, right? So we'll get back to the book. Let me stop share. Let me try to do this correctly. Share screen. Oh, stop screen. Share screen window. Bang. I made this Google Drive. Okay. So it looked like y'all can see it. Right? Hopefully y'all can see it. Yeah, y'all should be able to see it a little bit. Right? So the etymology, listen, the spelling of the word Phoenician, it's a made up word. They were never called Phoenicians. Okay? We're about to learn true history and biblical history. Now, the word comes from the Greek word phobos and nix, likely referring to the crimson, red, purple dye that they traded. Okay, so the Greeks started calling these Canaanites, because that's what they were, but now they were Canaanite Israelites. That's why the Israelites, they call them an Afro-Shemitic Canaanite group. They call the Israelites Canaanite because they mix their seed and the Most High. That's why we kept going into slaveries and captivities, because they kept mixing their seed. So Dan mixed his seed with the Canaanites, right, that these Greeks called Phoenician. The meaning of Phoenician is a native or inhabitant of an ancient region that they call in Phoenicia. All right? Phoenicians were an ancient Shemitic-speaking people who inhabited city-states in Canaan along the Levantine coast of the eastern Mediterranean, primarily what is called modern-day Lebanon and parts of Syria. They are the descendants of the Canaanites of the 2nd millennium BCE, and they were described as a maritime civilization, often referring to themselves as Canaanites. All right. So the what they call in Phoenicians never called themselves Phoenicians. That's an exonym from the Hellenes, the Greeks. They called themselves Canaanites, and they were proud, everybody. Now, the Canaanites were blackety black. So this is your receipts for these people who try to make everybody, and I'm going to show you the Phoenicians in a second. Yeah, I'm going to show you what they look like. Okay? Now, these were, because I got the ancient receipts, these were descendants of the Canaanites. Okay? Now, they called themselves Canaanites. Now, they were a Shemitic people, right? That's the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages, Canaanite Hebrew, Aramaic, Aram, okay? And the Phoenician, that's why the Hebrew Israelite, that's where you get Yahweh, everybody. The Phoenician Ugarit is when Yahweh, that's Baal, sorry, not sorry, okay? Yahu, that was Acadia, okay? Yahweh is the original Hebrew before they start mixing with the Canaanite. No disrespect for those who don't know this, but this is where you have to learn. Now listen clearly. Their language, Phoenician, was closely related to Hebrew and other Canaanite languages. They operated out of city-states like Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos. Byblos was their key city. They sold papyrus, Byblos from the papyri tree and all that, right? And they were the ones that was bartering, trading, and they were instituted alphabet writing, the writing system, and the papyrus scrolls is what all ancients started to write, because in ancient times, the Hebrews, we taught word of mouth. Things weren't written down. Others wrote on cave walls, like like ancient Kemet, right? They drew hieroglyphs, right? So the ancient Canaanites, who they call in the Phoenicians, they call the Sidonians, the Tyranians, the Biblasians, okay? The Biblites, okay? Now, get cookies, question, Hakiyama. This papyrus, and I'll show you, they civilized the ancient Hellenes. So when the ancient Hellenes got civilized after their dark ages for 400 years, you can look all of this up. Y'all can even Google it. It'll all come up. It's actually public knowledge, everything I'm saying. Google it. For those, don't listen to what I'm saying. Study, show yourself approved. Now, when they civilized the ancient Hellenes and they came out of their dark ages, that's when they had the Greek alphabet. It's Phoenician. That's when they started the Greek alphabet. And then they got powerful and they started to go conquer. So when they conquered ancient Kemet, right, from the Persians, all right, who owned Madraya, is what they call the land of the blacks, the Persians, ancient Kemet. Now, when the Hellenes, because they were never Greek yet, because the Romans didn't conquer them, when they conquered it under the guise and authority and the civilizing of the Phoenicians, then they started, they wanted to amass all of the world's knowledge, and that's when they built the Library of Alexandria and all that, and that's when they, not only the Hebrew, they took every cultures. It was a polytheistic imperial cult of mystery gods and religions of every culture on the world, right? So when they enslaved the 72 Hebrews on the island of Pharos and made them transliterate the Hebrew manuscript into the Greek, right? Then, that's later, they used the papyrus scrolls, parchments from the ancient Phoenicians, Byblos. Listen, guys, these are their relatives, because the tribe of Dan mixed his seed with these Hellenes for generations. So that's Dan's descendants. The tribe of Dan mixed his seed with the Sidonites, Sidon, Tyre, what they call the Phoenicians. So when Dan, the reason why they was trading this papyrus paper from the ancient Phoenician city Byblos, because that's their relatives, that's family, and it's the tribe of Dan mixed with the Canaanites and mixed with Japhites, okay? But it's been blended for so many years now. By the time that they had conquered Egypt, right? They called it Egypt, right? They called it Aegyptos. That's when it first called. The ancient Persians called it Madraya. The original indigenous called it Kemet, the land of the blacks. But anyway, so by the time that happened, they called this manuscript that they was making a Biblia in the Greek, because of the city of Byblos, where they got their papyrus from their ancestors, the Phoenician. They called them Phoenician for the dye, the reddish, ruddy purple dye. I'm going somewhere, all right? Now, the studies suggest they were closely related, these Tyres, Shemitic, Canaanite, Phoenicians now, what they're calling them. They were closely related to other ancient Levantine populations, including the Israelites. Everybody listen clearly. The Phoenicians were the tribe of Dan. All right, now, including modern Lebanese people, the modern Lebanese people share a significant amount of DNA with these ancient populations, often cited as a large percentage of their ancestry. While ethnically they are Canaanite, They differed from their neighbors, the Israelites or the Arameans, primarily by their maritime focus. So the Israelites, Aramites, they were more land nomadic. Dan was maritime on that marine kingdom, seafarers. And Dan was traveling all the way to America too, Spain, everywhere, trading and culture. Based on ancient descriptions, they were typically depicted with traits common to Levantine Mediterranean populations, such as curly hair, curly, not straight, almond-shaped eyes, and long, well-groomed beards. They were not a single unified nation, but a collection of city-states with a shared language and culture who expanded their influence through trade throughout the Mediterranean. The Phoenicians, who the Jews, the Greeks called them, were an ancient Shemitic people who inhabited city-states in Canaan along the Levantine coast of Eastern Mediterranean. According to the Biblical Archaeology Society, the Bible records that the Phoenicians had a close relationships with the Israelites. Their royalty married each other. Everybody listen clearly. The Israelites and what they call the Phoenicians, they married each other. They traded. What did the Phoenicians look like? The Phoenicians were Shemitic people who inhabited Phoenicia and its colonies. Judging by ancient depictions, the Phoenicians had elongated faces, almond-shaped eyes, thick noses, curly hair, and beautiful something. The Phoenician belongs to the Canaanite language, such as quite similar to Biblical Hebrew and other languages, right? Thick noses. All right, remember that statement. Is the Phoenicians? Yes, the Phoenicians are mentioned in the Bible, though they are rarely referred to by that Greek name. Okay. Instead, the Bible typically identifies them by their specific city-states, most notably Tyre and Sidon, or the Bible calls them Canaanites and Sidonians. Key biblical highlights involving the Phoenicians. So this is their city-states right here. This is Byblos, Sidon, and Tyre. And this right here is the Red Sea. This is Jerusalem. This is Judea. This is the Mesopotamian. Okay? And they traded in the Mediterranean. And this is the Greek. This is where the island of Crete, where the Hellenes were. And they came and civilized them. And that's where they got their papyrus from. Okay? And then the Hellenes, they occupied this land up in here once they grew, and then they conquered here, what you call Egypt. And they built Alexandria and all that. Okay? All right, let's continue. Now, the Phoenicians are mentioned in the Bible, but they're not mentioned by their Greek name. They call them the Tyre, the Canaanites, or the Sidonians. King Solomon, these are key biblical highlights. King Solomon and the king of Tyre, Hiram. Everybody listen. They supplied Solomon with cedar wood, y'all know the Bible stories, gold, and a master craftsman to build the first temple. Everybody listen. Shout out to Kelly Perry. Shout out to everybody new who came in. I didn't see y'all. Guess who built Solomon's temple? The tribe of Dan. Listen clearly. Dan were the serpent people. They worshiped the serpent wisdom. What did Solomon ask for? What was Jezebel? Jezebel was Sidonian. Everybody listen, guys. Listen clearly. Jezebel was part Israelite, part Canaanite. Jezebel was tribe of Dan and Sidonian, Danite. Listen clearly. Solomon Now it's like these pieces come together because Solomon was all this wisdom, and that's Dan. Now, Solomon and Hiram, King Hiram, the king of Tyre, supplied Solomon cedar wood, gold, and master craftsmen build the first temple. Jezebel, the infamous queen of Israel, known for promoting the worship of the god Baal, was a Sidonian princess. The Hebrew prophets Ezekiel and Isaiah addressed the wealth, arrogance, and hubris of the Phoenician cities like Tyre. In the Gospels and Acts, the region of Phoenicia and its coastal cities got visited by the Messiah and the apostle Shaul Paul. The Messiah notably traveled to the region of Tyre and Sidon, and he healed the daughter of the Syro-Phoenician woman. Everybody, listen clearly, where did the Messiah say he was called to go? What did he say, I am called? I was called to the children of Yasharal, to them first. He came out to the lost sheep of the house of Yasharal, Israel, yes. Now to the other nations, listen clearly, he wasn't leaving you out, but there's an order. He was called to the children of Israel so that they can repent and lower themselves so that they, the remnant of them, would regain their rightful election and repent for this transgression of their ancestors. And then they would go and teach every nation. They would go and make disciples. They would go and spread the good word, the Basarayah, right? The Basarahaya, the good word. Do you understand? So he was sent to the children of Yasharal. So he went. So why did he go to Phoenicia? Because Dan, the children of Yasharal, is there. And where was Paul sent? Same thing. Now Paul has the election. It was to the Gentiles. The children of Yasharal became Gentiles in Greece and Rome, and that they became Roman citizens. They became right Hellenized, is what it's called. And the remnant of the Gentiles that was around when he went to Ephesus and Corinth and everything, they were receiving. That was Shaul's purpose, Paul's purpose. But he went to the lost sheep of the house of Yasharal in these lands. And the Gentiles that was around, that was receiving, they always cleave to the house. Okay? So this lines up with prophecy, with scripture precept. Okay? Now, it is also interesting to note that the word Canaanite in biblical Hebrew actually means merchant, lending further credence to that the Phoenicians, who were the merchant traders. The Bible records that the Phoenicians had a close relationship with the Israelites, and their royalty married each other and traded. That's Dan. The Old Testament does not use the term Phoenician. This is an exonym given by the Greeks. An exonym is a word given by another who conquered, like it's a slur. Like, sorry, but Christianity is an exonym for the followers of the way, the Tamadaya Hadaliyah. Greek is an exonym for the Hellenists, right? When the Romans conquered the Greekos Islands, when they conquered them, and then they conquered Alexandria, they called them Greek as a slur. That's exonym. So the Greeks are calling the Phoenicians an exonym, not as a slur though, because that's their people, but it's not their name. That's not what they were called. That's not what they called themselves. And they called them that because of the trade and dye, the thing that they were doing. So the Old Testament does not use the term Phoenician. Phoenician royalty are, however, mentioned in the New Testament. In Tyre, at least faintly, it echoed the prophet Elijah's trip to Sidon. So Elijah visited Sidon, discussed in Luke 4:26. It makes the connection. The Phoenician people, especially those craftsmen from Tyre, traded with King Solomon, as stated in 1 Kings. The land term Phoenicia is Greek. It comes from the word Phoenike, land of dates or palm trees, from the Greek word phoenix, the date palm. It occurs in Jezebel was a Phoenician royal whose identity and name have come to signify a power-hungry, violent, and whorish woman, a follower. The Phoenician in the Bible, the Phoenician in the New Testament, Phoenicia appears several times in the New Testament. The Messiah travels to the region of Tyre and Sidon. See, it's not Phoenicia, but that's what the Greeks call Phoenicia. The tribe of Judah are not directly descended from the Phoenicians. However, both groups are closely related ancient cousins. You know why they're cousins? Because Dan is Phoenicia. Dan mixed his seed in so much that that's why the language, everything is the same. Dan mixed his seed. The Phoenicians are Danites mixed with Amorites, Hamites. Okay? And so that's why it's an Afroasiatic Shemitic group of languages, and it's totally identical to the Paleo Canaanite Hebrew. I'm going to show you in a second, right? So the tribe of Judah, we don't descend, well, I know I descend from the tribe of Judah, so for those who don't know, but anyway, if you descend from the tribe of Judah, you don't descend from the Phoenicians, but they are your cousins because they're Dan. Both are distinct branches of the broader Canaanite people who lived in the ancient Levant. The reason why all the textbooks call the Israelites Canaanites is because they mixed their seed with the Amorites, the Hittites. They mixed their seed with the Amalekites. They mixed their seed, so that's where you get Paleo Hebrew. Sorry, that's where you get Yahuwah, Ushua, Yahweh, and it's A-E-I-O-U. There in the original Habaria, there are no vowels. It started in Acadia. That's the Amorites. That's where the Babylonians come from. That's the first mixture of the Hebrews, and we kept getting put into captivity. The Most High said have nothing to do with the Canaanites. So no disrespect, but we didn't know. But when you speak those languages, you're speaking the Canaanite tongue. That's why if you look it up, it's the Shemitic, Afro-Shemitic Canaanite languages, the Paleo Hebrew, the ancient Hebrew, only the Habariyah original with no vowels. Okay? All right, now listen. I don't mean to offend nobody. We're just teaching you. You need to learn, okay? To understand, you have to continue to grow and empty your old wine, okay? So this is why they call them Canaanites. See? They are distinct branches of the Canaanite people, all right, who lived in the ancient Levant during the Bronze Ages. The modern tribe of Judah ancestry primarily traces back to the ancient Israelites, who were an inland group of Canaanites. See, the reason why history calls them Canaanites, because first of all, they really don't know the full history, but they are actually correct. Because the Israelites mixed their seed so much with the Canaanites that they became one with them, and they created language too, and they started worship serpent gods. That's why even in Negro land with the Ashanti tribe and all the tribe of Judah and stuff, and Negro land and Ouida, they worship the serpent god. Okay, that's under Dan in them. Okay, so it traced back to the who were an inland group of Canaanites. The Phoenicians were a coastal seafaring group of Canaanites. Because they evolved from the same regional root, ancient Hebrew, he's correct, not Habariyah, original, ancient, Paleo, late, and modern, but modern starts getting to Yiddish. Now you're talking Babylonian, that's another people, that's the serpent. Some of Dan's descendants too, who's stealing the identity, the synagogue of Satan people, right? But ancient Hebrew and Phoenician language were merely mutual intelligible. They used the same alphabet. Facts. Let me show you. Watch. Show you back, tell you. You know what we do. We bring receipts. Share screen. Right? This right here is ancient Phoenician. This is ancient Phoenician. For those who know some ancient Hebrew or Paleo, that's an Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Daleth, He, Wa, Zion, Hef, Tef, Yod, Yod, Kaf, Lamed, Mem, Nun, right? See, Nun is a fish in theirs. Nun is the seed. So that's Canaanite. But this is when you get your Canaanite Hebrew. This is supposed to be an ox head. Does that look like the head of an ox? Or does that look like something that's going to later become an A? The Phoenicians gave the Greeks the Aleph, Alpha, and Omega, what they call alphabet. And the Aleph Bayat, they gave them their alphabet. So this will be the Alpha and Omega. But this is the Aleph and the Tayat in the original Bayat. And this would be an ox head, right? So it's be Aleph, Bayat, Gamayal, Dalayat, Hayah. Okay? And that's a man with his arm raised, you see? But this is the Phoenician script. So when y'all get your paleo, that's why I try to teach those who learn and stuff. This is where these things became these squiggly lines. Don't this look like witchcraft? You know how you see those movies and they draw something like that and they put a circle and put candles around it? Yeah, it's sorcery, right? What they call it? Shamans. See? And remember, this later they became, runes. They later became the indigenous Indians in America. You see? And this same thing is what is written on the pews in Savannah, Georgia. These texts from the Hopi Indians and all that. This is Dan. This is why they're called Canaanite Hebrew. You understand? So this, hold on. So this is the original Hebrew. This is the word house, okay, or covering. This is the original Habariya word for bayat. That means house. This, they call it this, Beth. See, house. The second letter, right? This is what it actually, see that image? I don't know what, it looked like a P with a diamond thing. That's this. This is the actual floor plan of a house. This is the entranceway. This is the room where the family is. And the man stands and protects the doorway entrance to the house. It's a covering. So this is a bayat, a B. This is a yayad, the arm and hand, a Y. This is the hayah, the H, hayah, a man with his hand raised, giving praise to the Father. And this is the seed of Yah in the man. That's why it don't got two legs. It's a nyan in the man. And this is the tayat. This is why they hung the Messiah, nailed him to a cross beam and hung him from a tree, because he is the finish, he is the completion, the cross. See, that's where they get that cross. Cross is a death symbol. Y'all never know what the tayat is. So this is the Habariya word in the shortened steps of the house, bayat. It's because you would put an A, B-A-Y-A-H-A-T, bayat. All right? And that's the house, and it has a meaning, each adiyat letter. So this right here, right here, this is the Ya'ad. So this is supposed to be the mighty arm and hand of the Most High. But what does this look like? I don't know what that is. See this letter? They call it a yod, and they just said a hand. That's this. So this represents the arm and the hand in the palm of the most, to grab or hold, the mighty Ya'ad, the right hand of the Father. You understand? And they replace it with this, witchcraft. And this is supposed to be the kayaf. This is the palm of the hand. Does that look like a palm of somebody's hand? No, it don't, because it's Canaanite. You understand? It's witchcraft. You see its symbols? That's why I don't do paleo no more. It's witchcraft. It's Canaanite. The Most High tell us to come out of her. Look at this. This look like scary witchcraft stuff right here, right? And look, they said the kayaf is a monkey. Crazy work. I'm like, and it's supposed to be the head, a head of a man. Does that look like your head? So this is, okay, so this is why it's Canaanite, okay? That's the Phoenician. This is the ancient Assyrian, all right? And Aramaic. So And look, it has the aleph, beat, gamo, dalet, hey. See, that's the yod. But you see, it's Syria. So this is where the Assyrian Shem's, Asher, and Aram's descendants. So these later become the Muslim symbols. They're not Muslim, but that text, right? But if you understand this language and you understand that this is the aleph, I can understand, because if I know Hebrew, that's the ox, the aliyah, and I know the meaning of it. So if you know the Phoenician aleph, so if you know Phoenician, you know Hebrew, listen, you know Aramaic, that's why they say Jesus spoke Aramaic, duh, it's Afro-Asiatic Shemitic tongue, or Assyrian. Let me show you another one. This is the Aramaic. So here we go again. Now look at the Aramaic. See, aleph, beth, gamo, daleth, hey, right? These are the same exact symbols. See? Hold on, let me go back. So you see that aleph for the Aramaic? Now let me go back to the Phoenician. That's the same. See? And if I go to Paleo Hebrew, it's the same symbols in the Canaanite Hebrew, not the original Habariyah. So that's why that is Canaanite tongue. That's the Aramaic. All right. Now, I just wanted to show some of the Phoenician, right? I've done that before, but as I do these lessons, it sets in a lot more, right? It'll set in a lot more as you start to really see and learn that the Phoenician, the Aramaic, the Assyrian, the Hebrew, that's why if you spoke one, you spoke all. If you spoke this. Now, if I wrote the Habariyah, the original that the Most High took at the Tower of Babel, then they wouldn't be able to understand unless I said that's the Aliyah. Then they can understand. But if I drew it on the cave, our ancestors lost their tongue and started to be one with Canaanites. They started to become, that's why the history books, they call the Israelites Canaanites. Now y'all having an understanding. Yeah, it does start to look a little like modern Hebrew. That's probably where the synagogue of Satan got it from, right? That's actually interesting, how I never put that together. Yeah, it started to, you're right. They started to, because I wonder, like, where do they get all these shapes and stuff from? All right. Yeah, just like Paleo. The Aramaic is Paleo. The Phoenician is Paleo, because that's what it is. It's a mixture of Canaanite and Hebrew. That's all it is. All of them. So they're sister languages. They look just alike. You was gonna say something, Hakiyama? Let me go.
I have a handful of questions whenever you're ready for them.
All right, give me a second. Let me get through this part right here, because this almost finished this slide, and then I'm gonna go back to that ancient book. I just wanted to break some information down about the Phoenicians. All right, because the book is gonna tie in what I'm telling you about the Phoenicians and Dan. Right, so because they evolved from the same regional group, ancient Hebrew and Phoenician languages were nearly mutually unintelligible. What this is saying is, because the Israelites mixed their seed with the Canaanites so much that their language became one tongue. That's why the Mosai kept cursing. That's why they kept going into captivity. That's why I'm trying to teach y'all come out of that tongue. But we starting to learn, it's all good, but don't hold on because you just learning it's still Canaanite tongue. You got to come back to the original Habariyah. And it's so simple. There are no vowels. The minute you say any vowel, A, I'm talking about that sound. Here, A. I didn't say ah. I didn't say an aliyah. A, E, I, O, U is Canaanite. So whatever you think you're speaking, and you think you're speaking some type of Hebrew, you're speaking Canaanite Hebrew. Unless you're speaking some Yiddish stuff, and that's Babylonian. It's still Canaanite because it's Amorite. You see, it's crazy work. The Canaanites is nothing to play with. That's the Anunnaki, the fallen angels. That's Baal worship and all of it. So the Hebrews went straight back to Baal. They always worship Baal from whichever, from Tyre, from Sidon, from the Amalekites, from the Amorites, from the Philistines. You see Dan, what's his name? Samson with the Philistines, right? Come on, Aaron J. They always keep, and no matter what the Most High do, they just can't get enough of these Canaanites. So that's why I'm teaching, and I'm going to keep showing y'all. I'm going to keep showing y'all with the scripture. I'm going to keep showing you the ancient Babylon, because sooner or later, you'll spit it out. You'll come out of her. Come out of her, my people. The Most High wants us to come all the way out. People stay stuck. I used to call on all that. That's why, that's why the world allow you to say Yahweh and Yeshua. Oh, they love that. Yeah, Yahweh. They're not even knowing Yahweh ain't nothing but a Phoenician. That's a Ugarit Phoenician Baal. Sorry. Ain't nothing but another word for the Lord Baal. You just don't know. Now you're speaking Canaanite Phoenician. The Canaanites are the fallen angels, everybody. They become one with them. It's Nephilic. They mix their seed. That's why the Most High tells us to come out of it. All right, let's continue. And that's why Dan got his name taken off. That's why Dan's name ain't on the one of the gates in the book of Revelation, because Dan just totally sold it out, just became one with it and spread it across the world. Boy, Dan, Esau ain't nothing on Dan. All right, now it says, despite sharing genetics and geography, they diverged in culture and religion. The Phoenicians were known for polytheism, worshiping Baal and Astarte. What's the name? Jezebel, right? While the Israelites developed a distinct monotheistic identity. Let me explain to you what happened. The Israelites would never come all the way out of worshiping with the Canaanites. So what they did, I'm going to show you, this is how, no disrespect to y'all, this is how we got Yahuwah, Yahoshua, Yahweh, and all these E-I-O stuff. Because what the Israelites did is they lukewarm. They know they ain't supposed to. It's like you smashing a girl you know you ain't supposed to smash, so you smash her halfway or something. You put a condom on, or I don't know, right? So what they did was, I'm just trying to give you an example. What they did was, instead of worshiping all the Phoenician gods, all the Amorite gods, because they mixed with all of them, Malachite gods, they took their creator, Yahweh, Yahya, right? Aya means I am. Haya means he is. Okay? That's why the ancient, Haya. So you got to understand the language. So what the Israelites would do, right? And this all of them, but Dan was the worst, right? This all of them. Judah did it too. That's why they all went to captivity. They would go and mate with the Canaanites, right? They would mix, and then instead of worshiping all their gods, they would change, they would merge Yah with Baal. So he would become Yahweh. He would be, no disrespect, he would become El Elyon. He would become the El God. Okay? This ain't nothing but the this Enlil and stuff, El God, right? El is the Saturn God. Later, so different places, it became the cube God, Saturn worship. So they would mix it. That's where you get these. So they put the vowels. The ancient Hebrew Yah is an abjad, okay, not an abjagita. It's consonantal. There is no vowels, even in Sumer tongue, right? Even in ancient, what you call the Demotic of ancient Kemet, the original languages, okay? That happened in Acadia, okay, with the Amorites when the vowels came. That's some fallen angel stuff, okay? Now, what the Israelites would do when they would mix with the Canaanites, instead of worshiping all their gods, they would take Yah's name and mix it with one of the Canaanite gods. And so now they still only worship in one God. They're monotheistic. And so they would make this new God, and it would be Yah something. See what I mean? So that's what they created, but it's not Yah. It's Yah mixed with some Canaanite. The Most High is alone. It's wicked. It's blasphemy. Do you understand? So that's where you get all these different names and gods. And people don't understand that's how it happened. That's why I keep telling everybody, come out of it. Anything that have anything to do with Canaanite, you got to put it down. It is not of Yah. Okay? They've gone away from Yah. Okay? So they're worshiping Baal with another name. Even the Levites did it. That's why they was in the temple, right? Doing temple Astarte, Asherah, Ashtra, Semiramis. They just mix it. Ugarit, Acadia, Phoenicia, and that's Tyre and Sidonites, the Amorites, the Sionites, just all the ites. And they just did it all through. And that's why they just kept being, it's just a remnant. They just kept being put into slavery and captivities. And people wonder, like, why? You would think the Most High is evil. Why would he keep doing this to his people? He not doing it. They're doing it. Come on. They being a whore. The Bible calls it whoredom. They keep laying up with mixing with the Canaanites. So now, if you go through history, just look it up, Google anything. If you go through it, it'll say the Israelites are a Canaanite group of people. And it's correct, because they mix their seeds so much, okay, that they speak in Canaanite. It's called Hebrew, Paleo, Yahuwah, Aliwa, Aliaki Oki, and Yakioki, right? And it's not Habariyah. It's not the original tongue. That's what I'm trying to show you. All right. So the Phoenicians were known for polytheism, but the Israelites kept the monotheistic identity. Are the Wish people the ancient Phoenician? No. The tribe of Judah are not the ancient Phoenician, but they are very closely related. They used languages that were indistinguishable. The Israelites and Phoenicians, are they the same ethnicity? The tribe of Judah, now listen to this, because I'm putting this information in because I'm getting the public information. I know this stuff. I got the books. I'm about to get back to the book in a second, the ancient book. We're going to open it up, right? So I'm doing this. I did this. I put this together so y'all can see it. That's why I tell y'all can Google this. Y'all can look at it. Y'all can just, it's all in, and I'm going to show you the ancient book. So it's not some new AI telling you this. I got the ancient books, but I did this so I can share this so y'all can see it. So what I did specifically, I said JEWS because I know they are a JEWS, but they are not the tribe of Judah. These are the synagogue of Satan. All right, they have a religion called Judaism. They don't call themselves Israelites. So everything is a little it's a little flip from the original. So let me explain. Now watch this fact. Are the JEWS descended from the people of the Judean kingdom who are descended from the Israelites? Now, I did that. I don't need the answer. I'm showing you because I want to point something very clearly out to you. Are they the people that it says they are descend from the Judean kingdom? Everybody, all of us speak English. How do you spell Judean? Judean. Judean. Do you see a W in this word? Anybody tell me? It's just perfect common sense. You would tell your child, if you was teaching her, she went to kindergarten, she's learning how to spell, you would say, excuse me, say that word. The child would say Judean. Okay, spell it. J-U-D, stop. So where you get a W from? If I wanted to, listen, this is just perfect common sense English. If I wanted to call this group of people a name for short, it would be what? Judah. They would be called Judes. Juds. There would be no W. Where did this W come from? Because it's not these people. That's why. They are not the tribe of Judah. And if you want to say that in Canaanite Hebrew, it would be Yahudah. Yaud. There's still no W. It would be Yahuda. They called them Yahudi, the Canaanite Hebrew. Yeah, our ancestors. Remember, I told you, the minute you start doing all that, that's Canaanite Hebrew. So they called them Yahudi or Yads for short. There was no W. Show me where a W is in anything of Yahudi, Ya'ada. Now the original would be Ya'ada, Yahadayan. The Yads is what they called them. Yads. Y-A-H-D-S. And later they called them Yuds. Y-U-D-S for those nations who wanted to call. They had never had a W there. The W never replaces a dalayat. The W came after the V. The Vav came after the B, bayat. So if you was going to take this and change it, it would never be a W because the dalayat, the D, never turned into another adayat letter. So you have to know the linguistics of the language. That's why people, it's so in your face. That's why they don't even call themselves Israelite. They call them Raeli. You see? Ooh-ish and ooze and, right? Tribe of Judah. You understand? All right. So I did that on purpose because I asked, where did they come from? And they said they descend from the people of Judean kingdom. No, they don't. Because they would be Jews. All right. Now, the Greeks, I said, what is the skin color of the Phoenicians? Understanding their physical appearance requires looking into the historical and cultural context. The word Phoenix, that's the Greeks, because it's an exonym calling them Phoenicians. They called them red purple. All right. The term Phoenician originates from the Greek word phoenix. While it refers to the highly valuable purple dye they traded, some historians believe the Hellenes Greeks, it was the Hellenes, also used the term to describe the tanned, ruddy brown skin of the Phoenicians. Here we go again. I know, Phoenix. Exactly. That's exactly what I saw, Yashala, when I saw it. I said the Greeks in that Phoenix. Okay? Nobody called them Phoenician. The Hellenes did. And it was a term to describe their tan, ruddy brown skin. All right? Ruddy brown. They call them red purple. As a dominant maritime traders with colonies spanning the Mediterranean, the Phoenician people were not a single isolated race. The population intermingled with local indigenous groups across North Africa and Southern Europe. Genetic studies of modern population of coastal Levant, particularly Lebanon, show strong continuity with ancient Canaanites, what they call them Phoenicians. Modern descendants usually retain a similar light brown to dark brown tone. Ruddy, brown, tan, tribe of Dan, Canaanite, Phoenicians. You have to know how to find the information. But the easiest way is just go to the books of the 1400s. Let's get back to the book. Let's get back to Cook. Go ahead, Akiyama. Give me something that you wanted to do real quick while I go back to the book. Let's get back to the book. Let's cook. Cook, get back to the book. Go ahead, Akiyama.
Okay, this is from, let's do Kelly's.
Matter of fact, hold up, 1 second. Let me show you what they look like really quick. Because I would have forgot. I don't want to forget because I'll forget. Matter of fact, guys, I got you. Let me show you what they look like. You know, Unc, I went one step further. I got the description for it because y'all can look all this up. Now, come on, Dialine of Judah. Let me show you what the Phoenicians look like. Let's go. Share screen. I got y'all coming right after this. This will be pretty quick. Bang, because I know I'll forget if I don't. This is, hold on, I think the next one say. All right, so anyway, this is the city, the territory, right? So this is Sidon, that's Byblos, where they get the word Bible from, the Biblia in the Greek, because they got the papyrus from the Phoenicians, right? And this is Byblos, you know, from the shores of Tripoli, Sidon, Tyre, Damascus. These are their cities that they had conquered. Okay, all right. The Phoenician territories is here. They own the Mediterranean, the children of Israel land, right? Just like the Canaanites, right? Now, shout out to Akiana. Now, let me show you. This is, I think I did. Did I do it on the next one? I must didn't do it. But anyway, this is I think it's the Assyrian, Phoenician, something. But these are the Phoenicians. All right. Would you look at those lips? Look at those lips. And they had big noses. Okay. Was Michael Jackson a Phoenician? Because they had these noses like the Choctaw and some of the natives. Some of them had these noses. Look at those lips. They got schnozzers. Okay? Look at his lips. Y'all see those lips? Okay? We understand phenotype of people. Look at his lips. Okay? Let's continue. I don't know. All right, let me go. Watch this. All right, that's some of the Phoenician territories. This is a naval action during Alexander the Great. That's Alexander when he sieged Tyre, right? And ancient Kemet symbols and stuff, right? But let me show you what they look like. So this, there we go. Byblos, Sidon, Tyre. Okay? All right? Now, this, the Phoenician warship depicted by the Assyrians in their palace of Nineveh, right? The Phoenician warship. Would y'all look at that hair? Can y'all see that texture? Would y'all look at that afro? Look at these afros. Look at these fros. Look at these lips. Look at the, would you look at the size of these lips? I'm sorry, but it's just really funny. Shout out to Shell Love. They lips is crazy work, right? These lips are nuts, right? This is just right? These lips is just all out there, okay? It's crazy work, right? So again, all right, all through history is written. Yes, hair like that wall. You understand? All through history, it's written in stones and caves and look at these Bantus. Look at that. You see those knots? You see those? Y'all can see the grain and the texture. Okay? All right. So seafaring. All right? This is Dan with the Phoenicians. Okay? Because the Canaanites weren't a real seafaring. But Dan was. Let's continue. This is female figurines from ancient Tyre from 500 BC in the National Museum in Beirut right now. Listen clearly. Ancient Tyre, Phoenicia. Look at her lips. Look at her nose. You see the size of those lips? This is in the museums. Okay? So you know, I'm going to find y'all. I'm going to find y'all the receipts. Because, you know, these people who call themselves real scholars, I'm a man of receipts. I got to find receipts. That's why I put in so many hours. I find the receipts. And this is early, 500 BC, 550 to 1000. Early Phoenicia. Tyre. They were never called Phoenicians. All right? Look at the nose. You see how round all that it is, right? And the lips. Okay? Yeah, they tore the other face up. I'm gonna show you some other stuff they did too. They tore other stuff up too, right? Tore the lips. Lips are gone. Nose is really gone, right? But anyway, let's continue. This is Baal, found in Ugarit. This where y'all get no disrespect, but Ugarit is where the Yahweh stuff from, the El, God and stuff from. So this is Baal, right? Their image, and look at Baal. All these images are black, so it just is what it is. No, and these are devils too. So I'm not trying to say the black is righteous. This is the most, you can't get more unrighteous than this. Than this image, this Baal dude, the Baal devil, Enki, Enlil. Yeah, and he blackity black. Yeah, he is. These Canaanites is blackity black. All right, this Baal with a raised arm. All right, that's that Baphomet. One arm, one down. Right, as above, so below. All that. Okay, but anyway, this is the votive from the temple of the Obelisks. Okay, and this is the ancient Phoenician city of Byblos, the capital, where the word Bible come from, Biblia. Okay, it's not a Bible, it's a Safariyah in Hebrew, Habariyah. It was never a Biblia. Just like there's no gene of Isis, it's actually Barashayat. It ain't Bereshit. Okay, we was Phoenicians in sheet. Ain't no Bereshit. That's Canaanite Hebrew. Barashayat, and it's the Safariyah is the manuscript. And these are at the temple of Obelisk at the World Heritage Site of Byblos. Look, everybody. Right? All right. You see what color they are. You see these hats and stuff. They got colors for them. But let's continue. This is a Baal Shalem temple boy. That's nasty work. You know, fallen angel is about Baal worship and Moloch and sacrificing the babies. Let's just remind me of the Roman Catholic Church and the ditties and the temple boys, and everything is little boys. This is a Baal Shalem temple boy, 5th century BC at the temple of Eshmun. This is, and look what they broke his nose off. But you see his lips, right? But they crashed his nose, okay? As they changed the phenotype of the ancient artifacts. I grabbed that one because I wanted to show one of the smashing of the nose. Like how Yazak said, they destroyed the other one, right? But you see the lips. All right. So now, this is a Phoenician prayer to Isis on a papyrus. All right. And this is their papyrus, what the Bible was, the Septuagint and all that. This is what all ancient writings were written on. And this is from the ancient Byblos, the ancient Phoenician city. And they got a prayer to Isis. We rebuke that and everything it come with. All right. I'll get back to that. Well, let me show it really quick. Let me show you some history. Denmark. From the 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica, Denmark is Danmark. All right? A small kingdom of Europe occupying part of the peninsula of the Baltic Sea, everything. The peninsula is divided between Denmark, Germany, the Danish, that's Dan-ish portion, and the northern southern, and it's called Jutland, Danland. All right, Jutland. It's northern part of actually, right? Denmark. It's Dan's mark. We're gonna get back to, see, Encyclopedia Britannica, Denmark. All right, let me get back. All right, because I'll come back to that. Because yeah, that's coming out when a group of the sea people bore the name of Dan. All right, let's get back. Go ahead, Hakiyama. What was the question? So I did some of those. I'm gonna stop it right here, so I know where to stop at. What's the Give me some of the questions while I grab the video back again.
Okay, this first one is from Kelly. Kelly asks, did they copy the Feast of Tabernacles from them and made Thanksgiving?
Yes, well, they copied everything. So what they do, Sister Kelly, is all of the Most High's holy days, Hasatan takes it and perverts it. So that's why they all at the same time. So that's why when our holy season starts, right, around the Feast of Tabernacles and stuff like that, right, they start they call it Season of the Witch or whatever they call it, when it starts with Halloween and stuff all the way through their Christ Mass. So the reason why all their holy days fall on our same holidays at the same time, because it's a dark, it's like a disrespect. It's you know what I mean? So instead of the children of the Most High keeping his holy days, we would keep their hell practices, their pagan practices, right? So instead of keeping their holy days, we'll keep Halloween, we'll keep Thanksgiving, we'll keep Christ Mass, we'll keep fake Sol Invictus, Janus, Dead of Winter, January. That ain't the new, you see what I mean? So everything that they did, Hasatan is a perverter, right? He's not a creator. So every one of the Most High's holy days, they have a heli day at the same time, and the people will worship the beast, right? And they won't keep none of the Most High's holy days, right? They'll be in church talking about trunk or treat, right? The Day of the Dead, witches and stuff, but would not keep the Most High's feast days, but say they love the Bible. And that's why it's so hypocritical. Religion is a mess, bro. That's why these Christians, no disrespect, shout out to my Christian brothers and sisters who's trying to find the truth. But the other ones, they don't care. The Bible tells them do not fasten the tree and cut it down and put wreaths and cover it with gold, silver and gold and a star, and don't bring it into your home. And they're like, I don't care. They Christmas, Merry Christmas, and the Messiah ain't dying nowhere there. It ain't got nothing to do with the Messiah. They'll do this Ishtar, the bunnies don't lay eggs, and rabbits and sex rituals, and ain't got nothing to do with no resurrection. They 2 days on a Sunday. How did he go down on Friday and raise on Sunday? That don't even make sense when he didn't even go down even on Friday. It's crazy work, right? So, and they won't care. Do you understand? They don't care. They won't come out of her. And no disrespect, but the Israelites will do the same thing. They hold on and they just worship the flesh. We the people of the book, and my melanin and my wool hair, and you're gonna serve me, and all this wickedness. And that's why there's only a remnant. But yeah, all the holy days is at the same time as the Most High's holy days, same season, and it's strategic. Nothing's coincidence. All right. Go ahead, Akiyama. Give me one more. Let me get back to the video.
This next one is from Stephanie. Stephanie asks, so Dan was the original people that looked like the real Palestinians. In 1924, they showed curly hair, dark skin.
That's Dan. That's a great point. Who asked that?
Stephanie.
Stephanie, that was a great point. The ancient Palestinians are Dan, because they are the Philistines. Now let me explain. Dan mixed with that whole region. So the Philistines is Canaanite, right? Mixed with Dan. The Phoenicians, Tyre, all of them. So all of Canaan's descendants are now Canaan mixed with Dan. That's why they call the Israelites Canaanites, everybody. So it's actually true, but it's not just all of the Israelites, but most, because the other nations did it too. Judah mixed with the Canaanites, right? You know the story of Tamar, right? They was the Canaanite prostitutes. They just always smashing Canaanites. Do you understand? So that's why we kept going to captivities. But talking about the Palestinians, those are the Philistines. The most famous Danite was Samson. Everybody, who did Samson get in the most trouble with? The Philistines. And who was she? Delilah. Before Delilah, it was the other one. I forgot her name now, right? The first one. Delilah was the second one. Everybody knows Delilah. She was the second one, right? The first one. And his mom and his dad, Manoah and them, they were so pissed at Samson. And they just kept trying to make him stop, and he didn't care. Samson was like, Delilah is hot, right? I don't care. I'm about to get with this South Philly Philistine, right? But that's Dan. I mean, that's the tribe of Dan. Shalamayan, Samson is no, that's not Shalamayan. That's Shamshayan. Shamshayan is Samson is a Danite, the most important Danite. So yeah, that mixture, that's what that is. You're totally correct. That's who they are. And that's why they are half Israelitish too, right? And they do have claim to that land because they've been there for so long. They have. But the Most High told us to go get our land back. But what you know, the Most High told the Israelites, go get their land back. But you know what the Israelites did? Went and mixed with them. Right? They didn't go take the land back. They went there and mingled. And, you know, some of the stories, like when Joshua and them, we won a couple of victories. Shout out to the remnant. But for the most part, they went there and smashed them and blended in and mixed in with them. So yeah, there's a mixture. Now, those people who over there who say they're tribe of Judah, it is not their land. Okay? Now, a remnant, let me explain this part. This is an interesting part. I learned this from the ancient books now, because I didn't realize that Dan was mixed so much with the Phoenicians that it's like the Phoenicians are Danites. They got so mixed in, Dan, and that's why the language is the same. So Dan mixed his seed also with these, that's why they called them the serpent people. Now, they were more melanated than the ones that are over there now, those people who say they're the tribe of Judah, the wish people, right, small hats. But the original ones who came among, come on, Father. Everybody, y'all learning the Most High did this with these ancient books. So when I started to grab this Phoenician stuff, the Most High just started checking the dots. I said, nah, he's like filling in the blanks, the pieces. Everybody. Now, I knew this. I knew that the Huns from, remember the Ashkenaz, the Khazars, they had to choose, right? Which between Muslims, between the tribe of Judah, and between Christianity back then, right? They were a warrior-like people and all that. But Dan, everybody, Dan had already conquered that region all up in those mountains. Dan had already mixed with Attila and them. So that's why they were so warrior-like and everything. So they had some melanin, right? Not as much. They had some Israelite blood from Dan. Let me explain. So there is on their original of their, so some of it will show up in some of their DNA. Not now, it's really watered down, right? But some of the originals had some Danite blood because it's mixed, right? It's like us being mixed in slavery. Now listen, when they chose the tribe of Judah, it was them trying to take over the priesthood, knowing that they would get the promises. They were the serpent people from their big brother Dan, right? Dan taught them warfare and all this stuff, right? And they taught their gift is to assume the identity of, and that's what Dan would do. Dan would conquer your land, but Dan was opposite. Dan would blend his seed in, put his name stamp on the land, Dan Mark or Dan this, or Dan, and then bounce, and his lineage would blend in. So he would assume the identity. So so that group of people, they came amongst when they from all the way from the Caucasus and all the way from those mountains and those regions up in Kazakhstan and all those there's those stans, right? From where Genghis Khan is Hungary and all those, right? Those lands, right? And when they came to Jerusalem, they came amongst the tribe of Judah, who was about to go into the captivity pretty soon for their transgression, the Pharisees and Sadducees. And I used to wonder, even though I know we are a receiving people and we receive everyone, but I kind of wondered, how did they blend so well? That part I didn't have the answer to. I used to be like, okay, I understand, because that's how we are as a people. We'll let a people come amongst and we'll teach them. We'll set them up, right? Like the natives did to everybody who came, to the Mongoloid, the natives in America, indigenous, I mean. They came, they taught them how to grow, they did it to the Europeans, right? That's the nature, right? So I understood when the serpent people, the Khazarians, when they came into Jerusalem amongst the original tribe of Judah, Ya'ada, the Yahadayans, right? And they was able to learn the culture, assimilate, but I didn't understand how, because, you know, with them being so-called the way they look now, no disrespect, but really white, it would be really, really evident and pronounced. But now understanding with the ancient books that they were at that time blended, and they were Dan's descendants. They were mixed when they came. So the tribe of Judah would receive them because they would be like, we came from the mountainous regions with Dan's descendants. We're Israelites. And they would be received. But they're serpent-like. You see, they were coming to take over, right? And they was biding their time and learning all the traditions, right? But they would be serving Amorite. That's why they did the Talmud. And so they bid their hand. They got very learned, and they sat in the wings. They were there the whole time, especially when we was like, that's when we went to captivity, when our ancestors like, kill the Messiah and put his blood put the blood on us and our children. I knew right then, it was like, we got him now, because the Most High is going to slay them for that one. You know what I mean? If we get them to curse themselves. So they was learning the culture, abiding, like assuming, like they do everywhere they go, assuming the culture, becoming the people. It's like that what's that movie called with the scared white girl? I don't know. Remember that movie where the white girl made her best friend and take her identity? You know, start wearing her clothes. I forgot, it was Single White Female. Remember that old movie, right? It's like that movie. Like they come and they take your identity. You know, they did it all through Hollywood. They changed their name. Now their name is Metro Goldwyn Mayer and all this stuff, right? So they over there in the land, their name ain't even that name, right? They name, right? So that's what they do. It's a serpent like people. It's like the serpent eat his tail. It's like you know how a serpent eat the whole individual and just shoot. So the ancient books, I got the key. I said, Dan again. Now you know why the Most High, it's so clearer why the Most High wrote Dan off, right? And I know some of the good things Dan did, but it outweigh. You can't write the stuff Dan did. Dan destroyed. It's like he made everything so much harder, okay? So when they was amongst, they had that first group. Because remember, we're talking back. You know, we're talking back. But I need to find that. I want to find, let me write this. Find the first years, Most High willing, that the Khazars came to Jerusalem. Yerushalayim, right? Yara, reverence, respect of the Most High. Shalom, peace and blessings. Yara Shalom is the blessed place of respect, the blessed, restful place of the Most High. That's why the city was called Yara Shalom. You need to know the language, all right? Ain't no Jerusalem. Ain't no Salem and Jeru. What is Jeru? The damager? That you used to have the jam blue, blue, blue. I better act that. I wish I knew the words. And let jump up and duck your luck. But J. Rue the Damager had this song. It used to be a water song back in the days. That's New York City hip hop in I think the 80s or something, or the early 90s. J. Rue the Damager, Brooklyn in the house. Blue, blue, blue. Jump up and cuff your luck. If you then press your luck. And they go, I'm like, who they? J. Rue the Damager? Ain't no J. Rue Salem. You understand? It's Yara Shalom or Yara Shalayam, the peace blessed city of reverence and respect of the Most High, the respected, reverence, blessed city of the Most High. Everything in Habariya, guys, has a meaning. That's why you can't change the letters. You can't put a U and an I and an O because that's not Habariya. You can't change it. You can't change the name. You can't change no Ayatayat letter. Come on. Thank you, RNJ. That's the 90s. All right. Now, because that's what it means. Everything has a meaning. Every last name, every letter, every city, everything. Okay? Yes, no J. Facts. And then once you understand what Yara means, you understand what Shalayam means, then you understand each letter broken down individually would denote all type of purpose of what the city would to do and what it's to fulfill. All right, now let me continue. So with the revelation from the ancient books, he put it all together because I was like, okay, now I understand. Because the one piece I didn't have, guys, is I was like, I know we receive everybody, but why would they let them stay so close? Like, why would they be there like they family? I understand we let people in. I get it. I know that. But it was something, another level. And with the ancient books, I said that was Dan's descendants. So that's what I said. The first year that the Khazars came to Yarashalam, all right, I need to know that year. Because that first group, right, had a level of melanin. They had a level of right now, just like when you go to Brazil, no disrespect to anybody, but like the Hispanics, like Mexico, like all the indigenous lands, what they did, and the Germans went to Brazil and just bred the melanin out. You know what I mean? And made a separate class. It just is what it is, right? So, but those first ones they had some Israelite DNA, okay? Now, they didn't want to serve Yah. Their fallen name, they wanted to serve the serpent. Like Dan. Dan was polytheistic, serving many gods, okay? Same fallen angel gods. Dan mixed with ancient Kemet, the Egyptians. Dan mixed with the Hellenes. Dan mixed with the Romans. Everybody, you know how, guys, listen, you know how in the books, the ancient book, Yah is putting all our pieces together. When they say a lot of the Romans were black, and we know that a lot of them were Israelites, right? And stuff, Hellenists and stuff and all that. Dan had already mixed his seed. So there was emperors, you understand, of all of it. The Romans come from the Hellenes. You know what I'm saying? Once they took it, they don't come from them because they took it over. They come from the Etruscans and the Sabines and stuff, but they were Japhetic, mongrel, Viking type of people, just like the Hellenes was when they were just a later time and went to the Lantium region, all right, and conquered and slaughtered and everything. But they didn't really. And then they created those. They bided their time, the Khazars in Yerushalayim, while our ancestors were being haughty, rebellious from the Most High, smashing the Canaanites, mixing, doing doers of too much. And they was just biding their time, learning and building themselves, building wealth, and they know the scriptures, right? So once you know the scriptures, you know that the Most High's vengeance is going to be poured out. And all we got to do is bide our time. They're going into another captivity, right? And so they probably even helped them do more sin, right? As wicked people do stuff like that, right? The Bible says if we get them to curse themselves, right? So it's like they probably even helped them to do more sin, right? Y'all the man, yo, melanin, you the man, do this, do that, right? Now, The the so now with the ancient books, it made it make so much sense. Y'all gonna see, I'm about to show a book, right? It made it make so much sense because I was like, now I understand how they could be so received and just be able to just wait their time until we went into captivity. Babylonian captivity, Assyrian captivity, you know, and then they start to take over. And so they followed the Amorite and they started a religion called Judaism, right? And they created a Talmud, a Babylonian Amorite, Talmudic, right? As fallen angel stuff. It's just the same Anunnaki, ancient Sumer, Acadia, right? So anyway, let's continue. All right. So sorry, did I answer a question? I did, right? And then I stopped you. Did you just do one more and then I'm gonna get to
Okay,
that.
and you answered her question.
I did? Okay, good.
This next one is from, let's do Aaron. He says, why do some of the
Shout out to Aaron J. Go ahead.
Why do some say Dan shall come in the question? Do some say Dan shall come in the question?
What? You mixing me up, girl. What you say? You said, why do some say Dan shall come in the question?
Yeah.
That was the question. I'm lost with that statement.
Okay. I'll ask for more context. All
right, thank you.
This one is Miss Linda, Miss Llewellyn. She asked,
how can I say, why does it say Dan shall come back in the end? So Aaron J, help me. I want to find that. Where that's at, Aaron? So can you give me text? Like, is it canon? Is it apocryphal, or is it extra biblical? Show me where it's at, because I want to know that. I know his name ain't written on the gates, right? But I don't know. I didn't went down the rabbit hole to find out, does Dan can't come back in the end? Is it Bible? Shout out to A Villa. So find that out for me, Aaron J. Find the script in the text, and we can let the most high break that down for us. That's my point, Aaron. So that's the point. That's exactly what I want to say. You got to find me text, because I don't follow no brothers, right? I don't follow no crap they say. I don't follow what the doctrine of men. That's why y'all see me. I always show y'all receipts, right? I don't play with that at all. I don't care what they say. You can say, they be saying stuff to the cow jump over the moon to show me where it said in the text. And then I need to know what text, right? Exactly, so I can discern and decipher. And then I need to read it to find out if there's some additions, discernment. That's what the Most High reveals, the Holy Spirit reveals. But praise the Most High. But yeah. So if you could find some text where they getting that stuff from, next time you hear somebody do that, say, show me chapter verse, right? I ain't just saying of what they call canon. Show me in the Apocrypha or something. Show me chapter verse, right? I ain't talking to you, but you tell that to them next time you hear somebody quote that. All right. So save the other questions. We're gonna do it after this. Let me get back to the book, right? All right. So now, I think the book is on the screen. Is it on the screen, Hakiyama? Is it? You see my?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So good. So this. All right. So where did I stop? It says the Old Testament cites Ezekiel, says Judah, the Danites, and the men of Tyre were natural. There you go. This part. The tribe of Dan, and the Phoenicians, the Tyrians, the men of Tyre, were naturally on very intimate terms. Intimate, okay? Dan was smashing up everything. Dan was planting his seed, okay? So now we're gonna go to the next page, right? And the next page is, sorry, this is video, it is switched. The Danites and the men of Tyre were naturally on very intimate terms. It was a very remarkable privilege to be accorded to a foreign nation, if foreign, to be allowed to help in building Solomon's temple. Everybody. Dan built Solomon's temple. When they say that Solomon commissioned the king of Tyre, the Sidonian, the kingdom of Tyre, the Phoenicians, it was Dan. Dan are marksmen, are craftsmen, builders. Dan built Spain. Dan did a lot. That's where the Moors and the tribe of Judah learned to build ancient Granada and ancient, right? Dan got a lot of talents. Remarkable builders. So Dan, the Danites and people of Tyre intermarried. The cunning craftsmen, especially sent by Hiram, the king of Tyre, to superintend the work of the temple, was the son of a man of Tyre, and his mother was of the daughters of Dan. Dan, Tamayah, built Solomon's temple. Solomon called on wisdom. Dan served the serpent god of wisdom. That's why its symbol was the serpent. So Solomon, listen, with the Phoenician and with Dan, Solomon had his hands full. That's why he got so freaking wicked. All right? So that right there is a crazy mic drop. Dan was the Phoenician, was of Tyre, and Dan built Solomon's temple. It says, now it is necessary to bear in mind this intimate connection recorded in the Bible of the Phoenicians with Israel, especially with the tribe of Dan. We must remember the numerical strength of this tribe of Dan. Dan had a numerical strength of 62,700 fighting men, and neither of them was old men or little boys. Dan was the most powerful military. When they talk about the seafaring people that would go and conquer these lands, it was Dan. Dan went into the island of Macedonia. Dan was the one that people was dreading, these seafaring, people who would come. They was so militant, all right? 62,700 fighting men, neither them old, neither them boys. Shortly after their leaving Egypt, in the book of Numbers 22 and 25, after leaving, I think, Egyptian captivity, Mitzrayim, we must consider the schooling they had with them, then the most advanced nation in the world in literature and science. Mashiach Moses was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, according to the book of Acts 7 and 22. And beyond all this, we must remember Yah's promises concerning the children of Israel. The seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob would not be likely to collapse and wither whenever they got in contact with the other races. Yo, he dropping it. Listen clear. That's why I love these books from the 1800s and 1700s, and it be so raw. What he's talking about is from the Most High's promises, the children of Israel will always multiply, even in their worst captivity. In Egypt, the Pharaoh said they won't stop multiplying. He's like, they so fertile. He tried to make them kill all the firstborn children. And they was like, the midwives, like, they keep popping out these babies. And he was like, we got to stop them, because if they keep multiplying and we get an enemy and they partner with the enemy, we're going to be screwed. This is Bible. Shout out to don't just be another brick in the wall. All right? Come on, Marawiyah. Now listen, he's correct. What it was saying is, no matter what you do, you'll never stomp them out. Meaning, they've been trying to genocide the so-called blackity blacks. We like roaches. I keep saying that. When it's all, if they nuked, I swear, this is a whole fact. Sorry, I don't mean no disrespect to no other nations. Just listen up. If they nuked this whole planet and nothing else was gone. You know how everything is ways to the ground. You know what's going to be left? It's going to be a blackety black and some roaches. That's what's going to be left. It's going to be a blackety black somewhere talking about, that's a roach, trying to kill a roach. That's crazy work. I swear it is. It's going to be some black person that somehow none of the nuclear stuff is going. He's gonna be charred to death, but still walking around looking for some food. And there's gonna be roaches. He's like, that's a roach. He gonna be trying to kill roaches. It's just because there's something biblically about it. The Bible says it won't get wiped out. So no matter what captivity, slavery, no matter what they've done, no matter what they do, they just won't go away. That's why people, honestly, what they call that, people got black fatigue. That's Igga fatigue, right? Because if it's a real so-called black, you ain't going to be fatigued because we actually really cool, right? The black, so-called black men, women, and children, we actually really cool. It's the Iggas that y'all got a real problem with, right? So we got Igga fatigue too, but y'all, people who got that, you too stupid to know what it really is, right? So you want to hate all, blacks, we cool as all outdoors. You understand? If it was for us, everything would be, the whole world would be a mayonnaise sandwich. You understand? With no bread, there won't be no seasoning. You won't have no music. You'll be... The world will be boring as all outdoors. We are the flavor. The Bible calls it the salt. Do you understand? You take the salt away if you want to. Yeah, it'll be no murk. The world will be no murk. You will definitely miss us. That's what the serpent seed know that. That's what. Now the Iggas, I understand. I got Igga fatigue too. You got to call it what it is. It ain't black fatigue. And yeah, we was kings and sheet. We was Phoenicians and sheet. We was Israelites and sheet. We was Canaanites and sheet and all that. You know what I mean? They kill me with it. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, don't get jealous. We actually really kind. We really comparing. We really loyal. We really cool. We really fun. We really, right? We got so many good qualities. Now we got bad qualities because all people got bad qualities, right? But we just, we all tired of the Iggas. We tired of y'all Iggas too. Hispanics, we tired of Hispanic Iggas. Whites, we tired of white Iggas. Asians, we tired of Asian Iggas. Ain't too many. Well, now there is Asian. East Indians, we tired of y'all Iggas. We definitely tired of y'all because y'all got all that race. Y'all got super racism going on. And y'all hate, right? We definitely tired of y'all Iggas. Okay, we tired of everybody Iggas. So it's individual basis. But anyway, the Bible says that we cannot be evaporated. But the problem that y'all don't know is if we were to be evaporated, come on, every race got their serpents. If we were to be evaporated, the earth will evaporate. I think this might be a perfect time to do this. Yeah, let's do it. Even if I it's only 2. We might go a little long tonight. Because let me show you something. I'm going to just do it now. I don't care that it ain't 100 people we shadow ban. May the Most High, whoever was able to find this lesson, you got it in this one. I really wanted to save it for when we get a little through the shadow ban, right? Let me explain. There is something, if you exterminate the so-called black, life will cease to exist. It's like putting out the sun. I know it sounds like prideful. No, let me explain. It's in the genetics when the Most High created mankind. Mankind comes from one seed. That germ, that gene it's not a color. Black is an existence. It's a state of being. It's that from which it all came from. Now, I'm going to show the revelation of what the Most High gave me. And I got a clip. Let's do it now. This is a sister called, I know I pulled in, there you go. An elder called Maya Angelou. R.I.P. to our so-called blackity black sister Maya Angelou. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Every nation of people listen to this. Even my white brothers and sisters, we about, the Most High revealed this to me about months ago. I just been waiting for when he tell me to do it. And he just said, do it now. Oh my goodness, he be revealing stuff. Watch this. Let's go.
Everybody should watch this video. Maya, Angela, on why white people don't like black people. Check this out. Let me know if you agree.
How could they, and why would they hate somebody like your grandma?
Now, don't get in your feelings. I'm going to explain something. Watch what I'm going to explain this. The Most High revealed it, but let's continue, right?
Mother, why would they hate black? Because they're like your grandmother. They hate somebody like your grandmother. Why would they hate black? Because they're frightened. Why? You didn't have guns?
I know, but people are afraid, for one thing, that basically, people are afraid to die. That is basic. I'm coming to it. Let me explain. Basically, people are afraid to die. So they clutch to something which they think will preserve their lives. So they try to guarantee happiness to themselves by shunting dirt and misery off on someone else. That's Sterling Brown. Sterling Brown's poem, The Strong Men. People feel if I can keep them out of this building, them off this street, them out of this employment line, I'll live a little longer. They don't think it consciously, but that is fundamental. People are afraid to be pried loose from their ignorance because they know their ignorance so well. They know it better than they know their body odors. And if you say, come on, give up your ignorance, they get into that terrible position, terrifying position, which Shakespeare talks about at the end of the soliloquy, Hamlet's soliloquy. They'd rather bear the ills they have than fly to others that they know not of. Thus conscience doth make cowards of us all, so they are cowardly.
Now, I'm bringing
Everybody
this out
should watch this video.
because
Maya, Angela, and
I'm going to explain something, right? Listen clearly. The Most High gave me this revelation. To all the nations and people, this concerns every last one of us, from the black to the white, so-called nation of people, race of people, skin color. Now, the Most High created his children. Now remember, in the Bible, he got children which is not of this fold. So to the blacks, get out of your trauma, okay? And thinking, because there's a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people that will stand before the Messiah. Okay, in the at the judgment, righteousness in the heaven. So you cannot exclude every white person to the blacks that are traumatized. All right, listen, you mess around and get yourself cursed. Now listen up. The Most High created when he created us, his children, he created a seed. Okay, call it a gene. They also call it a germ, right? A gene. Now that seed, that first gene, is not a color. It's an existence. And what we call that image for the visual eye, it's black. Let me explain, because you got to speak a language to explain it. So from this gene, which would be black in its core, the reason why it's black is because it's ripe, it's full, it's concentrated. It's okay. When you take a bucket, I done did this before, right? You take a bucket, you go to the paint store, you say, give me every color that exists, right? You take the white, you take the brown, you take the medium brown, you take the reddish brown, you take the blue, you take the greenish, you take the in-between, you take the aqua, you take all the variants of all colors, right? Come on, it's complete. Let me explain. And you now I'm going somewhere beside that. I know y'all know where I'm going with this, but I'm going somewhere. So praise the Most High for revelation. So you take all of them. I mean, because if you take what you call a color and each shade, so let's say if I take the brown, before I get from the brown to the complete yellow, there's probably, I don't know, 100 variances from there to there. little microscopic, let me explain, let's listen, variances. Each of those variances is a mutation. Come on, listen. Each variance from the original is a mutation. It mutates to become, to change itself. The only thing constant in this existence is change. Let me explain. The Most High created that. And then it's a kalaliyas, a completion. Now, listen, I'm gonna bring it home. Let me just drop the seeds and then I'm gonna bring it home. This thing, when the Most High created us, he created things in its completion. The thing is self-fulfilling. Now, we destroyed the order when we created sin. That's why we weren't supposed to die. Our temple, every 24 hours, recreates itself. Every cell, everything, every energy, it's every 24 hours when he breathed the breath for you again, the full 24-hour completion, you are made anew. We now decay because of the sin. Now death has the authority unless we repent in Mashiach, who came to defeat death, right? Now, he came, that's why after 72 hours, he went to Hades and get the keys to death and distinguish their power, because for 4,000 years, since Adam transgressed, death had authority over all the living, right? It was a wage, the sin, the wages of sin is death. Now, the Most High created everything in completion within itself, right? Self-fulfilling, self-perpetuating. It was, so in the gene that he created, it's self-perpetuating, it's complete. So in that gene, it mutates on its own. Let me explain this where I'm going. No one has to cause the mutation. Now, mankind has come and tried to manipulate like they did with the plants and animals. They always try to tinker with the Most High's creation. But I'm talking about the gene, right? The genetic code, the completion of itself, which in its totality, like I said, once you take every variances of a color and you put them all in that bucket, when you put them all together, they turn what you would call black. Now, let me explain. That's not it's what you see, right? We have to describe it by something. If we spoke another language, it would be called something else. So I'm just speaking it so we can understand. So when you see all the colors, you took every color and you put it in a bucket and it turned into a bucket full of black. It went, because you know why? Every color that you put in the bucket, every color that you mixed went back to its original. The mutation, when you put it together, it as you keep adding, it gets darker and darker, right? And it doesn't matter the order of the color, right? If you start, listen, God, I'm going somewhere. If you start with the lighter colors, if you start with the shades or the mutations, that is the furthest away from the source. So let's say if I take a paint the bucket and I put the whitest white color paint first, then I put the next shade of white, off-white, and then little this, all the way till I start to get to the lightest beige. And it'll take longer, everybody, before it gets back to the original, right? But if I take the darkest red berry from the original black, the first mutation that came from that original, what we call black seed, and I put that in the bucket first, it's already dark. So anything else that I add to it is just going to get darker till it turns to that original, which ain't a color. The original ain't a color. The mutation that comes from it is a color. It's a mutation, a manifestation from the original source. The original is the source. It's just because it's so condensed and confined and complete, it's the darkness, like which was over the face of the earth at the beginning. Like when you go into the waters, the deeper you go, the darker it gets. When you go into the earth, the deep you see is dark, right? To bring forth. It's a natural phenomenon that the Most High created. Now, in our prejudices, we looking at as color and you get jealous. Just get out of your feelings, because we all come from this original source. Let me explain. Now, I'm talking about genes. Now listen, if you take the whitest colors and put it in the paint, it's going to take longer, right? Before it gets, but it'll start, every time you add another shade or mutation, it's going back to the red. It's going to get darker and darker and darker, because you're going to go from that white to the beiges, always till you start getting to the yellows, the lightest yellowest, all the way till you start to get to the browns, till you start to get to, right? And it's going to be getting darker, and it's going to keep, listen, it's going to keep coming back closer to the source. From the furthest mutation away from the original, it's going to go back to the original. Let me explain what I'm talking about. The reason why it's so crazy that if I'm saying this to my righteous white brothers and sisters, because there is a phenomenon, guys, and there is a thing where the wicked so-called whites, they think they're going to be exterminated because, listen, if you mix the seed like the paint bucket, let's say if from now on, every nation on the earth said, every race, I'm talking about Hispanic, Black, Asian, from the darkest to the lightest, we all said, no more racism, no more separation of races. We all just gonna mix together. Do you know what would happen? Listen clearly. It would turn back to the original, just like you putting it in the paint bucket. So this scares the other nations, because they think that if they don't separate, then they will cease to exist. They will be genetically wiped out. So when she's pointing out that they are frightened and it's a cowardice, she's correct. But let me explain something to y'all. To the so-called whites, you don't have to worry. Watch this, guys. I know y'all bugging. I know y'all like, you bugging. I want to see you climb out of this hole. I was bugging when the Most High told me. I was like, I'm getting the Holy Spirit flooding my arms right now. I've been waiting for when he told me the time to reveal this. Listen up to the so-called righteous, so-called white brothers and sisters, the leastly melanated, the furthest mutated away from the original, the one who the sun who needs to be covered from the sun, where the sun brings life, because the mutation is the furthest away. If the Most High didn't want you to be created, you wouldn't be here. Now, we ain't talking about no Nephilim who came and those tall whites, because the only Nephilim ain't only white. There's black Nephilims. There's all nation that we ain't talking about serpent seed. We're talking about the children, which is not of this fold, the so-called white brothers and sisters with the least melanin possible, who would practically burn up, who got to practically almost hide from the sun. That's why they're trying to squash the sun, the serpent seed, right? Now, let me explain this. Listen clearly. What would happen, this will be the natural occurrence, if today, on May 23rd, 2026, every nation of people, by law, they said every nation has to mix. No more separation, whites being with whites. If you want to be with a white, cool, but no racism, nothing. What would happen if, like when you put in the paint in a bucket, if you give it time, everybody, just like you put the paint in the bucket, each nation will start to disappear, mean variation. But let me explain. Each variation from the original dark, even me, I'm lighter brown. You see, I'm high mid brown. Oh yeah, I will cease to exist. I will be a lot later, right? Because remember, it will be honest. It will be the first ones to start to be assimilated back into the original, would be the furthest from the original, the whites, right? The whitest whites. And then it'll go down. Then later, some of the yellows, like some of the Asians, whatever, they would be assimilated. Then all the way to the Hispanics, all the way to the brown, all the way to the, right? And then to us brown melanated, then to the, we'll go, but let me explain. This is what the Most High, no one would ever have to worry. The Most High created the gene from the Y gene, that everything that came from the original gene was a mutation that is lawful to the Most High. He created it. Nothing new. Everything has to get permission. Everything he done. Now let me explain. If that happened, the Most High created a completion in the gene itself. It's a rotating. What would happen is, over the time, the 360, the genes would come right back to the original deep melanated where everybody would probably look purple or something, right? And then guess what happens? It restarts. It would mutate again. You would get every generation, there's a mutation. It's genetically wired in our creation. The mutation, the Most High placed it there. That's why even the animals have albinos. Every species, the mutation happens. So if we all just got along, we would start to assimilate and become one again. That which came from will go back in, but then once it's complete, it just repeats. Like every 24 hours, we would repeat. It's a completion. It's a kalalaya. So the genetic, it would mutate again. You would have a lighter baby. That's why so-called blacks, we give birth to every shade. Do you understand? Every eye color, every hair color, because it came from the original. And we don't try it. We don't know when it's going to happen. You'll have a baby, right? This is the so-called black, because the further you get to the original, the more that the mutation comes from the original. So I will have a baby and me and her are both light. And all of a sudden we'll have a light baby, and then we'll get a dark baby, right? I'm like, and we like, well, I guess it come from, one of my grandfathers, right? Then we'll get a baby with this color hair, a baby with, like, if you keep going, because the Most High, he wired it. That's how creation, that's how the other nations, which are not of this fold, would come about. Come on, Methuselah, Noah, that's why they were freaking out. When Noah and them, they was losing their, what is this, right? Come on, you got to understand. So if the other nations, not the serpent seed, if they understood who they really was, right, and had love for the Father and understand the Most High created me, and whatever his will is, that's the way the genetic code of mankind is supposed to go according to his will. So if it was a rotating cycle, because that's what the Most High created things in cyclical, it's called mayad, his timing, rotating cycles. That's why we have holy days. That's why we have high Sabbaths, right? We have yearly Sabbath, 7-year Sabbaths. We have rotation where we're not supposed to till the ground and let the earth replenish itself. Did you get it? Everything has a timing. So a jubilee, thank you. Nobody would have to worry. Only thing you would have to do is be righteous and trust in the Most High's timing for us. So then us as the nation of people, if we never brought sin into the world, we would all be one. It would come back around. So you think you would go extinct, but you can't go extinct. Listen, you can't go extinct because you come from the original. Listen up to the so-called white brothers and sisters, my righteous white brothers and sisters. Don't let them scare you. You can't go extinct. You come back from the original. It would be a time that you would cease, that you would blend back in, but over that time, and it could be 1,000 years, I don't know, it could be amount of years of 2,500 years, it could be, I don't know, the actual timing of the full reset of the full mutation, but everything is completed within itself. The Most High created the universe and everything does it. Does the atoms spin, the molecules, everything does it. Everything does it involuntarily. No one has to manipulate and do. So when they playing these games trying to manipulate the genetic code, That's sorcery and witchcraft. They're going, that's blasphemy and transgression. All you would have to do for my righteous white brothers and sisters, don't be scared. Nobody can replace you because you come from the original. You would just, it's like going back home and your generation would just come back out, because over that same time, there will be another mutation, another yellow, another brown, another white, another, and it'll go all the way around, and then there'll be a whole nother, and then it'll come all the way back around again. The Most High created completion. It's cyclical. It's cyclical. Okay? Okay, now let me explain. The reason why the Most High wanted separation of people, Stephanie, is because we sinned. That's because of sin, transgression. There was no, okay, let me explain. Before Adam and Eve sinned and transgressed, okay, there was no separation of people. At the Tower of Babel, he took the tongue back because all the people were together on one accord to serve in sin. And they wanted to destroy the Most High. So he separated the tongue and separated the people. But before that, there was no separation of people. Do you understand? When Noah was born, Noah was chosen, right? Noah has no melanin. Noah was albino, white eyes, white hair, white everything, recessive. It's called a recessive mutation. It naturally happens. It doesn't make them righteous or unrighteous. Those so-called whites who are that unrighteous, they are serpent seed. You have blacks that are that unrighteous too, all right? Now, because the so-called blacks, we got so much hot because the Most High sent a serpent seed people after us. He said, I'm going to send a people which ain't a people, who have no regard for the old head and show no favor to the young. You understand? He said, because what we did, he sent a people with no mercy. This is a serpent seed people that have white skin. There's serpent seed people that have black skin too. That's why the head of the serpent seeds, these ones, they're really black at these heads, right? The black, these Vatican Pope, they know this stuff, right? So anyway, we're looking on a micro and a macro scale, because there's a remnant of righteous of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. If you don't understand that, you will miss your blessing and your trauma. You'll mess around and curse yourself. Okay. My word is the revelation that the Most High gave me the understanding, because I thought that, yeah, they're correct. I'm like, that's correct. If they better, because I was thinking like, yeah, they better keep themselves separate, because if they ever mix with us, they're going to be consumed. It's just science, biology. And that's, and the Most High be revealing what he want. And he said, he basically was like, he just started revealing, right? So I'm trying to talk like he talked, but it doesn't happen like that. For those who have a relationship and get revelation, it doesn't happen as clear as I'm saying it. But as he revealed, he said, no. It's a completion. I created this. It's self-fulfilling. My children, which are not of this fold, which everyone comes from it. That's why it happens in the end. Now let me explain. In the animal kingdom. Now think about that. Remember, they can't sin. All right? They have instinct. So if there is a brown lion, a black panther, which is a leopard, you see? And then there is a brown leopard. And then every now and then mutations happen, all the way till you get a white one. You see? It's not just in people, it's in his children, his creation. It happens. He created that. Now, the serpent seed, the ones who are white, who sent the hitters, and the ones who are black, he didn't create them. Those are Nephilim. Okay? But the separation, Stephanie, is the sin that man did. That he wants us to separate, listen, even from our own family. He wants us to be unequally yoked with anybody unrighteous. I don't care what color they are. The enemy will come for those of your own household. So yes, he did have separation. You know why? Because he was trying to keep a lineage pure. Because now a new world was created. This ain't his first estate. He created a world with no sin and iniquity. Genesis day 1 to day 7. no sin, all the way up to Genesis 3 and 6, because the other part, page 2, is a synopsis of the first, the creation. When you get to Genesis 3 and 6, the mark of the beast, sin. Now we lost his estate, his presence, Eden, Adiyan. Now they got kicked out of his presence, the garden. Now we born in sin and iniquity. Now you get jealousy and killing, and Cain, seed of the serpent, and seed, right? And Cain was black. You understand? He wasn't white. We can't blame that on the white man. Facts. That Cain was blacker than black, just like you want to say Adam was black. Adam was. He was ruddy from the earth. All right? Dark, reddish, brown, ruddy, like the earth. Google ruddy. Okay? He come from the earth. And his son, Cain, was black, everybody. So you're going to have to understand, you can't blame that. That's the first killer, the first murder, the first seed of the serpent. You understand? That part. So you got to understand. So because of sin is why all these other laws and rules, and I ain't none of that. Most High ain't want to have none of that. He wanted, come on. There you go. Don't be bothered. You got Ham, Shem, and Japheth. 3 black, so-called black, so-called. They're not black, but so-called 3 melanated black original seed men that come from a father who had no melanin. That's crazy work. Ain't that crazy work? Because I think sometimes we forget that Noah was albino, so white that they were scared. They were scared. Eyes red, like y'all seen albinos, 0 melanin. You understand? Well, they still have traces, because without any melanin, you won't exist. You can't live without none. But it's minute traces. But that was the actual total opposite mutation. And I think the Most High chose him to do that work so that we would have a case example. Because if not, we would probably think that that mutation couldn't be used, right? Well, they don't look black. they look like they come from, well, it depends. Oh, let me explain. Because an albino alligator look like an albino alligator, right? So an albino black, let me explain. The mutation of the albino is where the future genetic mutations would continue from. So remember, you have climate, because we have the so-called black. We come from the blue eyes, the blonde hair. You understand? All of it comes from us. All of that is recessive. I need you to understand. Anything, right? I know they made lighter eyes like pretty on us and stuff, but it's all recessive. Anything lighter, anytime you go lighter, I'm recessive because I'm a lighter brown. So anything that goes from the original just core, which we're calling black, that's not what it is, because black is not a color, it's a state of being. Anything that comes from it is recessive, it's a mutation. All the way from the eye color, the hair color, to the skin color, to the straightening, because the original core is helix coiled. The hair, right? That's the woolly textured coiled hair, right? Right? So all of these are recessive traits that adapt to environment as well. Okay? Right, because everybody has melanin. He just had very, very minute traits. You can't exist without melanin. I know that they teach y'all that white people don't got melanin, but you're wrong. They have to. They can't live. You can't live without melanin. All right? It's just very, very minute traces. Now, when I'm talking about with Ham, Shem, and Japheth, the whole world was populated by 3 people. Listen clearly. All right, so Stephanie, we gotta explain this, because we gotta understand language. When you say recessive does not mean white, so what do you mean by white? Because if you're talking about white, like this paper, like, because we so-called black. So are you calling a race of people white? Because now you're talking linguistics, right? We're doing the same thing. Like they called us black. You understand? They call us, that's why I say so-called. So we're talking nations of people, okay? Now they later made these races and calling this one white and calling that one, right? So again, now what I'm trying to point out was, do you believe that after the flood, the nations, the earth was populated from 3 of Noah's children? If you believe the Bible and understand that, now you had Nephilim who came back, but the earth was populated because the Most High wiped it all by 3 children. Ham, darkly melanated, Shem, medium to dark melanated, and Japheth, lightly melanated. And from those 3, Japheth was given a colder region, what you would call Europe and stuff. Shem was given West Asia and East Africa, the Mediterranean. And Ham was given what we call most of Africa. So they each had their regions. And the genealogies came from those 3. The mutations that came from Japheth would have my brother Yahachanan. Yahachanan is what some would call a ginger. He has reddish hair, and he has really, but he's my brother because he keeps my father's commandments. He'd been in our ministry for years. Got married to and had his baby in our ministry. All right? So again, are you calling him white? So that's why I say you gotta be careful the etymology, the linguistic, what you're speaking. Because if you're speaking on a group of people who are evil that might share a color, skin tone, right? Because they'll do that to us, right? People will say, all blacks ain't the same, right? Am I the same as some Hamite? No. I hope that there's a righteous Hamite who will serve the Most High in spirit and in truth, and then I can see he's my brother because my Messiah said who keeps my father's commandments. So all whites are different, blacks are all, right? But so that's the difference. So the recessive, what I'm talking about is, the recessive created what you are calling so-called white. Otherwise, how did they come here? Unless you want to just say he's Nephilim, and that's you need to heal with that. I know people are still there, but that's trauma, because that's a horrible lack of election, all right? Because there's a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. You cannot change what the Most High said that will stand before the Messiah, all right? So in trauma, if you can't believe, I understand we have to heal, right? Because just now, is there a race of, like, is there a genetic mutation? Okay, each nation of people have traumas, tendencies, transgressions, right? Now, but then you got to remember, we also have a serpent that ain't human. But the problem people get, they think it's just white. It's not just white. The Canaanites weren't white, okay? The Canaanites were the worst of all, okay? And they weren't white, all right? Now, you have other genetic beings, maybe like Neanderthals, but you had the Denisovans. All Neanderthals weren't white. The Denisovans were black. I did my lesson on it. The original ones. Look, afro hair, melanated skin. So you have other Nephilim being stuff that happened, but I'm talking about original children who were born of the Most High, right? There's a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. So that's why I'm saying, the revelation, yes, Canaan, because Canaan mixed with, and that's what, and the Most High knew it. That's why he said, "Cursed be Canaan," because Canaan was going to mix with Nephilim. And what's the name? Caphtorim did it, and Cush Cush was, so these are all Ham's descendants. And Ham is the blackety black. You see, that's the darkest one. You understand? And Ham was the wickedest one. Okay, he didn't curse Ham. Now listen, Cush descendants. Nimrod is Cush. Nimrod went right to that mountain and made Nephilim. That's who built Babel. So you have to understand through the trauma, you have to understand nations of people and the sin and transgression individual in the nations. Is there righteous Hamites? Yes. Would there be a righteous Canaanite? I don't know. I guess so. I don't know. I just know the Most High said, come out of her. Don't mix your seed with them. Don't. So I can't call that one. I would hope that there would be a remnant of the right. It was the one who grabbed it. I know they're trying to say she was Israelite. The Canaanite woman who grabbed Mashiach's thing. Right? Yeah. I know because, they try to, we do replacement theory too, right? We try to make everything us. But the Bible, that Canaanite woman had to, grabbed her thing. Now look at Cornelius, okay? And Cornelius was white. I know they're trying to make him too, well, some of the Romans, no. Cornelius was actually full white Gentile, and he had faith. And the Messiah said, what he said. But the faith, so that's my answer right there. Because the scripture, I guess that'd be like the Most High giving us little breadcrumbs so we don't get hardened in our heart. You see, and thinking that only thing I know that if you Nephilic, then you're not of the Most High. And that's the Most High's call. But anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go long on that. I just wanted, I wanted to share the revelation. You can eat fruit, spit out. You ain't got to believe nothing that is. When the Most High I receive things, I'm thankful for the revelations because it brings me understanding. Because because if that's the case, then why did anybody mutate? Why do animals mutate? Why is there a mutation in every one of Yah's creation? His children, the animals are his children, and that same mutation occurs. So it's intentional. It was wired, and he don't make mistakes. It's wired in his creation for it. And with that, if you leave Yah's creation to itself, then it fulfills its own purpose. The problem is we interrupted it. Yeah, there were Romans that were black. That's what we're about to do in this study. I'm about to open the book. There was Greek, Roman, Greek, black, everything, right? We mixed our seed with everybody. Right? Most of the Romans was the tribe of Dan, the ones that was black. Then you had the Hellenes, okay? Then you had the Moors, okay? So you had the Roman general, the Moor, the one who came and sacked us in Jerusalem, and then he had so much power. I'm gonna do a lesson on him. I already got him. He had so much power that the white Roman emperors end up killing him. And he was black, and he had the was it not Carthage? He had this army, and he was a black general, a Roman, and he was dope. I forgot. I got the whole lesson. I'm just gonna have to do it one day, right? And he was an emperor, and they set him up, right, to be unalive. And the people were against it, but they set it to the point where by the time the people found out, he was already unalived. And people were mad. And the emperor ended up losing his seat because of that, because he was a righteous dude, but he went after us. He was a black, so-called black, he was a Moor or Hamite, and he went after the children of Israel, Judah, the tribe of Judah, and he sacked us. Yeah, no, not Hannibal, another one. I'm gonna show you who it is, not Hannibal. Yeah, I got a lesson. I got a whole thing. I'm gonna do it one day. I got the video clips and everything. It's dope. So yeah, there was but anyway, I just wanted to share that. So to people who don't receive it is. He who has ears to hear, let him hear, and everything, you know what I mean? That was just a very wow moment of understanding the mutation of genetic code and it being the Most High's will and wired, okay? And it's biblical, that a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. So Japheth's descendants, Shem's descendants, Ham's descendants, a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people would stand before the Messiah, clothed in white robes. So praise the Most High. All right, let me get back to this. That took me a whole hour out the way, and it is what it is. Let me get back to this book, because I ain't gonna finish the Phoenicians. I knew I had a lot, because I have a lot more about these Phoenicians. Now, yeah, Ham didn't do none of that. It was Canaan was cursed because the Most High knew that Canaan would pursue the fallen angels and would become straight Nephilim to the most part. And cursed be Canaan. So the Bible is basically saying, cursed be Canaan for what he's going to become. Cursed be Canaan because of what he's going to do. Remember, the Most High knows the ending from the beginning from the end. He knows all things. So he sets things like the same way he hardened Pharaoh's heart and stuff like that. Some people look at it, why would he do something? That's not fair. He know at the end Pharaoh's still going to stab him in the back. The Most High, he moves the pieces for us sometimes. Yeah, he interferes. Yeah, he does, to get us back on track. Because if not, we a mess with our free will. You know what I mean? So, and that's for the remnant. Because if the Most High didn't interfere every now and then, like the way he wiped the earth by a flood, we would, same way, that's what the laws of Moses is. It's compromising laws for our sin so that we don't end up becoming cannibals and killing and eating one another. He never wanted that. His laws is day 1 to day 7. That's laws of sin and transgression. The laws of sin and death is 613, whatever, 1,000 more added. So he's compromising for the righteous remnant who's going to come back and choose him. You understand? So he always, he interferes with us to get us back on track. All right? No, he said, so Stephanie, the Bible says, a remnant of every nation, every kindred, and every tongue, okay, will stand before the Messiah. I know that the Israelites, and this will get you cursed. I'm sorry. I know, and maybe you might not want to join us no more. This house is to heal. This is what got us in trouble with the Most High in the first place, into all the slaveries, because you start to worship yourself. Only us, only me. It's like a child on the playground, and it's like, mine, everything is mine. That's not humble and meek. The Most High called a set-apart nation apart because of our forgiven nature. Because apart from all the nations on the earth, he set apart one. And he called them to come and serve him. He had a purpose for them. And that purpose would be to lower themselves, okay? Humble themselves, repent, come back into humility so they can go forth and reach every nation, kindred, and tongue and bring them back to the righteousness of the Most High. He didn't call them to go and only serve yourself. I don't know. That sounds like some religious God, some Islamic, Israelite. It sounds like some hate God. I'm only, all these other nations. So who created them then? Nephilim didn't create all of these seeds. So no, the set apart children of Israel are set apart for a purpose. Everything in Habariyah is an action. It's a language of verbs, action. Everything is a doing. So he called them to do something. What? So the crazy part is they're going to be the kingdom of priests. To who? A bunch of kings and priests to priest to one another? You see what I mean? It's just, so we're the kingdom of priests. So who we gonna lead? I'm a king, you a king. I'm a priest, you a priest. We all kingdom of priests, so we just gonna do what? Who we going to preach to? Who we going to pour into? Who we going to guide? Who we going to lead? That's what religion has done, and trauma, and that's what got us cursed in the first place. That's why the remnant will heal. We have to heal. Repentance, heal from the trauma. Understand that the reason why we got enslaved, the reason why he sent the people that ain't a people to do all these things is because of what we did to him. And some of us are doing the same thing. That's what the ancestors did. Same thing. It's a selfish, it's a fleshly pride thing. I'm better than you, right? I'm set apart. I'm chosen and you're not. And yeah, you're chosen. The Bible says he who is raised will be lowered. Come on, you got to understand the precepts of the scripture. It doesn't align. That's sin and transgression. It says if you're anointed and chosen, then you should be lowered. Servants. Who you serving? King serving a king? How you a king and you got no servants? You got no, what they call when you have a king and you have subjects. You have no people to lead and guide. And where you leading and guiding them to? Righteousness. So if every one of the children of Israel is all righteous, then what are you doing? There's millions of nations of people who descend, okay? Because remember, you got Shem's descendants. Israel is a Shemitic descendant, right? But he comes from Heber, right? And he comes from, but that's only a small. Shem got Asher, Elam, Aphaxad, right? You have Eber's descendant, the Hebrews. You have, right? Then you got the chosen lineage from Isaac, but they had a purpose to do. There you go. You have to that's the point. And after you get yourself together, then you have a new set of people to lead. Let me explain. Let me see what she said. Hold on, let me try to understand. She said, you have to get yourself together. Okay, repent, get yourself righteous, get yourself together. Clean out your stony heart, forgiveness. Then that's why after you get yourself chosen, then after you become chosen, then you will have a new set of people to lead. You have to explain that a little clearer. I'm a little lost with that. First of all, you don't get yourself chosen. The Most High chose the seed of Abraham. You get yourself cleansed. The Most High will call you. But the chosen is already chosen. It's a lineage. Then, because all the chosen don't repent. So they leading people to the damnation. Okay? So, from the lineage, because it's only a remnant. Okay? So then, all right. So anyway, that's enough. So for those who have ears to hear and eyes to see and understand, then shout out to the remnant. For others who still have the, I call it the Israelite trauma, right? That is just only us, only me. Like, I just don't understand that spirit because I'm not, I've been healed a long time ago. I understand what got us cursed in the first place. You understand? I see the manuscript. I see where my ancestors went wrong. I see what they're doing, and I see the sin and transgression. You understand? I can see the righteous of another nation, whereas the enemy will come for those of your own household. Do you understand? I can see the individual of the Messiah saying, judge each one by their original fruit, by their individual fruit. All right? Where from two from every household, one to stand, two in the field, like I understand the manuscript. So for those who are coming along with that healing, praise the Most High. For others, may the Most High's will be done. May you get the healing and the healing nature, the ahabaya, the love and the compassion and understanding of the Most High for those who have the faith to be healed. You understand? For those who hear, those who cling, the remnant who cling of it, always cling to the house of Yasharal. It's biblical. but it is what it is. Everybody's at a different place in their development, all right, and their healing nature, right? But praise Yah. So I didn't know. I should have known. I don't know. I didn't know that would cause. But see, when you're not, let me explain. When you really don't have the healing nature of your heart, of the Ahabayah, the love of the Father for his children, then you won't want the best for all. See, when you really are in the healing nature, the Ahabayah of the Father, you want best for everyone. You don't just like only this one and everybody else is going to wherever or something. You want the best for all. You understand? That's when you know that you have the healing attribute of the Father. Other than that, you're traumatized. And a dangerous part is the same thing that you are putting out is going to come back to you. So I pray for serious repentance, because none of us know the hour, because you're going to be judged on that same measure that you're judging on. Okay? That you're judging. This dude came late as crap talking about who cares about Michael Jackson. Boy, I swear this world is crazy, the TikTok generation. If you don't care about Michael Jackson, then why would you click the video? Fool you. That don't make no sense. It's like me I'm walking down the street, I see a sign that say pizza parlor, and then I open the door and walk in and say, don't nobody care about no pizzas. It's like, then why did you open the pizza parlor door, fool? Come on, guys. Boy, I swear this world is crazy. It's some crazy work. That is a crazy work to see a live stream be like, I don't care about no Michael Jackson. Let me click the video because I want to tell him I don't care about Michael Jackson. All right, well, cool. I don't like black licorice. I don't like the taste of. Let me get another one because I don't want people to think I said I don't like black. Some food. I don't like certain foods. Oh, you said I clicked because you talk sense. Oh, we discuss. So what we're discussing. Let me explain. I got an explanation for you. All right, Versace. It's because unfortunately, this is true. I wish I didn't have to do this. YouTube has done this new thing, right? Where, have y'all noticed that you can have a small channel, right? And it might only have 500 subscribers, but if they get the right video title, they can get 500,000 views. And you can have they changed this algorithm thing. Now you got to play, you got to try to title things that can have because the algorithm is AI, that'll try to show your video. Because the way it works is, let's say if I just title this lesson, Abraham, we're going to explain the difference between the tribe of Dan and the Phoenicians, right? They're going to, it's not something current, something popular, so they're just going to, which they still already do, it'll be squashed. It won't make it into no feed. So in my algorithm, it shows, it's called impressions, how they share. So the way it works is they won't share it to nobody. So it might get 500-700 people see it, right? 1,000 people, right? But the truth, like you said, I like that you talk sense. The truth that can be good food for others, I would want it to get to reach as many, right? I wish I can just say I'm live. You see what I mean? I'm live. I got a channel, right? We got like 4,000 people. I don't got ghost subscribers. So I should be able to just say I'm live, and at least they send it to all my 4,000 people. And if people like it, it should be able to hit that, right? It should be equal, but it's not like that. So unfortunately, I got to try to come up with, okay, if Trump went to Iran, did this in China, right? So that it could try to make so people can find it and see it. So that's what that is. And I don't like it, Versace. I hate it. I despise it. Because I sit here and I'm like, I don't know. Because I'm about to teach on Dan, Phoenicians. I don't want to give it away. I got stuff I need to teach. but they switched it. I mean, we was already, right? So it's like you got to play a game, bro. And I don't like it at all. I hate it, bro. I hate it. So yeah, Versace, that's what it is. I agree. All right. No, it's all right. It's all right. I don't like it at all. Now, you know, I'll do a current event topic and all that, but it's just, I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay, I talked about Trump. What can I talk about? Oh, Islam, right? Ilhan, right? I'm sitting, y'all just, it's frustrating. I'm sitting there like, okay, China, no, India. And I just got to think of a title just so it could try to make the algorithm, just so I can teach. I'm really going to teach a word, but it's horrible. It's just a shadow ban, you know, but anyway, praise the Most High. I'm doing the best I can, but I definitely don't like it. I despise it, bro. And it takes me a long time, and I'm like, okay. So how did I get Mike? I'm sitting here for hours trying to trying to scroll YouTube because I could have did Chud the Builder. You see what I mean? It's like you're trying to. I'm like, okay, well, Chud the Builder, because that's what I was going to do. I'm going to save it because I might still do it, right? And then when I do it, so now this is the thing, brother Versace, I never do clickbait, right? So I won't make a title and then don't do the lesson. So whenever I try, I gotta teach. And no matter what I do, it always be a good teaching. Praise the Most High for the gift of teaching. So I was gonna do a Chud the Builder, right? But then I gotta think of another thing that's not everybody ain't doing, right? It's crazy, but I really don't like it, but it is what it is, right? I call it spiritual warfare. It is what it is. Because if they would just leave me alone and not shadow ban, we would have a lot of people that would just watch because they enjoy the content. But it is. All right, so let me get back with this. So to my sister Stephanie, we should be able to agree to disagree. I hope I didn't lose a sister, because we have to know that we won't always agree, right? But I don't mean no harm. And I know you don't mean no harm. You know, I want what's best for you, and I'm sure you want what's best for me, but we won't always agree, right? And a true sign of humility and growth is when we can agree to disagree. It's all right. Then we move on and we keep on teaching the Most High's word, right? And just keep on. That's it. That's the best we can do. So I try my best not to offend my brother or sister. But, you know, sometimes when we don't agree on an event, it can, you know, and so, yeah. So praise the Most High. I just pray for all of our healing. And, you know, if you're right, because, you know, we don't know. Let's say if you were right and I'm wrong, then, well, when I get to judgment, it ain't going to really harm me. That ain't going to really harm me. Oh, good. She's still here. All right. That's cool. Because some people, I say that stuff because some people, they get offended, right? When, like, I have people who rock out for months, and then the minute we don't agree on something, they get in their feelings. Next thing you know, I'm like, dang, bro, we can agree to disagree, right? Because you could be right? What you're saying. You could be right, and then I could be wrong. But the thing I'm glad about my position, because even if I'm wrong, I'm not harming nobody, you know? So it ain't like I'm going to get to the judgment and be like, you were wrong, and it's going to hurt me. I'm still like, I wasn't still trying to harm nobody, but praise the Most High. And so all right, so let's continue. Let's get with this. So the Danites intermarried with the Phoenicians. They were the cunning craftsmen. They built Solomon's temple. They were sent by the king of Tyre to superintend the work of the temple. The son of a man of Tyre, and his mother was the daughter of Dan. Now, it's necessary to bear in mind that this intimate connection recorded in the Bible of the Phoenicians was with Israel, especially with Dan. We must remember that Dan's strength, 62,700 fighting men, none old, none boys. Shortly after they left Egypt, the captivity, we must consider the schooling. Moses was very learned. He had all the wisdom of the Egyptians, according to Acts 7:22. And beyond all this, we must remember Yah's promises concerning Israel, the seed of Abraham and Isaac. That's where I got. That's what led me to it. because you can't stomp the original seed out. The seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob would not be likely to collapse and wither when in contact with other races. You will never destroy the remnant of the seed, because if you destroy that, everybody listen, if it was a doable thing to destroy the remnant of the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, then there would be no chance for anyone to have salvation. That's why I believe of every nation, kindred, and tongue, because that's their purpose. So if they were to be allowed to be wiped, then I guess the Most High would have to choose another nation to fulfill that, to lead others as the Messiah, the Hebrew Messiah, to lead others to salvation. Okay? So that's what he came for, the Messiah. He came for those who were given the promise, so that we can get back up on our horse and get back to work, lowering ourselves and being servants. Praise the Most High. Like he came to serve and not be served. And in your serving the other nations, because they always cleave, right? Bring the word to the Gentiles, not just the northern kingdom who became Gentiles, okay? Bring the word, right, to those who haven't received or who've lost their way, all right? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Now, so Steph, every nation of people on the earth got to go through one of those 12 gates. All right, Steph, this might help. I think we were just doing doing semantics with one another. They ain't no nation of people on this earth get into the kingdom unless, that's why if we fail, then everyone fails. That's the part people don't understand. For those who know the Bible, trust me, you want the remnant of the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to be repented. I got you now. We were just on a different wavelength. No, don't get it twisted, Steph. Don't boast against the natural branch. Now, come on, now I can get funky. You understand? Don't ever boast against the natural branch. Shout out to the remnant of the natural branch, because that's who brings salvation. That's why I said that if they cease to exist, all humanity, there's nobody that can get salvation, because the Messiah came from that lineage. He came in through Mariam from the tribe of Yaada, Judah. That was intentional. Him coming through the water, the womb, the spiritual seed of the Father coming in through the womb to manifest to what? That's the lineage. That lineage, the remnant of that lineage have to lower themselves. And that's how you come in through one of those 12 gates. You're going to be on the Judah line. You're going to be on the Zebulun line. You're going to be on the tribe of Gad line. You're going to be on the Rabbayan, Reuben line. You're going to get in somebody's line. You understand? One of the 12 tribes, you got to go through one of the gates. You can't get to the kingdom. That's why it's so important for the children of Abraham to get it correct. Come on. Oh, yeah, I have 110, Steph. Come on, girl. Girl, somebody had told anybody wrong. You heard? Shout out to and that's why I love, and I feel a real love and appreciation for my Gentile brothers and sisters that are really thankful for all the work that we do. The remnant of the children of Abraham who lower themselves and do that to pour into them as well. They show the love and the respect, and they're thankful, you see? And that's a beautiful thing for the natural branch who, remember the tribe of Judah, Steph, we awaken all the other tribes first, right? Well, others awaken because there's gleanings. So others awaken. Thank you, Yashala, for the super sticker. Others awaken, right? So we awaken all the tribes and the gleanings. That's why the Bible always talk about the gleanings, right? It said, do not clean the corners of your yard for the Gentile. Come on. That's what I was trying to point out, Steph, but we was just speaking, we was coming from it from a different angle. I guess you didn't understand my raw and uncut. No, I get raw and uncut. I'm a more gentler unk. You got to watch these old videos. I used to, but because I have a fuller understanding of, you say you're a Gentile. You are, I know you are, but what am I? Okay, I'm glad you think I'm a Gentile. Well, everybody, opinions are like like anal cavities. We all got one, so you got the right to believe that. And, well, that's okay. All right, so anyway, I ain't got to prove nothing to nobody. You understand? Because, I could be a Danite, the tribe of Dan. You know what I mean? I'm in the ancient history book right now. And just so you know, that the Hebrews and all the ancient texts, they ain't what you think they is, but whatever. That they ain't doing nothing but trolling. They ain't nothing but ultra perm. All right, let's continue. So Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Abraham, Yasak, and Jacob, for this person who says I'm a Gentile, right? Were not likely to collapse and wither when in contact with other races. It says we must bear all this in mind because we find Grecian, Irish, Scandinavian, and English histories. Oh, we about to go somewhere now. All right? Grecian, the Greek, Irish, Ireland, Scandinavian, and English histories. All these histories are not as white as you think they are. No disrespect. We just doing real history, right? There's perfect timing for the other person to say, I'm not a Hebrew, okay? When you better understand who the original Hebrews was, because guess who drew them on the caves of Egypt? The ancient Kemet. They drew exactly what they look like. And they ain't look like those people in the synagogue of Satan over there who couldn't have been no slaves in the hot Egyptian sun 2,000 years ago. You heard? But let's go. Let's continue. We about to get this about to get funky in a second. All right. Now it says we must bear in mind because we find the Grecian, Irish, Scandinavian with notices of a certain race called deny. Everybody listen. He said the Grecians, the Irish, the Scandinavians, they all have certain notices of a certain race called the Dani, the Danans, the Dani, who are either called Phoenicians or mentioned in the company with the Phoenicians. Almost wherever Phoenicians are said to have traded, there we either hear of these Dani or we find a river or district stamped with the name of Dan, according to early custom recording of that tribe in the scriptures. Now, this Danoi clan, Danai tribe, Danans, this is the same ones that went to the island of Crete and Knossos. These were the same ones that the Hellenes would later become the Danoi clan. Do you understand? The Danoi tribe. And that's why they call the Bible the Biblia from the ancient Biblo city, Phoenicians. The Phoenicians civilized ancient Hellenes and taught them the Greek alphabet when they went through their 400 years of the Dark Ages. Okay, almost wherever Phoenicians are said to have traded, there we either hear of these denied or we find a river or district stamp. In a lecture delivered to the tribe of Judah people, working men and families at the tribe of Judah infant school. I don't know if this is ooh-ish. Yeah, this is ooh-ish because it says 1875, so it's probably ooh-ish. Let me see. The ports of Elath rivaled the Phoenician. The ports were filled with the ships of Tarshish, which sat down the Iliad Gulf River. All right, let's go to the next page. All right, that's quoting some book. All right. Now, shout out to Kay Fuller. Now, in the Manual of Ancient History, from the middle of the 16th to the middle of the 14th century BC, several colonies from Egypt, Phoenicia, Phrygia settled in different parts of Greece. bringing with them the improvements in the arts and sciences that have been made in their respective countries. A Phoenician colony under Cadmus settled in Boeotia. He was the first who introduced the use of letters into Greece. That's the Phoenician alphabet. They call it the Greek alphabet. He introduced the Phoenician Habariyah. This is Dan's descendants when the Greeks was coming out of their dark ages on the island of Crete. They was Hellenes. They weren't even Hellenes then. They were a Denoi Phele tribe, Denoi clan under there. It's before they became Hellenes too. They became Hellenes after the Phoenicians, and then they made this god Helen. They made up these mythological beings. All right. It says the Phoenicians were at that period the undisputed masters of the Aegean Sea. Cyprus was not only a colony, but a province of the Tyrians. From Cyprus, they extended their settlements to Crete. Thence they proceeded to Africa, Sicily, Sardinia, the Spanish peninsula, and the scriptures called Tarshish, was the country which with the Tyrians, that's of Tyre, the Phoenicians, had the most lucrative trade, and the colonies they established soon became independent states. Tribe of Dan, under the Phoenicians, okay, we already showed you what they look like with their big noses and their big lips, you understand? Okay, and these are actual Israelite Hebrews. So if the crazy thing, these people come, you a Gentile, okay, well, thank you very much. You apparently don't know history and you don't even know me. So how do you know what I am? Okay, I could be your mama. You won't even, that was just a joke. But anyway, let's continue. So now, they went to Island of Crete. Now, watch this, it's going somewhere. We're going somewhere. It's just kind of a lot of reading, but we're going somewhere. Thence the Spanish Peninsula caused Tarshish, and soon independent states. Colonies were also planted beyond the Straits of Gibraltar. Trade was extended to the British Islands, okay, to the coast of the North Sea. It is known that the Phoenicians preceded the Greeks in forming commercial establishments on the coast of Asia Minor and the shores of the Black Sea. In the eastern seas, they had establishments on the Persian and Arabian Gulfs. Now let us track Dan's footprints by this Phoenician light, and we shall find that almost wherever the Phoenicians have been there or in close proximity on the name of some place, river, or provinces, the name of Dan was imprinted there. The Phoenicians are Danites. As they did in their earliest independent conquests in Palestine. We have then on the Red Sea, Dongola, in Greece, Chalcedon, a river in Attica, the Eridon, the Makdon, the Danube, the Nanastris, now Dniester, the Dnepr, now Dnieper, and the Don. So that's where Dan is. Everywhere Dan lay his hat, he named it after himself. The substance of this paper was delivered at a lecture at Clapham in 1876 when the Reverend Canon Titcomb, now Bishop of Rangoon, very kindly took the chair. Although a staunch Anglo Israelite and a believer in Dan as an enterprising pioneer, he took exception to my claiming Dongola as having anything to do with Dan, and thought it was making Dan ubiquitous to trace him to Africa. But in point of fact, it is one of the easiest to defend. For in Dongola and the neighborhood are at this moment two bodies of people. In Dongola, the Falashas and the Karamantas. In Africa, professing tribe of Judah faith, calling themselves Israelites, and they've been doing it for thousands of years. Bantu too, and acknowledged by our English tribe of Judah. Before speaking of the people in Greece and the Chalkians in the eastern corner of the Black Sea, we will take the probable route of an exploring overland party up in the Danube, its source of the mountains of Switzerland, and there pick up another river, the Rodan, now called the Rhone, down to the sea at the ancient so-called Phoenician town of Massilia, now Marseilles, and then across the Sardine back again into Switzerland. We pick up the Aradan. All he's doing is pointing out in this book the places where Dan went, conquered, and named after himself. The king of while in Phoenicia, I will call your attention to the following. We may infer from Ezekiel 28 and 12 that Tyre had one of her symbols of cognizance, some cherubic device. The king of Tyre, and apparently a taunted message, is called the anointed cherub. Y'all remember that scripture? Ezekiel 28. And the covering cherub, and we find a winged lion, the cognizance of Venice. Again, Tyre, the capital of Phoenicia, was the proud merchant city of ancient times, and Venice, the capital of Phoenicia, held the same grand position in the Middle Ages. Is there not, in addition, some clear connection between Venetia and Phoenicia? From Venetia, we will return to the Danastris, the Dniester, follow it to its source, where we pick up the Vistula, at the mouth of which is Danzig on the shores of the Kodan Gulf. All right, let me get to, because I don't want this to get too lengthy boring, because it gets somewhere good in a second. From Phoenicia, Baltic to the Prince. Let me go to the next page, right? Because it starts to get to headquarters of the Nans, the north of Ireland, anciently called Scotia. The headquarters of the Danaans, tribe of Dan, was the north of Ireland, anciently called Scotia. I think that's where you get Nova Scotia from, I think. Where we find an immense percentage not only of the names of places, but of the popular surnames with the prefix Don. Dundalk, Donegal, Donegahede. This last place, if not the earliest, is one of the earliest reputed settlements of the Tuath of Danaan. It had a sound remarkably Hebrew, and transliterated becomes Danhagadi, Dan, which means Dan, my witness, in Canaanite Hebrew or modern. From ancient Scotia, we pass over to modern Scotia, or Caldonia, Dania, whose namesake we had in Hellas, Greece. Here, among a host of others, we have Dumfries, Dunbarton. In the letter, it becomes M before the labial. Dundee and Aberdeen, the mouth of Don, and the river Don. All right? So the north of Ireland. So this understanding that these ancient lands, and this is another book, Constantinople during the Crimean War, right? And again, this is a book, it's going to tell a year in a second, from Lady Hornby, 1863, okay? Right? So these are actual receipts. Now, I'm going to go to something first to show this, right? Because it says the Egyptian Commonwealth being dissolved of the 12 attained supreme command Ephraim. Now these are the 12 tribes. Ephraim, then he left Egypt for another home. Let us now follow the Hebrews westward under the lead of the tribe of Dan in his ships. All right, leaving Egypt in the pursuit of the wealth of other lands, extending their columns towards the west. This is leading to Dan coming to America, the original indigenous. So that's why our title was Michael Jackson native. Was he Phoenician? Choctaw? Dan? Was the original tribes over here? We know from Esdras. So these are ancient books from the 1800s and stuff, 1700s, that speak on this. It is said the Ionians, the Ionian Republic with its 12 states or tribes, resembling the Israelitish government, was formed under Israel's rule. It is said that the Ionians have striking characteristics of the children of Israel. They were personally handsome and their situation charming. These Ionian islands were in the far west, still they were far from the land of Israel to point of distinction. Greece during the 555 years was also visited by the Israelites. Dan, yes it was. But let me show something, because these ancient kingdoms that we thought had no blacks, were actual ancient melanated lands like Ireland. So these tribes, these lands, Scotland, okay, we know the Jacobites and stuff, right? And these lands had original so-called blacks, okay? So this right here is an ancient book, right? Let me just do this, right? I can do this right here, right? Matter of fact, should I do this one? Because I did that before, but yeah, let me do it. Let's just start with that one. So here, stop share screen. All right, window, it's this one. Y'all might have seen the other lesson, Benjamin Franklin's book, right? Now these are receipts beyond receipts, okay? Because now we're talking about Benjamin Franklin, one of the forefathers in America, right? 1778. Benjamin Franklin said himself, there are supposed to be now upwards of 1 million English souls in North America. Listen, 1778, Benjamin Franklin, a scholar, one of thee. Though this thought scarce, 80,000, there are supposed to be now upwards of 1 million English souls in North America. Though this thought scarce, 80,000 have been brought over sea, and yet perhaps there is not one the fewer in Britain, but rather more on account of the employment of the colonies of foreign manufactured home. The million Dublin supposed, but in 25 years, whatever, right? So let me get to what he's speaking on, because he's complaining. Okay. He says, and since detachments of English from Britain sent to America, since we sent the English from Britain sent to New America, right, 1700s, we will have their places at home so soon supplied and increased so largely here. Why should the Palatine Boers, the Germans, be suffered to swarm into our settlements by herding together, establish their language and manners to the exclusion of ours? Why should Pennsylvania be founded by the English, become a colony of these aliens, who shortly will be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of us Anglifying them, and they will never adopt our language and customs, any more than they can ever acquire our complexion? Which leads me, Benjamin Franklin, to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. All of Africa is black or tawny. Tawny is a derivation of dark brown, okay? Asia is chiefly tawny, dark brown. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so, the whole of America, and in Europe, the Spaniards, the Italians, the French, the Russians, and the Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. The Saxons is the only exception. This is Benjamin Franklin, okay? And swarthy, y'all know what swarthy is. All right, guys, we're in the American Dictionary of the English Language. This is actually Webster's 1828 dictionary. So I got the official PDF from it. So now we're going to break down the word swarthy. Right? What is swarth? It says being of dark hue, moderately black, tawny. Swarth is swarthiness, tawniness, a dusky or dark complexion. Dark complexion, guys. Swarthy, as black as the swarthy African, it says. Black as the swarthy African. Black. Swarthiness is a tawny color. Swartish, somewhat dark or tawny.
You're muted.
Why am I muted? Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. So I said, she said, swarthy and tawny is black. Swarthy, black, African. So just, it's Webster's Dictionary. This is, you got to go back to the 1800s, not this new stuff where they rewrite history, right? That's what our brother talking about. You a Gentile. Okay, well, good. You just let me know you don't know no history at all. I don't even know who you is. How you going to tell me what I am? You don't know my, my genealogy. But anyway, let's break down history. So Benjamin Franklin, okay? Yeah, that dude. Okay, talk about a resource. Talk about, you know, you can't get a better, what they call that when you try to find the source. You can't get a better source than that. Okay, where was I at? Oh, it was that screenshot. Let me see. Do y'all see it? What do they see on the screen, Hakiyama? You see my thing? Okay.
Yes, of English from Britain.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so he said the whole of, listen, all of Africa is black or tawny. All right, so now y'all know what that is. Swarthy, black, tawny. Black like the swarthy, tawny African, right? Asia, now he's talking about back then, the foundation, chiefly tawny, dark brown. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so, right? Europe, the Spaniards, the Italians, the French, the Russians, the Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. The Saxons, the only exception, who with the English make the principal body of the white people on the face of the earth at that time. I could wish that their numbers were increased, and while we are, as I may call it, scouring this whole planet by clearing America of all the woods, knocking down all the woods, and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of its inhabitants, and Mars, why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? He, like Benjamin Franklin, was racist, just so y'all know. He was like, we need to get rid of all these blacks. He like, we clearing the forests of what the natives had, right? We knocking down all the trees, and he said, we now the sun of the light and the stars and the celestial, how dare we, in the sight of the superior beings that's be able to see us, because we knocking down all the trees, darken it with these dark blackity blacks, right? Why increase the sons of Africa while planting them here in America? He's like, stop bringing these slave ships. So this knocks out these people tomorrow. Wasn't no slavery. Ben Franklin was pissed. He like, stop. We keep bringing these black slave ships. Everybody's already tawny and black and swarthy, the indigenous natives, right? He like, so where we have he said, why increase the sons of Africa by planting them here in America, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies of increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I am partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind. So he was complacent in his races. He like, forget these blackity blacks. Now, let's do some history. This is an ancient book from 1906, a study of the settlement of England and the tribal origin of the Old English people. See? 1906, Anglo-Saxons Ethnology, Great Britain. All right? Shaw Thomas William from 1840 to 1905. Okay? Published in, the original was 1861. This published date is 1906. Okay? All right? There go all your receipts for the book, right? This is another book. There you go. Now we inside the book. Thomas William Shaw, a study of the settlement of England and the origin of the Old English people. Okay, I'm talking about the tribe of Dan and them coming over. Okay, by the late Thomas William Shaw. This man is not black. This is, these are the times when blacks was in slavery and stuff. They're just coming out of slavery. You understand? They was making us not be able to read and write. Our darker forefathers. This is the history books from these 1800s. The borders of Saxony and Prussia at the present day, some of the darker winds may have well been among the Black Vikings, referred to in the Irish Annals, Ireland, as well as those Wales, It may have been the people who have left the Anglo-Saxon name Blackmanburg, which occurs in the charters Blackmanstone, Kentish Coast, and Blackmanstone. You know, they say they ain't black, they ain't black. That's just their name is Blackman stuff, Blackman sir, right? It says Doomsday meet with records of people apparently named after their dark complexions. Okay, in Buckinghamshire, Blackman said, and others are mentioned. In Sussex, one named Block. In Suffolk, and Blackmanus, and Swarte. That's Swarte or Swarthy. It's a Swartz. That's where you get the Stuarts. Okay, we're talking about the what's the name, the Dark Ages and the Jacobites of Europe and all of that, right? The Swarts, okay, and others at Lincoln. The invasion of the coast of the British Isles by Vikings of a dark or black complexion. I didn't know they had black Vikings. Y'all didn't know that. You know who those? Do you know who those black Vikings are? Everybody, the seafaring people. Here come the tribe of. You got to understand, bro. Dan is all over the place. That's why I'm doing this. Okay, the tribe of Dan. The invasion of the coast of the British Isles by Vikings of a dark or black complexion rests on historical evidence which is too circumstantial to admit of doubt. The Irish annals, the black Vikings are called the Dub Ginty or the Black Gentile. Okay, these black Gentiles on some occasions fought against other plunderers of the Irish coast known as their fair Gentile. Now, Gentile is heathen, okay? And because when they don't know who these black dub Gentile is, okay? Let's continue. Now, these are the Gauls, the ancient maps, the Picts, all right? The Saxons, the Britons, the Angles, the Anglicans, okay? This is about the Dark Ages, right? The Friars, right? And the Ions, right? So anyway, now this is from the Irish Post, okay? Ireland. This ain't America. This is the Irish Post. You can Google this. In Ireland. It's one of the most famous Irish newspapers, established in 1970, right? Dublin. And it's Irish history. Ancient Irish people were black with blue eyes. All right, this is what I was talking about, the genetic mutations and stuff, right? When one thinks of the Irish, the image is fairly clear, the fair skin. Now I'm doing this because we're going to, and when we get back to the Danish tribe of Dan, he starts to go into Ireland and establishing. This is how these because these were, what's the name lands, nomadic lands. A lot of them were empty lands, so they got established back in those days. So the Irish with scholars and stuff, right? This is a recent post. I think it was last year, 2 years ago or something. This is new findings that they're coming out. When one thinks of the Irish, the image is fairly clear. Fair skin, light skin, pale complexion, and a copy of the Irish Post underneath their arm. Just kidding. But a new document claims that the earliest Irish people looked nothing like that at all. Okay? The Burring Heart of Stone, which aired on Irish television last month, suggests the early inhabitants of Ireland were in fact black and had blue eyes. Scientists in the documentary used modern forensic techniques to explore Ireland's past. Right? The such and such stone, the scientists, black people, scientists in the document use modern forensic techniques to explore Ireland's past, and they found evidence that the black people lived here around 10,000 years ago. It's understood that the evidence was found in the Colonial region, but there's no sense that they didn't stretch throughout the whole entire Ireland. The documentary says these inhabitants gathered shellfish and talking about they gathered shellfish, hazelnuts, and hunted wild boar. They lived typically in around the cliffs and on the edge of the sea and likely slept in caves. Black cavemen, I know you're like, what? It's thought that around 4,000 years ago, these inhabitants were displaced by farmers who moved in and eventually established the modern Irish gene pool as we know it today. This evidence follows on from the discovery made by the Natural History Museum in London that Cheddar Man, a Mesolithic skeleton found in a cave in the southwest of England in 1903, had dark to black skin with blue eyes and curly hair. Most people heard of Cheddar Man. So these ancient German Europe are finding out that there was black civilizations there before, okay? Just like in the Americas. But people try to say like we trying to take everybody's culture, but we ain't making this. These are some of our white brothers and sisters in these lands who are just finding out. It's estimated that around 30 to 40,000 people lived on the island of Ireland back then, and it's likely that every Irish person is descended from those individuals in one way or another. Another one, the Irish Times. This is all in Ireland. This ain't American news. Early Irish people were dark-skinned with blue eyes. And they're still there. Okay? So they're putting them on the cover. These people are still there. All right? And they're in the, in the lowlands or whatever, right? Techniques normally used in forensic criminal investigations have revealed surprising details about prehistoric Irish people. All right? So when you understand when these scholars, when they're talking in the ancient books from the 1600s, 1800s, 1700s, and when I just showed Benjamin Franklin said all of Ireland, all of Spain, all of Italy, all of, right? And he was like chiefly tawny and swarthy, right? Prehistoric Irish people were dark-skinned and had blue eyes. The hunter-gatherer probably lived in Ireland 10,000 years ago, didn't have any other pigmentation profiles associated with light skin, all right? And they got displaced about the inhabited island for 4,000 years before being replaced by unsettled farmers. So anyway, I'm just pointing out because there are some images, okay? And, and here we go. These are images all through Europe. So when Benjamin Franklin was saying this stuff, these are architecture in Germany, in Europe, in Ireland, stuff right now. You see? Right? Right now. The monies, right? The coins from the Jacobite era, right? These are around right now, all through. Right? St. Killiam's Church, Sapperton, Gloucestershire, circa 1100. They're in the stones in the walls. You understand? They're all through Europe. But, people, they would try to say we steal people's history, right? All of this artwork is all over the place. In the brick stones of buildings, office buildings, homes. Stone work that's why I'm like, shout out to Germany and Russia and these European nations who keep it's because if this was America, they would have been knocked all that stuff down. I'm just telling you facts. If this has been America, they'd have been destroyed, all that stuff. America is like, oh, nothing, dude, you crazy. We can't have these Negroes. we can't have these niggas finding out who they is. That's why a dude come in, you're a Gentile. I'm like, boy, okay? So look, all in there is still in their architecture. The Greek Herod of the Greek head of Silenos, 400 BC. All right, come on, Stephen. These are some of these black Greeks and black Romans and stuff. All the busts, everything is still out there, right? This Roman bowsman funerary tears vessel, right? It was 200 BC. This is an oil lamp. So you take the head off and it stores your oil. It's an oil vessel lamp. It's Roman. Come on, Steph. Steph, I got everything. I got receipts for years. I got less I could do for everything, right? A Roman, all right? So this is what you was talking about, Steph. So you're like, well, they had like, oh yeah, I know they got it. I can show you too. I can show you better than I can tell you. Your and locks on the head, right? I'm not sure if I think this is a girl. I'm not sure if this is a dude or a girl, but those are definitely little locks, okay? And that's expensive stuff with the oil, right? Because Roman stuff like that, in Greek, it was about that olive oil and stuff. It was expensive, right? It was the thing, right? So there you go. So that's how, see, you pour it in the head at the top, right? Look at this one. They break the noses, right? Look at them lips. Look at that curly hair, right? We can go on for days. The Angkor temple facing in Angkor, right? The original civilization of Cambodia in Angkor is a Cambodianized interpretation of the Sanskrit word Nagara, which means city. And that's their stone temples. Look at their lips and nose, bro. This stuff, you just can't make it up, right? But, when we try to do our history, some people get jealous and like we don't got a history. This is a bronze bust of a lady of Iberia from 0 to 100 AD. Ampuria, Iberia. The Iberian Peninsula is Spain. A bronze bust, original Spaniard. Look at the afro. You see the afro? Just look at the fro. Okay? All right. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Steph. It'll go back. And then the Most High said, over the time, it'll mutate again and go out. And then it'll come back. It's like the ebb and flow of the waters. The tide goes in and it comes back. The Most High, he said, I created my creation. Now we distorted it because of sin and transgression, but it will come back. Facts. It will return back to whence it come. It's like a rebuilding, like a how you go back and regroup. That's what the Bible says. Everything works in cyclical functions in the Most High's creation. It was always like that. Yeah. This is ancient man, a Greek in Anatolia. That's ancient Hittite, right? 200 BC. Bijo Marada, right? See his locks? It's the Greek. That's what you was talking about, Steph. These are the black Greeks, the black Romans, right? I can do this all day. From the Antoine Baths in Carthage, all right, now we're talking Carthage and Hannibal. Pillars topped by the head of the god Hermes, protective injunctions which widespread in the Roman world circa 100 AD. It's Bardo such in Tanzania. Right? These are artifacts. I got so much. I got the Etruria, black Etruscans, the black Phoenicians, the Latins, the Romans. Okay? Let's go. This is the forensic bust of Kostinki, the 14, a.k.a. Markina Gora. The skeleton was dated 36 to 36,000 years old, making it, I don't know about this time, making it the second oldest modern human whose whole genome has been sequenced. The Y DNA equals C-M genome sequence of 45 years. This one they doing that they doing these old busts and skeleton of Lucy, they try to find the ancient original, right? So y'all take that with what y'all want with science and stuff, right? Summa, let me see. So here goes some ancient, right? Architects of ancient Europe, right? This is actually in Europe. They have these statues all around, right? Of these prominent men, and they all around, right? I broke these down in our other study, right? I forgot his name. This is it might say it in the next one. Let me see. Yeah, it says it in this one. Ahmad. This is a bust of Philip II of Habsburg, the King of Spain, and the son of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V of Habsburg. Right here, him. Right? Look at him. These busts are still in the museums. All right, made out of bronze. Look at the sculpture, right? These things are still all over Europe. Look at the boots, right? See, you see the Roman sandals, right? The sword. Okay? History, real history, right? Amar, the bust of Philip II of Habsburg. Now, the son of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V of Habsburg. This is a bust. Here's a statue of King Charles II still standing today outside the cathedral in Lichfield, England. Now look, it's still standing there today. King Charles, look at that bust. You can clearly see the phenotype of this face. And that's the one with the hair, with the long hair. It's King James' son. All right? But we got plenty. And that's him. That's his statue. So look at the fullness of the statue. Look at his lips. Right? Even with the statue being a little distorted. Right? That's King Charles. All this stuff, you can look it up. It's harder to find now because they take stuff down. So I got stuff archived to death. Right? It's another image of it. Right? And look at this, Science Photo Library. See, all these came from different places. Science Photo Library. King Charles. So they'll make you think, if you Google it now, they show you, they show you, no disrespect, a white dude and say that's King Charles. They show you a white dude says King James. The Sciatic Isis, Inquiry into the Origin of Language, Nations, and Religions, from Godfrey Higgins, Esquire. I'm right? So I'm getting too far away now. Right, I'm about to go into my other stuff. In the Netherlands, dedicated to the Black Virgin, I have no doubt of the fact that I've forgotten the place. Here we have the Black Venus and the Ceres. In Italy, all right, to make the thing complete, we want nothing but a church dedicated. This is the ancient actual book. I think this one is from, well, I didn't get the date on my sciatic isis. I think this is the 1600s, all right? And lawyers and stuff of the late, yeah, this is 1600s. But it says, and to make one thing complete, we want nothing but a church dedicated to the Black Savior. And if we cannot show this, there is scarcely a church in Italy where a Black bambino may not be seen. You know that? Go to the Vatican and watch them bow down to the Madonna and the Black bambino, okay? If Pausanias had told us that the infant Jupiter, which he found in Arcadia, had been black, we should have had all been required, how we were told before us that Jupiter had the title of Savior, and Statius tells us that he was black. All right, but these are the ancient, but it's not about glorifying no skin color, nothing. The only thing I'm just showing is that ancient books from the 14, 15, 1600s, all of this told the real truth. All right. I believe that all the Black bambinos of Italy are Negroes, not merely Blacks, just only Blacks. This admitted, it will prove the very early date of their entrance into Italy. It is said now to exhibit fine and comely persons. Dr. Pritchard has successfully proved that the blackness of the skin is not caused by heat alone, that they're not black from being out in the sun, that the Negro is to be found in cold as well as hot climates, and that the change which in various instances has taken place in his complexion is to be ascribed more to civilization than to climate. So these books are calling them civilized, okay? This one crazy. I'm gonna go back to the other book from here. Colonel Wilford says, it cannot reasonably be doubted that a race of Negroes have formerly preeminence in India. These were the inhabitants of India in the time of the curly-headed Buddha, who succeeded after 2160 years by the long-haired Krishna. I got a whole nother, this in here. One of incarnation of the solar god in Taurus, the other in Aries. Thus I account for the Negro Buddha and for the handsome, though black, Krishna. So those who didn't know, Krishna and Buddha was blackity black. That's history. It just is what it is, okay? And then they talk about the other goddess worship of Multimedia and the Minims, and the first idols were black, Venus, Juno, Jupiter. Roman and the Germans, they know that, all right? Again, we're not trying to do no racial stuff, but this is just history. See, look, it says, The first idols were always black. Venus, Juno, Jupiter, Apollo, Bacchus, Hercules, Astaroth, Adonis, Horus, Apis, Osiris, Ammon. In short, all the wood and stone deities were black. Now these ain't nobody, this ain't black people writing this. I think this is from the 1500s or something. By Godfrey Higgins, Esquire. Y'all can look it up. The Sciatic Isis, an inquiry into the origins of language, nations, and religions. Right? So this ain't no like black people writing about themselves stuff, right? Then you got another one. It's a whole different book. Oh, that's Mr. Franklin makes an observation which is new to me. The ancient Etrurians had the countenances of Negroes. That's Hannibal. That's when the Romans came to Etruscans, the Etrurians. The same as the images of Buddha in India. Black countenances like Negroes, but there's a specific phenotype they're talking about. This is very striking when compared with the proofs which I've given in my Celtic Druids, chapter 2, section 25, all right, and page 304 of the identity of the Sanskrit and ancient language of Italy. So this goes into India. We did this before, right? This is a whole nother book, right, of the swarthy Welshmen, the Black Celts, okay? Of Belgium, France. There remains the existence of a Neolithic race, smaller stature, with long or oval skulls to bury their dead in tombs. Their remains all in Belgium, France, Britain, Germany, Denmark, as well as Spain. These were all Danwas, but they bear a closer resemblance to the Basques than to any other living people, right? The Neolithic race has consequently been identified with the Basques and the Iberians, and the extreme exponents of theory do not hesitate to speak of the Iberian ancestors of the people of England, recognizing the racial characteristics in the small swarthy means black, Welshmen, the small dark Highlander, the Black Celts, and the west of the Shannon. This goes on. I ain't about to go into all this, right? So they talk about the Plato's great western island of Atlantis, and it maintains that in Europe they possess Spain, Gaul, Italy, and the British Isles, penetrated into the Balkan Peninsula, occupied a part of North Africa, Corsica, and all that, right? It just goes on. The white Khazars and the black Khazars. That's we're gonna close out. Tamaya, if you're still here, remember when we did this book? Because I'm in this screen, I didn't show. I forgot what this book is called. And this was from the 1700s, I think, or 1600s. Now, the crazy part is when we did this a while ago, we found out that there was white Khazars and black Khazars. If Tommy, I don't know if he's still awake. Now I just found out the tribe of Dan. Remember I said Dan mixed his seed with the Khazars and they became the serpent people. And these are the black Khazars that they're talking about in this book. Because the white, remember I said they mixed their seed with the Khazarians. Okay, and then they came over into Jerusalem and stuff. This is an ancient book as a receipt to that. The black Khazarians and the white Khazarians, the black Bulgarians, the white Bulgarians. Okay? In addition to the black or brown and yellow races already spoken of as prehistoric Europeans, there's also a theory that a copper color race, closely akin to some branches of American Indians, once inhabited Europe. Facts. That's the tribe of Dan. That's the copper-colored indigenous Indians inhabited Europe, and rather the southern parts of Europe and North Africa. The tribe of Dan. It's all over the ancient texts. It's all, we could just go book to book to book. Europe and North Africa proofs which red is visible in the complexion of the modern Copts, which is reddish, and of the Nubians, who are described as a deep red color. That's ruddy, with nothing of the Negro in their profile, and they got oval faces, the Nubians. All right? But anyway, this just goes on. All right. In addition to the black or brown, thank you. I heard a theory that Caucasian skin was a form of non-fatal leprosy that was a fatal or contagious, which that's interesting. Now, there is a form of whited out skin that's was leprate. That's a separate of Versace. That's a separate case. Now, remember, in genetics and genomes, you have mutations, right? So, but it's like, so with Noah, he wasn't leprous. So leprosy is a curse and leprosy is a thing, right? Michael Jackson, they call it vitiligo now. Michael's supposed to have it. I don't know if that's, they said he did. I don't know if it's true. I know he was doing all that plastic surgery, but there are people who have leprosy. It doesn't mean you wicked if you have that, because it's a genetic trace that could be passed down too, right? So, and then there's different levels of leprosy with ones with their sores and everything, but there is a whitening of the skin. But that's not like all white people, they're not leprous. That doesn't come from that. That's the actual genetic mutation that happens naturally in nature that the Most High created in the gene of his children. That's why it happens in the animals too. Okay? And animals ain't got leprosy, you know what I mean? But yeah, there are some that have that lepric trait. And there was whole nations, like cities, and they were lepric cities. It was crazy, and the people were suffering a lot there too. They put them on an island to be all with each other, and that was a horrible thing. But yeah, all right. So this is here we go. The Denari, the black Denars, the black Danes, right? The Dane today, the Norwegians and the latter Danes, but the typical Dane today is not a black hair man, quite the reverse. Dub means black, without meaning any word about hair. These two sections of invaders were also known as the Fen Genti, the Dub Genti, the black, the fair Genti, the black Genti. They called them the white Gentiles, the black Gentiles. All right? The Phoenician, Dub Lineage, white and black Lachlanese, or Scandinavians. And in the wars of the Gaels war, the Denari are styled black Denars or the black Danes. In none of these terms is there any hint that the color of the hair is indicated. He calls the Gentiles of pure color, plus the Danes then were not of pure color. They were dubbed black, as black at any, now see, these are as the black Huns who were of a dark, this ain't white people writing this. These people racist. You see what he said? The Gentiles were pure color. They were white. And the Danes that were not pure color were dubbed. They were black. Dub and little baby dub. Right? So this ain't no black people writing this for it, right? This is actual history. All right? And each other being expelled, and such expelled the dukes. The dukes, that's where you get the Duke of Earls, the dukes, and the Swarts, and right, whether Picts or of the earlier Moorish or the Egyptian Scottish or the Black Danish division or jumble, all three must have been people like the swarthy Duke Andrew, the Black Duke Andrew, and Druidess, his wife, who were recorded have entered Bologna in the year 1422, and of whom or whose it was like said that meant that the men were black, their hair curled, the women remarkably black, and all their faces scarred. All right. So anyway, I'm tired of reading this. I'm tired of reading too. I don't went really long. All right. Now, this was John Mackey. So this book is Irish, Anglo-Saxon, Anglo-Norman, and Scotch. All right. By Thomas G. Gentry. I ain't gonna read it. I'm just gonna show you the title. And in it's breaking down. Dub means black. Dub means black. All right. And then now it's talking about the dub Gauls, the black, and everything. So anyway, I got books for days, right? And I think this book is, well, I don't got the dates for these slides. I used to have, this ain't my, I don't know what drive I'm on now. My other drive, I have all the dates of the books. Because I always do that. That's clear because they be from the 1600s and all of that. I think this one's from the 16 or 1500s. But anyway, so that's King James on the coins and his wife. No, not King James. Fran, and I forgot who that is. That's King James. Look at that nose. Look at the old king. King James coin minted during his reign. Right? That's that book. He also has the exterior air of business and application enough to make him very capable. In his habit and manners, he's very formal, a tall, thin, very black man, like a Spaniard or a Jew. Tribe of Judah. So, again, that's the tribe of Judah in Spain and Portugal, and a very black man. So that dude tomorrow, you're not a Gentile, you a Gentile. Like, yeah, all right. I'm glad somebody told you wrong. But anyway, this dude has a very well-shaped, a black complexion, much like King Charles, not 30 years old. All right? That's what's the name's book. This is the Cromwell's book. But anyway, I could go on forever and ever. Right? This stuff goes on. Image of King Charles, 1651. The book of Leviathan from 1600s. All right. Oh my goodness, I'm tired now. Mouth tired. Oh, Hakyama, let's close with, I'm gonna do a question or two and then I'll close. Whew, I'm tired myself out.
Okay, we have quite a few. The rest I can roll over to the next time if we don't get to all of them tonight. But
thank you.
There is a praise report that I wanted to say. This was from A Villa.
Shout out to A Villa.
He says, quick praise report. My brother has started responding to command and spoke for the first time after this week. Has movement in all his limbs and keeping him somewhat sedated to prevent from TOSAM. Pulling cords and tubes that could cause more medical emergencies. Only Yah's grace and mercy and time will tell how well his recovery from the traumatic brain injury.
Praise the Most High. Praise the Most High for health and recovery. Praise his holy name. Thank you, Hakyama, for the praise report.
Would you like another question?
Yeah, go ahead. That wasn't even a question. That was a praise report. Praise Yah.
This is from what's it called? Proxy. They say, did the 12 tribes develop in Egypt after Joseph and before Moses, or did Dan begin branching out before the Egyptian captivity?
No, after the Egyptian captivity. After the Egyptian captivity, Dan started branching a lot. So Dan was always unruly, so he was always branching, but after the Egyptian captivity, he really branched. And then after the Assyrian captivity, that's when they decided to go to another land. That's when they decided to go to a land where no one ever lived before. All right? Yeah, Maddie, it was ruled by Spain and Hebrews. So they conveniently always leave out Hebrews. So it was ruled by the Moors and the Hebrews. So all of them wasn't Moors. And the Moors and the tribe of Judah got their foundation in Spain and Portugal because of the tribe of Dan. Dan was there first. So when they left North Africa, when they left the Assyrian captivity, when they first went in, because it was this is the image. Oh, wow, that's crazy timing. So this is an ancient fresco relic. This is ancient. Y'all can, I don't know, if you could screenshot this and then look it up, you can Google it, right? You screenshot Google, they'll tell you, yeah, see, this is the book it come from, right? King and queen and prince in the castle, right? This is a tapestry. It's a German tapestry from 1400 AD depicting the black soldiers defending the black king and queen, all right? And these are the wild men who were in Spain, right? And they're coming to attack, right? And they have bricks, stones, right? They also lived in the trees and stuff. It got this is a tapestry, and you see these are the soldiers. You see they have bow and arrows, right? See them? And they're defending the palace. And here in the palace window, hold on, this is Spain, is the king and queen. See the crown? And they're looking out the window. It's when they came and they were coming to attack. So Spain and Europe was full of wild savages. So before the Moors ever got there, because what you're talking about, Maddie, they did what's the name? Seville and all that, but we got the book where it talks really about the Hebrews, and that's when they sent them off from Queen Isabella and them, and the Moors sold the Hebrews out, and they became knights and Red Cross and that famous image, and it was burning and enslaving all the Hebrews, and they sent them to the west coast of Africa. So, but the Blackamoors and the Moors and the tribe of Judah, they came into Spain together, and it was nothing but wild savages running. But Dan, the tribe of Dan, had already had a foundation, a city set, and Dan is a warrior, like, so the savages were, and so the Dan received his big brother Judah and his descendants into and the Moors who came with him, because they made a pact and they got established. They learned the lay of the land, and the Moors and the Hebrews went forth through Spain and built kingdoms, right? And the Moors, that's where they built Granada and they built Seville and all of that. But they don't tell you what the Hebrews did. But then the Hebrews, because of the curses, they started to get persecuted. So Queen Isabella and them started to go after the Hebrews, and they tried to make them put away their culture and serve the Christian God. That's where you get the Spanish Inquisition. You get all of that, right? So the Moors, but all they keep telling everybody is Moors, Moors, Moors. They weren't all Moors. There are a lot of them were. Moors did not own everything that they're showing you ain't a Moor, but they rewrite in history and having everything be a Blackamoor, Blackamoor, Blackamoor. No, because they don't want you to know your actual. A lot of the so-called blacks are actually descend from the children of Yasharel, Israel. And they want that curse to stay over you, because if you don't know who you descend from, then you can't repent for the curses. So if they can make everybody think everybody's just Moors, there was no Hebrews ever. Hebrews ain't black, right? So then you can stay cursed if we get them to curse themselves. So that's why it's a coming out of the broad strokes, kind of like the way that they whitewash a lot of history. They blackwashed the history with Moors, and they said everything was Moors. That's a lie. All of them weren't Moors. The Moors were successful, popular, and the Moors in the tribe of Judah were good. They did their thing. They defended with Dan. They went forth, and then once the curses came back down on the tribe of Judah, and Spain started attacking them, the Moors was like, you on your own. And then they sided with the Spanish, with the Spain against us. And that's what happened. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So, but yeah, this right here is actually Spain, and they're defending the kingdom. I'm not sure if it's a Moorish king or a Hebrew king and queen. It could be a Moorish king and queen. I'm not sure, right? But this is Spain, and these were the savages coming. This is a bigger fresco, a bigger relief, right? The tapestry, you see a black German soldiers are protecting the black German king and queen and prince who are looking out the castle. And there's a prince on the other, right here. The child is over here looking out the other window, because there's other fighters. They're attacking, they're storming the castle. And this is how we lost Europe, the blacks, right? And there's curses. Right, so these are probably Hebrews, because this how we lost the Europe. And this the other tapestry of showing them, right, and Yes, this we'll do that a whole nother time. These are the Dukes of Saxony on the money. Christian the First Duke, Johann George, and August, right? On the money, 1598. These are coins. Look at them with their big old heads. Look like they got Pinky in the brain heads. They got them Somalian heads, but afros, right? Saxon children. They got their name on the coins. Christian, Johann, and George around the coin. Elector Saxony Maurice. They always do this Maurice. They try to make everybody this Maurice dude. So this is Maurice, 1547, his coin, right? Saxony, the Dukes. It's all history. Rare, authentic image of the Holy Roman Empire, Emperor Ferdinand II. He was the emperor during the 30 Years' War. Seems the albinos destroyed all the other images. Someone being mean, writing that, calling them albino. This Ferdinand coin. The ducat issued in 1537 during the period when King Charles V occupied Worcestershire, I think. All right, let me close. Hakama, you had a question or something? Let me close. I'm really tired.
Yes, there's a couple more.
Go ahead.
This next one is from Stephanie. She says, is it true that the Sudanese from Sudan are the tribe of Dan, who are the sea dwellers?
It might be. It's so hard to know, but that could be part of the Sudan name type of thing too. But I don't know. I haven't studied that, but it could be. Dan is all over the place. I would not be surprised if it was. I would not be surprised at all. He mixes seed everywhere. And just because some of these African nations, they're not all Hamitic. And we mix with all of Ham. We mix with Canaan, Caphtorim. We mix with Cush. So yeah, it could be Dan. It could be Dan's descendants. Go ahead, Akima. What's the next one?
This next one is from Tamaya. Tamaya asks, would you say Noah knew Canaan when he cursed him, because you can't curse someone who isn't born yet?
Say it again. Would I know that Noah? Say it again. Would I say it? Read it again.
Tamaya says, would you say Noah knew Canaan when he cursed him, because you can't curse someone?
Oh, you asked that before, Elder. We answered that before. I said, when I answered it the first time, Noah was following the Most High's revelation to him. So Noah would have no way to know that, like you said, Canaan wasn't born yet, right? So when he said, "Cursed be Canaan," that was a revelation from the Most High. He was speaking what he was told, kind of like he spoke when he told everybody the flood is coming, right? He had a gift of prophecy. So he was just speaking a revelation of what he was told to speak. Praise Yah. Go ahead. What's the next one? Hello? Uh-oh. What happened? Am I there? Is she there? She's gone. All right. So let me get the close out then. All right. So still 71 of us. Shout out to Angie over on Facebook. Let me stop sharing that. Right? Let me close out. Yeah, she got kicked out. That's what happened. She got kicked out. I'm like, hello? Hello? It got all quiet. So anyway, so what I was we closing out now. I know it's late. Sorry, 4:30. So I kind of diverted a little because I'm gonna come back to this another time though, because it keeps going. So this starts to go into the British and the Hebrews and Dan going into Britain. So I went into some other books for that, right? And this, because it's a lot more to come out of it, right? And this right here, it goes into in Denmark and Dan, and it goes into the Phoenicians. See, these Israelitish teachers coming from Phoenicia would have been called Phoenicians. The following in Greece, no more than the Danans of Argos. The Danans were a people of great learning, and it actually goes all the way almost into America. So we're gonna do this another day, right? And this book, Before Columbus, links between the old world and ancient America, right? Before Columbus, what was here, right? So we're going to do that, right? A group of sea people bore the name of Dan, all right? We're going to do that another time, all right? We'll do that another time. And then these are the images. So this, wow, it's not big. Did I screenshot it? I think I probably screenshotted it. Yeah, I did. So these are the images. So they got actual images of before Columbus, what the people looked like. And that's the difference when I bring receipts, is because we have actual likeness images of what we're talking about. So I'm a man of receipts. I don't like just speaking all willy-nilly on something. It's like, show me what you're talking about, right? So I'm closing now, guys. So this right here, stop share. Let's see some of the images. Let's see the image of what they was talking about before Columbus and all that, and these Danites and stuff, right? This one, let me click it. I gotta click it. It's oh, I didn't click it. Oh, okay, go back here, double click that. Double click and double click. There we go. Come back here. It's the images. Bang, share. Right? So let's zoom in on the image. Let's see what they look like. That looked like that same image with those lips of the Danites from the other. It looked like the shashu a little bit too in the dress. Look at this one. That's a sister. She got the hoop earring and she got that hat thing on. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That sister got the hoop earring. That's Leroy right there. Boy, Leroy, what is you? Leroy, how you get in this man's picture? Look at his face. Look at them lips and that nose. Leroy, how you get, we closing out, Tommy, yeah. How you getting these people's presentation? Leroy gonna get himself in trouble. Leroy, what is you always in somebody's business? I ain't nothing but Leroy. All right. So now we close it. Woo. Stop share. Share screen. It was a long study. I feel tired on this one. Usually I don't be tired. Oh, that makes sense. I only had 2 hours of sleep. Okay, I forgot. I'm sitting there, why do I feel exhausted? Because I only had 2 hours. Oh, I went through it, bro. I ain't did that, only have 2 hours of sleep in a long time. I literally was laying there and I got that alarm clock went up. I was like a zombie. I'm like, oh my goodness. I came in here and I was like, okay, I'll snap in. And then I worked until about 9 o'clock. And then I went in there and tried to wash my face and brush my teeth and scrub my face and come in here. Now it makes sense. And we just did, I don't know how many, 8 hours or something? 7. Of course, I had 2 hours of sleep. Yes. Come on, Stephanie. Now we know why they teach us red Indians, but the truth in headdress before Columbus, black, dark-skinned people had afros and strong legs, so that means in America, yes. And the headdresses were actually also, so a part of they call it the costume, the habitat, the Judea. So some of the Israelites had headdress too. So, and then, because remember, you had other, the Olmecs was supposed to be the Nube, the Dogon, right? And then, so yes, so they teach us that all they teach us is the Mongoloid. And that's why when I showed all the history, it's like all of the history show, it's so much of the, what you would call so-called melanated indigenous, the original ones, Columbus. That's what he said. They described what they saw with the strong, they described them stout, strong, like body, arms, wrists, forearms, calves. And you seen the image. You seen them doing the dancing around. Praise the Most High that I'm able to tie the ancient books with the ancient images. And the Most High had me store a lot of images from back, right? 5, 7, 8 years ago, so that now a lot of that stuff is taken offline. So you guys are being blessed with the ancient images as the Most High constantly continues to reveal historical facts and truth. It ain't for we to glory ourselves. It's for us to awaken to who we are, like Stephanie said. So the righteous of us, remnant, can humble ourselves, get our purpose in order, because as Stephanie, now I know she understands, she got it, that without us getting our stuff in order, nobody makes it into the kingdom. Now that can sound whatever. You can't get mad at, take it up with the Most High, with the Bible. He chose the lineage of Abraham, a descendant. Now we failed and we went through the worst slavery. I bet you don't want to be in our shoes for that. You know how people say, y'all ain't the people, y'all ain't, well, who fits the curse? Who fits? Who else this stuff happened to? It sure enough ain't happened to those people over there in the land who call themselves Raelies. You know what I mean? It ain't happened to them. You know what I mean? They went through that one little thing, you know what I mean? Through the, no disrespect, our condolences to what they went through. But man, please, we lost more people in one captivity. You know what I mean? You gotta be, boy. So it's like, it's like we're not trying to be something. It's like, it's this thing. The Bible says the curses will pursue you. And he says, I will awaken my remnant in their captivity. So it's going to be an awakening that's going to happen. That's what I'm saying, Steph. It's like, bro, it can look like, because some of the wicked Israelites out there being wicked as wicked does, but it ain't a thing for us to be boasting. It's like we repent for the transgression of our ancestors so we can remove these curses off us and our seed, and we can get back to the Most High's business by lowering ourselves, circumcising our flesh, taking our rightful authority as the kingdom of priests, Stephanie. So that we can do what? Lead the other nations who are humble, who have eyes to see and ears to hear, lead them all back to the Father so they can come through one of the 12 gates at the kingdom. You can't get there but through one of the gates. You're going to have to come through the tribe of Judah. If you follow this ministry, if you are another nation that might not be of the natural branch, or you don't know, and you found this ministry and you receive our teachings and the loving kindness and everything, then you will be coming through. If you continue to sojourn in righteousness, when you go when the judgment comes, you'll be coming through the gate of Judah, because I descend from Ya'ada. I know it because the Most High revealed, the Holy Spirit, the Raya Hayakadash, will reveal all things. You heard? The Holy Spirit. So I know where I descend from. It ain't because I went through some genealogy of DNA, and I don't need the Most High. The Holy Spirit reveals all things. And if he didn't reveal it, I wouldn't know. But I would still be trying to do the work of the Father. I just wouldn't have known I descended from Abraham, Yasak, and Yaakov. I wouldn't know I was Ya'ada. But you can see Ya'ada in me because I'm doing Ya'ada's work. At the end times, the tribe of Judah, the kingdom of priests, would lower themselves and serve others, and would awaken the other nations, awaken the tribes, the other tribes, to who they are. And that's what I've been doing for the last 5, 6, 7 years. You understand? Day in, day out, without unapologetically, you understand? No fame, shadow ban, no, I did get appreciation, praise the Most High for the appreciation, but that I'm doing the work of Ya'ada. So the same way you know them by the curses, you know them by their fruit. You're welcome, Sister Amy. The same way. So it's the lowering of myself to see the Most High's children of every nation, kindred, tongue, and I repent and rebuke, and I'm trying to heal the other ones that might be from the natural branch. Heal from your trauma, natural branch. Otherwise, you're not gonna make it into the kingdom either, even though you are one of the natural branch. You have to repent. You have to humble yourself, lower yourselves so that they can see the light of the Father in you. That's why we were chosen. It was a humility in the general of the people. Now you got your outliers that are iggas and ignoramuses. That's why we got cursed. But there was always a remnant, and it's a very merciful and forgiving nature of people, a very accepting people. That's why they were chosen. We wasn't chosen for no other reason like, we just a special. No, we were chosen because there were qualities that the Most High put in us in a generality that we would receive. We are as a generality, right? We the so-called blacks, now I ain't talking about the outliers, we got like a Stockholm syndrome type of spirit in us, right? Some people like, how can y'all forget? How can y'all keep functioning? People still hate y'all today. It's crazy. It's crazy work. Yo, my reality is so crazy that when some of the other nations, like my roommates and other people in the ministry and other people, when they come around, they're like, how do y'all function like this? Like, you just get hate all the time? Like, it's like we're outcasts in our own nation, an outcast in your own. It's like you can't, a leopard can't remove his spots. It's like it doesn't come off, right? It's crazy work, right? So it's like, so even in that, it'll be a remnant with all of that would still have joy, still be able to receive others. It's a mark. It's a powerful election. That's why it was chosen. Really, it was the forgiven heart. It was the forgiveness that was in the DNA, that we could forgive the most insane of atrocities. There would be a remnant that could forgive and move on and still receive. And that's what the Most High needed. He needed that because what the darkness was going to do from sin and transgression to all the children on the earth like they're doing now. I was supposed to close out with something that they're doing with the finance, but I'll do it Monday, right? I was supposed to close with something crazy. They doing some crazy stuff. You know what I mean? And so what's coming in this end times, there would have to be a remnant that the Most High would use to receive, and they would have to lower. That's why when me and Stephanie, we were speaking a different language, but we was thinking the same thing. So I thought she was kind of hard. I thought she was saying like nobody's getting to, because that was a good part. But I was like, well, who's coming through the 12 gates then? Only us, right? Because I'm gonna have a whole line of people behind me. You understand? These of course treasures stored up. I know when I get to that judgment of kingdom, they're going to be like, who is this whole line? I got a conga line behind me. People, all this work I've been doing for all these years, salvation. You don't know how many souls that you are helping, how many souls are finding salvation by you selflessly doing the work, and you're just pouring in to the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and bringing balance, right? Because the same way we can feel marginalized, right, and hurt, same way some of the other nations feel. So, I had people come, like you have them wicked Israel, I had people come to me and say, so can I not get salvation? Because I'm white, you feel me? And I'm like, no, yes, you can get salvation, but this is what you got to do, and you work with them, right? Same. So that's why those Israelites in the streets, they'll do that to the white people and make them kiss their feet. Y'all seen that? Make them kiss their That's you. They going to a special place in hell. Do you hear me? They going to a special place in hell. They are going to be they're going to be judged for a repentant heart that wanted to seek the Father and serve the Father, and they rejected him and made them and cursed them when they were called to receive them and lead them to righteousness so that they can find salvation. That's what we're called to do. Facts. Let the Father's will be done. That's how you curse yourself. There's a special place in hell for people like that. The devil's a lie. I wish I would. I don't care what color a person is. They come and ask me, I repent and I just want to find righteousness. I want to find my salvation. Well, I'm going to try to help you to find it. Yeah, and what the Bible says, Yeshalayah, you will not be forgiven. What did the Messiah say? Facts. The same thing that you won't forgive, the Father won't forgive you. You judge by that same measure. Do you believe hell is eternal torment or the complete destruction of our soul and body? Eternal torment. So there's a lake of fire. So there's a Hades, which is a holding place. That's hell, right? So there's a torment that's happening, but that's not eternal. There's a holding place of torment that's called Sheol, or other words. Then there's Abraham's bosom, across the Gulf fixed. So when people die, that's where they at now, depending on their level of righteousness of unrighteousness, either in the holding place of torment, or in the Abraham's bosom, a place of joy awaiting the judgment. Now the final judgment, where we all get judged, that's if you're going to they call the lake of fire. That's a symbolic phrase for eternity outside of the Most High's presence. That's all that means. And what that means is eternity outside of the Most High's presence is eternity in what word? The Most High's presence is righteous, is glory, is joy, is happiness, is beautiful, is the light. It's eternity in chaos of torment. And it doesn't stop because the spirit never dies. Spirits are eternal. And it's the last hoorah. So the choice is eternity in the Most High's presence, which is like a new heaven and a new kingdom that we can't even fathom with our mind, right? Because there'll be no flesh, no blood, no marriage, no giving. It's eternal glorified state of something we can't imagine, or eternity in an eternal whatever of hurt until I'm good. So yes, the spirits are eternal. Yes, the Bible does say spirits are eternal. Spirits don't die. Your spirit doesn't die. Flesh dies. And the soul is part of the flesh. The soul is in the blood. The soul goes to the earth with the blood. Spirits don't die. They're eternal. That's why it's an eternal. So the judgment is either eternal torment, which is lake of fire, or eternal existence in the presence of the Father. So the spirits don't die. That's why they go into holding places. And spirits are eternal. Yah spirit is. So Versace, Yah spirit don't go nowhere. Yah is. It exists. It be. That's called Ayah. I am. So it exists and it is light. It is righteous. It is eternity. What he's creating is he's bringing us into his presence. So we'll have a glorified, it's a glorified spirit, right? They call it like the new heaven and new, right? But it's a glorified existence in the Most High's presence, where we can't exist in any type of flesh or any type of sin, because you'll cease to exist. So for that eternity, we will exist in the presence, the glory. They call it the Kabbah, the glory of the Most High. But he is. He doesn't remake nothing. The Most High is. He's outside of that. He exists. He is. That's the I am. That's Ayah. Ayah, Asha, Ayah. I am that I am. And Hayah, he is. No, I mean, he breathed the spirit. Hold on. I mean, he breathed the spirit power into us. When he creates, so when he destroys a person's body and soul, and could he just take his breath, rock power back? Okay, so when he breathes the breath of his breath of life into us, right? Into us, and he also rebreathed it. We actually get it every day. He breathes the breath of life into us again every day. All right. So that's why some people don't wake up and stuff, right? But anyway, I know what you're doing. The first breath of his spirit, right? That's Hayah. That's actually Hayah. It's the Habariya word for breath, right? And he says, so when a person, he doesn't actually destroy the person's body. When a person physically dies, the body decays. That's why it's supposed to be put back into the earth. And the soul, actually not, so the soul got, Versace, the spirit is what goes to the lake of fire. The soul is in the blood. That's Bible. So the soul goes back right with the blood. That's why we are not to have no manner of flesh with no manner of blood. That's why the dark serpents, they want you to sell your soul. And they always do what? Blood rituals. You understand? It's always about the blood. Okay? And even that destroying the anal cavity and the bleeding and the blood, it's all blood rituals. Because the soul in the blood, that's the selling the soul, right? And the soul is the will, all right? So the soul is in the blood, right? So that goes back to the earth, okay? That's why when it says the earth, the blood screams out from the ground, that's the soul. When it says the blood is screaming out and then bearing witness, that's the soul, all the souls, right? So your spirit goes to the lake of fire. So the spirits go to the holding place. Spirits never die. So when he the breath, when the breath that emanates you, once the physical flesh dies, the breath goes back to the shaman. That just goes back to whence it come the Father, right? And your spirit goes to your holding place, and it's just awaiting the judgment. So yeah, so that it immediately goes back. That's the rock of breath. That's the Hayah. That's the breath of Yah. It goes back to whence it come. And that's continual. He doesn't just breathe the breath into us in one time when he first, it's every day. That's why some of my prayers is, thank you, Father, for breathing the breath of life into me again today to wake up. And yeah, well, well, the Catholic Romans took our Bible. So it's torment. That's not the Catholic, the Romans didn't make that up. Yes, it is God. So the tribe of Gad is God. Who said that? Shout out to Benny. People pronounce God as Gad. No, so Gad, the actual tribe of Gad is not Gad, it's God. Because there is no ad sound in Habariya Hebrew. So it will be Gayad, the tribe of God. All right, it's only an ah sound. Then in the book of Enoch, there's a verse of Gadriel as another name of Hashatan. So this name, because that's a god. So Hasatan is a god. Okay, remember, there's thousands of gods. And name of God is a serpent that led Eve astray. It just means a fortune deity. So that tribe of God, that's not a title. That's Gayad. Okay, so God is a deity, right? A god, slower G or whatever they do, right? There's many gods, right? Hasatan is the god of this world, right? So there's gods of right, so Most High, right? So the fortune of God, the tribe of God, that's one of the tribe of God, Gad. That's one of their deficiencies. You know how we all have transgressions in us? So that's something they have to battle with. They like money, and God is a fortune troop, and we broke down the tribe of God. But no, that God real, God, that sound like some, I don't know what that is. I heard of it though. It's sound like some Baal type of God. You say it's another name of Hashatan, yeah. But that got nothing to do with the tribe of Gad, the tribe of God. No, that has nothing to do with them. But that was a great question, Benny. All right, but yeah, so Versace, you got the Romans and the Hellenes, they got a lot of teaching that's actually biblical, but they take it and twist it and, You got other people that teach torment too, not just the Roman. But no, that torment didn't come from the Romans, from the Catholic Church. That's prophecy. That's the final judgment, and it's only based on what you did. So again, it's not the Most High like tormenting you. You get what you've given, right? He created completion. So he created the Hebrew Ishmaelite, or the Hebrew Ishmael's descendants stuff. They call it karma, right? What you give, put out, is what comes back. It's already created in the completion of the Most High. He not sitting up there like, oh, I gotta pay you back for this. It's already done. Everything is done. It's working. Everything that we do is what we get. You see, it's just with our free will, because we choose with our free will. He gave us the law, his blueprint, day 1 to day 7. I ain't talking about no Mosaic laws of sin and death after Adam transgressed with their free will. When he created us in his presence, Ayadan, and place, that's where he created us and put us in his presence. They call it Eden, a garden. It's like an inner chamber. He put us in his presence. And then we chose with the free will to transgress what our ancestors did, and it's passed down. So now we got to repent for our ancestors, Adam and Eve, all of us. Everybody who's not of a Nephilim, everybody who's human, you come from Adam and Eve, all of us. Right? So we all got the same mama and daddy, and they sinned. They brought this mess in. Blame Adayam and Hayava. You heard? Them two, they started this whole mess. So what torment happens, or what judgment we get, is what we did. We brought upon ourselves. And through it all, the Most High was always trying to get us to repent, come out of it. Right? So that's why he's long suffering and doing all this, because he didn't just leave us to just be in the flesh and not, and just leave us to our own devices. No, he intercedes all through our life. He gave us Malach, angels to help, heavenly hosts, Sabaoths. He speaks through the Holy Spirit. We think it's instinct. He tries to get us to come righteous, to serve. He continually tries to get us to not get that what's going to come for us if we keep doing this thing and not listening and hearkening. It's like a child. It's the same thing like I did to my children. You know what I mean? You try to warn them. You try to guide them. You try, but they, at the end of the day, they're going to choose what they want to do. And a lot of times they reject you, right? So my son rejected me, And I don't know, I think he's still in jail now, prison now or something. I hope he's okay. I hope he don't even talk. I ain't did nothing to him but raise him. You know what he said? When the last time I spoke to him, my daughter, and he's like 30, I don't know, he's probably 35 or something. I don't know how old he is now, right? He grown man, right? And the last time he told my daughter, because I said, well, ask him why he just won't, I never did nothing to him. And he said, because Dad is always trying to tell me the right thing to do. Shout out to Melvin. And I said, well, I'm done then. That there's nothing else I can do. Because as your dad, that's my job. My job is to guide you, lead you, protect you, love you, nurture you. And I'm always going to try to tell you the right thing to do. That's righteousness. And it's not a browbeating. I try to help him, right? Like he trying to tell me, yo, Dad, I got a gun, and he in Virginia, and he told me Virginia is a Commonwealth state, so he can get a gun, and long as he show the gun, long as he brandishes the gun, because it's a Commonwealth state, he good. I said, boy, who told you that? Well, it's a Commonwealth state, Dad. I'm like, listen, Rashawn, I don't need you. You get a felony gun charge, you're gonna ruin. I'm trying to keep your life. I'm trying, and he would not listen. I'm like, listen, okay, let me paint you this way. I don't know what they telling you, what law you reading, but you're black, bro. You're not a young white dude in America that could be in a Commonwealth of Virginia and might be able to have a gun, and long as he brandish it, I don't know what right? And then the cops are, well, he brandished in the open. I'm like, you black, bro. Don't, and guess what? About 2 months, he didn't listen. You always think you know everything. You always, right? Trying to think you, okay. 3 months later, he locked up. Daddy, Rashawn, what happened? He got caught with that gun you was trying to sell. Now he in a Commonwealth. They about to get that boy 99,000 years. And guess what happened? The Most High be saving these fools. You know what that saying? The Most High saves something in fools. What's that saying? Yeah, he do. I don't know. Sometimes I don't be knowing why either. I'm like, why do you be saving these fools? But I can't. It's not. See this. It's not my business. That's our Father. But what's that saying? The Most High saves something in fools, babies and fools or something, right? Here, this little idiot juice. He in the comment, they about to hammer this fool. I'm like, oh, he's so done. And the Most High got him out of, I don't know how he did it. And that little boy is about it too. Ain't no snitch. He did something. They ended up giving this boy he got him out of it. I was so shocked. That's it. The Most High saves babies and fools. That's a fact. You live long enough, you'll see that come to pass, right? You've been around enough. And I could not, and I'm trying to tell him, I'm like, listen, bro, I can't believe he saved you from that. And I'm trying to help him. And that's when he stopped. He don't want to hear from me. He told my daughter, I was trying to tell him the right thing to do. And I raised him, boy. I raised him from the birth, placed in my arms. That's the when the umbilical cord was around his neck. He would have been dead if I wouldn't have been in that office. That doctor didn't know what to do. And I was on his neck, me and that doctor. That doctor's trying to give up. Every time she pushed that thing, the beep, 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 beep. And when he get close to come on, beep, beep, beep. And he go back in. And and I'm like, Doc, I'm back to putting my hand in the coochie. I swear, we in there. I'm about to go. I'm like, Doc, we got to get him out of there. And I could tell he looking at me like, if you wasn't here. And I was like, and then he kept, I just kept, I'm right there on his side, right? I'm right there, right? And then he kept pushing and the thing stopped beeping and he pulled it to see what it is. And when he pulled the head to come up, he got to see the neck. The umbilical cord was around his neck. So every time she would push and he would go out, it would choke him like a noose. And every time the head would go to because the monitor beep, 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 the heartbeat. And as she would push and he would go down, it would stop. We would stop breathing. And it would be beep, beep. And he'd like, stop. And he'd push, let it go back in. And it'd be like, beep, beep, beep. And he couldn't come out. And then he finally, when we got it, he seen. And I said, what is that, Doc? That's something around his neck. He's like, I think that's the umbilical cord. I was with him, me and the doc, we was in the coochie like this. And it looked like a nightmare. It looked like aliens coming out the woman coochie when they give birth. I was there for all my babies, put in my hand, right? I'm in there like this, blood everywhere. She pooping and a poop, they got a nurse that she pooping. That was because she still had food in her belly, she pooping and it's stinking and it's a mess going on. and I'm like, come on, Doc. And she passing out, right? Because I was up there with her for a while, right? Coaching her, grabbing her, come on, breathe, come on, grabbing her face. But stuff was going, it was like it wasn't working. So I had to go to the other end. I was like, I'm sorry, Pam. I got to go down here with this doc. I need to see what's happening because something is wrong. We down there. And then we finally, he kept wanting to give up. He kept looking at me. I'm like, I'm right here. We ain't going nowhere. If I got to stick my hand in there, this baby coming out of here. You understand? So then he finally kept making a push, right? And he was scared because when the head would get to the vajayjay, by that time the beater would stop. He's not breathing, right? And he's like, but we got it. So I'm like, come on. So she pushed. She's like, come on. No, nothing beeping. And she pushed, and we got the head. And then you could see something. And then, look, now I'm like, what is that? I'm like, Doc, what is that? He said, that's the umbilical cord. I'm like, what? He said, it's around his neck. And so then he grabbed his hand, right? So the head is in the vajayjay, not really out, but you can just see a little of the neck. So he grabbed his hand in, right? Because he can't come out because the umbilical cord is it's a noose, so he can't go no further. So he's stuck right there, or he got to push back in. We start again. So he grabbed his hand under the umbilical cord on his neck like this, under it, and it was like a rope, and stretched it over his head. And once it got over his head, there's no sound, like he can't breathe, and once he let it go, it went right in the coochie, the umbilical cord. And then and then he grabbed him and pulled him out, and snatched him out, get the shoulders out, and pulled him out. And then we got to hit him because we got to make him cry. You know what I mean? And that was my little man. And to this day, if I had that story, I didn't have a dad. My dad left me. My dad didn't. It is what it is. He didn't love me. He didn't care about me. He had his own thing. He did it. So I never had a dad to do any of that, love me or nothing, to try to help me do the right thing. You feel me? My life would have been a lot different if I would have had that guidance. But for me to not have that and to give that and to see him not appreciate me at all and none of it, just that story alone, I would be, if I had a dad, I'd be rocking with especially me, I'm cool. Like I'm 99 years old right now and I'm still cool as all outdoors. You heard? I'm still, like, youngsters still think I'm 25, 28, 30. You feel me? I ain't no old folks, fogey, stogie, generation gap. I can understand. I can relate with the youth. I minister to all the youth. We got 20-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 50-year-olds in our ministry and all that. You know what I mean? I'm like, bro, I wish I had a dad, period. More or less a cool dad. I'm one of them cool dads. I'm one of them dads like, yo, dad, where you going? I'm like, I don't know. We going to the gym. What you doing? You know, I'm cool. I don't even talk like an old dude. You know what I mean? But I'm going to give you the advice. I'm going to tell you, nah, you don't want to do that. Yo, y'all want to, you know, this will happen. You know, the wisdom of the elders. But if I had a dad and that was a story that you saved my life like that, I wouldn't, like, I would, you know, you're supposed to, I would love my dad anyway, but it is what it is. I'm sorry, guys. I'm kind of venting a little bit. This hurt my feelings. I just hurt my own feelings. Oh my goodness, I'm a fool. Oh, I know I gotta go now. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I just sat up here and hurt my own feelings, guys. Shout out to Versace. We look forward to seeing you again, King. We live every Monday and Friday about 9:30, and it's always good. All right. So when you get a chance, oh, you usually watch our videos? Okay, that's dope. I didn't know that. Oh, okay. So you're not new. Okay. So you understand. So you came out here shooting. Boy, you come in here shooting fire. You came in here shots fired. Why you talking about Michael Jackson? Now you should know. If you've been watching me for 2 years, you know doggone well Unc don't play. So you already, you know old Unc. You know tank top Unc. So, oh, that's hilarious. You know doggone well you come in here shooting shots. and now I'm a more gentle Unc. You see it, right? Because before I would have said something, you'd have been like, well, forget you too, Unc. I would have shot back. You know, the Most High has smoothed me on over. That's called growth and development. You know what I mean? Because we got to reach these others, you know. But, you know, old tank top on. He came in here, shots fired. Talking about, why you talking about some Michael Jackson? That's hilarious. I'm trying to get through the doggone shadow band. I try to put them all on the screen in purple and everything. All right. Well, now I can close. I had a good laugh. Elijah, I had hurt my feelings, and you gave me a laugh, Versace, because my feelings was hurt, you docile for a little. I done hurt my own feelings. What kind of mess is that? Got all sappy. I'm up here like, all right, go ahead, Hakiyama.
Amy says that she's recovering from a car accident and has to go to physical therapy. If we could just say like a quick prayer.
Who that? What's the name?
I think it's Amy, Aimee.
Oh, Amy. Oh, shout out to Who Cares? Glorious Rising, Who Cares? Shout out to Amy. What she say? She just recovered from what?
She says, I'm recovering from a car accident and I have to go to physical therapy.
Praise the Most High that he spared your life in that car accident. We ask for speedy recovery and healing, all in the Most High's will. If it's in his will, may he sing the Malayak of Raphael, the Malayak of healing, angel of healing, and his heavenly hosts. May you have a blessed recovery, and may the herbs of the field and the fruits of the ground, and may you rest in Yah's bosom as you recover and grow in spirit and in truth. We praise the Most High for you finding us, Sister Amy, and joining us. And we call ourselves blessed and worthy to have you join us in this family of the Most High, because we're all children of the Most High. Peace and blessings over you in your recovery and your healing, daughter of Yah. Praise the Most High. Shout out to Benny Muella. Been a long time, Benny. Good to see you, King, on the live. Good to see you. And who is that? Glorious, who cares? You just woke up. That's what's up. Y'all-leen, you still up? Y'all-leen, I done hurt my own feelings. Y'all-leen, what? Yo, that's some crazy work, right? I sat up there like I didn't just hurt my own feelings, sitting up here retelling that story. I ain't thought about my son in a long time. Boy, still hurting my feelings. Boy, those babies, boy, it hurt deep. That's when you got the love of the father in you. You know, you got these parents who don't care about you, right? Like our parents, like my parents. They ain't care, neither one. My mom either. That's some crazy work. We had it rough. Me and my sister, we had it rough. We ain't had, the mother ain't love us or the dad ain't love us. That's crazy work, bro. Most people don't have it. You at least got a mama. You know what I mean? Now, we had a little Grandma Duke, but she ain't know how to show no love. She knew how to provide. And it was a strong generation gap. But praise y'all for us having that she can give us things. You know what I mean? She can at least give us a roof over our head. And, you know, otherwise we'd been screwed, really screwed. But we ain't never had no love, right? No love for nobody, right? So, you know, to do all that for the kids, and then that's a curse. That's why I said, boy, y'all, that ain't nothing but a curse. I know a curse when I hear a curse. That's why I just got to deal with it, okay? I just got to deal with it. Kelly said, I can relate when it comes to my mom. Praise the Most. So shout out to NAV Pride. Oh, my goodness. I'm giving you a shout out, and you and your jelly belly. NVA Pride, what's wrong with you? What you jealous of? What I do to you? You got pride. I hope it ain't. Is it rainbow pride? What kind of pride you got, NAV? Coming here talking about you sound uneducated. Boy, these little jelly bellies. I swear. It'll be all right. Somebody give NA a binky in a blanket. All right. I don't know what done happened to him. Maybe he done been Epstein or something. You know, we got nothing but love and respect here. I'm an elder, old enough to be probably your grandfather. You a little wet behind the ears, coming here trying to be disrespectful, right? These people ain't got nothing. I know, here come a troll, ain't got no life or nothing. Just want to come here and try to be disrespectful. You lucky, because back in the days, I would have knocked your head off your shoulders. I'm trying to learn, guys. This is what I'm gonna try to master. I'm trying to learn when I'm making kind of funny things not to laugh after I say every word. I'm trying to work on myself. I don't know if I can do it though. That's gonna be a rough one. But yeah. So pray for what's his name? N8. We closing out with him. NAV Pride. I don't know what kind of pride that is. Just, you should thank the Most High that I'm not the old uncle, because the old uncle would have punched you all in your face. You sure enough wouldn't have been talking that crap to me, because I ain't do social. I'm not a social media. See how I keep laughing after I'm saying this? I'm trying to work on that. If I can, I don't know. I'm trying to work on that little chuckle I do, because it's like I'm laughing because I know what I'm saying, so I'm kind of laughing at my own jokes, and it's like, it's funny. I don't know. I'll see if I can master it. I always try to find things that I can master in myself, change. You know what I mean? Conquering the things that I want to change. You heard? All y'all. Yeah, the boy coming in the name of pride. I'm like, I don't know what kind of pride that is. So anyway, we closing out. The troll came at the end, all right? Was Mike an ancient Phoenician? I think so. Because the ancient Phoenicians was the tribe of Dan, and the tribe of Dan was one of the first indigenous to come over here. And we're going to continue the Phoenician thing another time, right? And because we know he was Choctaw, mom was part Blackfoot, right? So most of the ancient indigenous over here don't know they got some of that Phoenician in them too, maybe a little bit of that tribe of Dan, because Dan mixed his seed strongly with those Phoenicians, where the Phoenicians became one with Danite. Shout out to Sister Kim. All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself. They ain't really let us get through the shadow band tonight, but it is what it is. Hopefully 1,000 people see it. That'll be okay. And may you go forth and be the light of the Most High. Thank you for all the moderators for helping out. Thank y'all for hanging in there. Great job. I'm so proud of y'all. Well, I don't know if anybody new found us. You know what I mean? So if they did, thank y'all for welcoming them or whatever. And shout out to Sister Stephanie. Great lesson, Steph. Good job pouring into the lesson, Steph. And may the Most High, y'all go forth and be the light. And I hope y'all feel kind of fed. And I know y'all appreciate all the work putting in. And praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order. I say a prayer of healing and blessing over all of us, all his children, as we go forth. May we be decreased and the Most High be increased in all of our lives. May we continue to be his likeness and image so that others can see the Father in us. May we die to ourselves so we can love our neighbor as we love ourselves as we go forth in this life. Okay? May we be decreased. That's what I try to do. I try to stay in the image of the Father as much as I can. And with that, I know others can be blessed by it. Melvin said, I think through your challenging upbringing, you're able to feel for a minute. That is why I went through a lot of it, Melvin. I know that. That helped me, Melvin, when the Most High showed me that the reason why I went through so much hell was that he will use it to bless others. It made me feel, Brother Melvin, better. Because before that, it was like, why would you do this to a child? Why would you do this to me? That's why I didn't believe in him growing up. You know, I didn't, because I'm like, what God would do this to somebody? Like, I'm a good kid. Like, I just want love. I just wanted something, anything. I was in the streets, bro, at 12 years old with drug addicts and heroin and crack fiends. And while everybody was getting ready to go to school, I'm out 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's just insane. The life is insane, bro. And he showed me later when he brought me to himself and played my life back, and he showed me, I had you that whole time. You know, it's like, we don't choose our calling and our election, right? I didn't choose none of this. He called, right? But when he showed me, it made me understand. It doesn't mean it didn't hurt, but it made me understand. It's like a sacrifice, like nothing like the Messiah. That's what the Messiah did for us. So what I would go through would be a glimpse of what the Messiah, see, so I at least understood. It made me, okay, I get it. I get it. And a part of me know that it'll be better for eternity. I just got to make it through this existence until it's time for me to go home. And I stay in righteousness, stay doing my Father's work, stay dying to the flesh, stay loving his children, stay helping. And that's it. I know I won't have to hurt anymore, ever again. So everything that I went through in this earthly existence, for eternity, I will be okay. That's the best I got, you know? And we all dealt different hands. That's the best I got. So praise the Most High for those who receive their lot and just try to make the best of it. Because everything that he does to all of us is intentional. It's all for a reason. Every life, every last one of y'all. That's why my job is to pour into y'all as much as I can. Like, you know what I mean? As much as I can. Because if I can do that to the best that I can, and then you might can go help someone else. And that's what it's all about. That's what we're all called to do. Praise the Most High, his holy name, his rightful order. All right. Thank you, Hakyama. This was Mike in ancient Phoenician, and was the Jackson, all that, whatever. that was just for us to try to get through the shadow band. But we did show some Michael stuff, so I know y'all enjoy that. Shout out to Tamayah, the elder. All right. Peace and blessings from the house of the Most High Yah to you all worldwide. Thank you so much, Hakyama. Thank you, Tamayah. I don't know if Yasha was here. Was Yasha here? Yeah, he was here. Shout out to Yasha out in Canada. Shout out to everyone, Elijah, everyone in the ministry, to the 61 people that's still here at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's 5:30 in the morning. Boy, we did another 8 hours. And I had 2 hours of rest. Hopefully I get some serious rest tomorrow. Praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. Peace and blessings, everybody, from the house of Yah. Go forth and be the light. I love you all, man, with the love of the Father. Guys, you heard? Wouldn't do it if I didn't. I love my Father's children because you're special. All of you. Every last one of you is special to the Father. And because you're special to the Father, you're special to me. You heard? I love what my Father loves. That part. He loves his children. And I love his children. So that's what we do. And the trolls kick rocks. It is what it is, right? Can't trigger me. Get in your little jelly belly feelings and beat it. All right. Peace and blessings, everybody. Shalom, Sister Kim. Shalom. Shalom means peace and blessings in the name of the Most High. It means peace and blessings in the name of the Most High. All right. And Shabbayat, Sabbath day. Shabbayat, Shalom. Peace and blessings to the Most High on this set-apart holy day. That's what that phrase means in Habariyah. Shalom, Mashaya and Mashaya, and to the babies. I thought about y'all earlier. in the Bay. I know they're getting bigger, too. I said, I wonder if they still got Unc on the screen. I should know, y'all do. All right, Shalom, who cares? Shalom, who, Yaleen, Ashaya, Sister Kim, Elaziyah, Zayana, Yashalaya, Sister Stephanie. I'm just scrolling a little bit. That's just hoes. Brother Melvin. Shalom. Sorry, I ain't scrolling up too far. Peace and blessings. I'll be enjoying myself with y'all. I love fellowship. That's what we're called to do. All right? Praise the Most High. So even though a lot of us are alone in our separate lives, we can come together because a lot of people are alone. Peace and blessings from the house. See y'all on Monday. Shalom. I gotta find my outro. Where's my outro? Right there. Kayana, sing the song, Kayana.
He at secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.